She loves her husband. She loves her son. But one of them is lying. Nora thought she'd escaped the nightmare when she divorced her dangerous ex-husband. With Roger, life finally felt safe again. He's charming, protective, and the kind of man who would do anything for her. And for Owen, her teenage son. But lately, safety feels like an illusion. Everyone in town whispers that Owen can't be trusted, that there's something dark in him Nora refuses to see. She doesn't want to believe them. He's her child. But then the accidents start, the stories, the looks from neighbors who think she's blind. And Roger, her perfect husband, swears he isn't having an affair. So why is he lying about where he goes? Why does he keep secrets when he promised her honesty? Now Nora is caught between the two people she loves most. Her husband, her son. One of them isn't telling the truth. And if she chooses wrong, she may lose everything. This is the perfect lie. Chapter 1. This is going to be beautiful when it's done, Amy says, gazing at the open lot that will soon be a public park. Roger really outdid himself, Cheryl adds. I saw the drawings and love how he designed it. Is there anything that man can't do? Heidi gushes, sounding like a love-struck teenager. I'm sure there are a few things, I say in a light-hearted tone, trying to hide my annoyance. By now, I should be used to women fawning over my husband, and I suppose in a way I am. But it still gets tiresome. Amy turns to me. You're so lucky to have a man like Roger. I can't get my husband to take out the garbage, and yours is spending his free time bettering the community. He didn't do all this himself, I remind her. But it was his idea, Cheryl says. And because of that, we'll soon have a beautiful park instead of a vacant lot littered with trash. Has Roger ever considered running for office? Amy asks. He's never mentioned it, I say, although I could see him being open to the idea. It'd give him yet another excuse to get out of the house, something he does far more than I'd like. He'd easily win, Cheryl says, an eagerness in her tone like she's already planning his campaign. He's handsome, charismatic, an excellent speaker, all the traits of a successful politician. We should probably get down to business, I say, wanting to get off the topic of my husband. Shouldn't we have Roger here? Cheryl asks. He always has such great ideas. He's busy at work, I say. I'm confident the four of us can come up with ideas for the perfect grand opening event. It's the end of May, and the park's grand opening isn't until August. But Roger insisted we start planning it now. Amy, Heidi, and Cheryl all have kids at the high school, where Roger is the principal. Our son, Owen, will be a senior there in the fall. Let's start with the music, I say. I was thinking the marching band could set up behind the stage, where the mayor will be speaking. The marching band? Heidi says, scrunching up her nose. Nora, this isn't a school event, it's for the town. But the high school is a big part of the town, and having the band there wouldn't cost anything. I agree with Heidi, Amy says. It doesn't make sense having the band there. And if we're being honest, they're not very good. We can decide on the music later, Cheryl says. Let's talk about the food. We could bring in food trucks, I say. And we could set up a table and sell snacks to raise money for the school. I'm sure some of the kids would volunteer to help. Owen certainly would. Awkward silence fills the air. It's because I mentioned Owen. It's no secret these women don't like my son. But they wouldn't dare admit that, since his stepfather is Roger, a man they revere above all else. Is something wrong? I ask, challenging them to admit their feelings about Owen. Amy looks at Heidi and Cheryl to say something. When they don't, Amy says, "It's just, I don't think Owen would be good at managing a snack stand." "He wouldn't manage it," I say. "He'd just work there." Cheryl clears her throat. Heidi looks down at the ground. Amy glances at them, seeming annoyed she's been made the group spokesperson. She straightens her shoulders and looks at me, an uncomfortable smile on her heavily made-up face. "We'd prefer to not have Owen involved in the event." "And why is that?" I ask, my anger rising. Amy sighs. "Come on, Nora. Don't make me say it." "Say what? That you don't like my son?" "Of course we like him. He's just a little odd." "She means quiet," Cheryl rushes to say. "And shy. And he doesn't really—" She glances at Amy. "Get along well with others," Amy says. "That's because the other kids won't give him a chance." I put my hands on my hips and glare at Amy. Just because Owen is quiet and keeps to himself doesn't mean there's something wrong with him. "Nora, I know he's your son," Amy says, "but you have to admit he's a little odd." "He's not odd," I say, raising my voice. "He's just not like everyone else." "Why don't we walk around?" Heidi says in a cheerful tone. "Perhaps that will spark ideas for the opening." "Good idea," Amy says, giving Heidi a grateful look for ending the uncomfortable topic of my son. The four of us tromp along the path that will soon be covered with crushed rock and have trees planted alongside it. We have a lot of work to do, but it'll look really nice when it's done. "Ow!" Heidi squeals, stumbling forward. "What happened?" Cheryl asks. "I tripped on that stupid shovel." Heidi points to it on the ground. I stare at the shovel and feel a knot forming in my stomach and my pulse speeding up. "Why would someone leave a shovel out here?" Amy asks. "We haven't even started planting yet." "It hit my knee," Heidi whines, rubbing the front of it. "Now I'm going to have an ugly bruise." Amy picks up the shovel and leans it against a tree. "We'll leave it there for now, where no one will trip on it." "Nora, are you okay?" Cheryl asks. I look up and see her staring at me. Heidi and Amy are too. "I'm not sure what you mean," I say with a strange smile. Amy points to my hand. "You're shaking." "It's nothing," I say with a laugh. "I just got a chill." Heidi gives me a funny look. "It's 90 degrees out." "Yes, well, I run cold. You three go ahead. I'll catch up." As they continue down the trail, I take a deep breath, trying to calm down. It's just a shovel. It doesn't mean anything. It did back then, but not now. Dale is gone. He's locked away. So why am I still reacting like this? I have a whole new life now. The people here don't even know the old me. They don't know about Dale, or why he left, where he went, or why I feel sick whenever I see a shovel. Chapter 2. 2 weeks later. "It's a lovely evening," Roger says, wrapping his arms around me. "How about we go out?" "Out where?" I smile as he places a kiss on my cheek. "I'm taking you on a date." He looks at me with those deep blue eyes that captivated me the moment we met. "We're going to dinner at the new bistro downtown. I got us a reservation at 7. "How wonderful," I say, thrilled to be going to the new restaurant everyone's been talking about. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" "I wanted it to be a surprise." Is this a special occasion? Did I forget some kind of anniversary? Roger believes in celebrating not just our wedding anniversary, but the anniversary of our engagement, first date, first kiss, and other seemingly minor events in our lives that he believes are significant. It's one of the many things I love about him. "It's not a special occasion," He chuckles. Does it need to be? Can't I just take my wife out? Of course. It's just that we don't normally go out on a Tuesday night, especially to a fancy place like the bistro. I've heard it's rather expensive. You're worth it. He smiles at me. Go up and get ready. I'm going to finish up something in my office. You're still working. It's summer. You said you'd cut back on your hours. It won't take long. I just need to send an email. He shoos me away. Go. Get ready. We don't want to miss our reservation. I hurry upstairs and see the door to Owen's room is open. He almost always keeps it closed. I peek inside and see his clothes piled up on the floor. I feel the urge to pick them up, but I don't have time. And I promised myself I'd stop cleaning up after Owen. He's 17, and about to be a senior in high school. He needs to learn to clean up after himself. I shut the door and go down to my room, which is spotless compared to Owen's. Roger always picks up after himself, a trait I greatly appreciate after being married to Dale. My ex-husband was a complete and utter slob. He was also a hoarder. Our small 2-bedroom house was cluttered with old magazines, newspapers, receipts, never-returned library books, and stacks of napkins taken from fast food restaurants. I kept telling him all that paper was a fire hazard, but he refused to get rid of it, and if I tried to throw any of it out, he'd bring in even more, as if to punish me. It's hard to believe that was ever my life. It seems like that was someone else, a sad young woman who felt trapped in a life with a man she didn't love. I thought I was doing the right thing marrying Dale. I wanted Owen to grow up with his father. I forced myself to overlook Dale's faults for the sake of my child. Before I found out the truth about him, I saw Dale as just a normal guy. Sure, he was a slob who hoarded anything made of paper, but other than that, he seemed like any other husband I knew. Our marriage was devoid of any passion or romance. We lived like husband and wife, eating meals together, sleeping in the same bed, making love a few times a month. But there was no emotion behind our actions. We were roommates pretending to be a couple. The sad part is, I never realized that until I met Roger and learned what a real relationship should look like and how I should feel. Roger knocks on the bathroom door. How's it going in there? Almost ready? I say, adding another layer of mascara to my lashes. I changed out of my shorts and t-shirt and put on a sexy red dress and heels. I'm thrilled we're going out. It's so unexpected. I love how Roger surprises me like this. He doesn't do it nearly as often as he used to, which makes it extra special when he does. Okay, I'm ready, I say, coming out of the bathroom. Roger was looking at his phone, but he glances up when notices me in front of him. Wow! His eyes widen as his gaze moves over me. You look amazing. You're just saying that because you have to, I say in a teasing tone. I'm saying it because it's true. He slides his phone into his pocket and yanks me into his arms. If we didn't have a reservation waiting for us, I'd be taking you to our bed. Maybe later, I say, with a seductive smile. Definitely later. He leans down to kiss the side of my neck. My eyes fall shut and heat builds inside me. Even all these years later, Roger arouses me as much as he did when we first started dating. He's very handsome and draws attention from women everywhere we go. But what's even more attractive, at least to me, is his devotion to my son. Roger adopted Owen soon after our wedding and treats him as though he's his own flesh and blood. We better get going, Roger says, slowly pulling away. We don't want to miss our reservation. How did you manage to get us in? I walk past him to the dresser to get my earrings. Every time I call, they're booked up. Julia's brother is the head chef. He alerts her of any cancellations, and tonight there happened to be one. Julia. I turned to Roger as I put on my earrings. I'm not sure I know her. The woman on town council, the one I worked with to get the park approved. Oh yes, the blonde, I say, an image of her appearing in my mind. Julia is gorgeous, like a beauty queen, with her shiny blonde hair, flawless complexion, and deep blue eyes. She has a figure like a runway model, tall with long legs that she shows off by wearing very short skirts. I didn't realize you and Julia had stayed in touch, I say, trying not to sound jealous. We decided to continue to meet so I can keep her up to date on the park's progress. Is that so? I keep a smile on my face, but I'm rather upset by this news. I don't care for Julia, and I really don't like how she's always taking up Roger's time. Last year, she was constantly scheduling meetings with him to discuss the proposed park. The meetings were always at night, which she claimed was the only time she could meet. Julia might even volunteer, Roger says, walking up to the mirror as he adjusts his tie. We actually have several women who've signed up to help. I need to contact them this week and come up with a schedule. The town doesn't have the money to hire workers to convert the vacant lot into a park, so most of it will be done by volunteers. Being the selfless man he is, Roger offered to manage the volunteers, along with overseeing the work and reporting the progress to the town council. I'm so proud of him for doing this. The park will be a wonderful addition to the town. The only downside is, his involvement in it means he'll spend even less time at home. When I married Roger, I looked forward to us having the summers off. We were both teachers at the time. Roger at the high school and me at the elementary school. But then he was promoted to principal and had to work during the summers. That was fine when Owen was younger. I'd take him to the pool or the park, or we'd find fun things to do at home. But now that Owen is older and working at the bike shop, I'm alone all day and find myself getting bored. I could contact the volunteers, I say, walking up to Roger. Now that I'm off for the summer, my schedule is free. I'm even planning to volunteer myself. He turns to me, smiling. You're going to dig up weeds? In the heat? Knowing there's a good chance you'll run into snakes? I shudder at the thought. I hate snakes, and Texas is full of them, including poisonous ones. But I'm willing to risk it to keep all those women volunteers away from my husband. I'd be happy to help, I say. So who else volunteered? Well, let's see. He pauses. So far, Heidi and Amy have signed up, and Cheryl. Oh, and Amber. He looks at himself in the mirror. I'm pleased so many of the mothers are willing to help out. It's because they're hoping they'll work with him. Does he not see how these women are vying for his attention? It's ridiculous the way they behave. Every one of them is married, and they know Roger is a devoted husband. So why can't they leave him alone? I'd experience much less stress if they would. It's not that I don't trust Roger. I absolutely do. It's other women I don't trust. I see how they look at my husband, how they flirt with him. But they'll never take him from me. Roger is mine, and I'm never giving him up. He's the only man who knows the truth about me and about my past. I'll never again find a man as understanding as Roger, a man willing to step in and be a loving father to my son. With Roger and Owen, I have the family I always wanted, and nothing and nobody will ever take that from me. Chapter 3. Can I get you two anything else? The waitress asks as she clears our plates. Perhaps some dessert? Not tonight, I say. But please tell the chef the food was excellent. We'll definitely be back. I'm glad you could join us. She notices Roger's hand holding mine across the table. "Is tonight your anniversary?" "No, I just wanted to take her out," Roger says, gazing at me. "How long have you two been together?" the waitress asks. 10 years, I say. "And he still takes you out?" The waitress smiles at me. "You got yourself a good one. I'll go get your check." When she's gone, I smile at Roger. She's right. I did get a good one. I'm glad you still think so after all these years. It doesn't feel that long. It's hard to believe 10 years have passed. Do you remember when we first went out? How nervous I was. You weren't nervous, I say with a laugh. I was. I was certain you were going to turn me down. Well, it was rather forward of you to ask me to dinner so soon after my divorce. Perhaps, but it's not as though we were strangers. He takes the napkin from his lap and places it on the table. I suppose some would say I should have waited longer to ask you out, but I did what I felt was right. He gives my hand a squeeze. For us and for Owen. Roger and I met when I was still married to Dale. At the time, Dale was working as a janitor at the college where Roger was getting his master's degree. To help pay for school, Roger worked for one of the professors, assisting with research and taking care of administrative tasks. He was often on campus until late in the evening, which is how he met my ex-husband. Dale worked the night shift, cleaning up classrooms and offices. He was usually the only one around except at the education building, where he'd often find Roger. Back then, Roger didn't have much of a social life. He dated now and then, but I don't remember him ever having a serious girlfriend. His focus was on getting his degree, not finding a wife. The first time I met Roger was the night Dale invited him over for dinner. Dale told me Roger was a friend from work. Dale only had a few friends that I knew of, and they were all alcoholics and drug addicts. One had spent time in prison, so when Roger showed up at our door, I thought he'd gone to the wrong address. A clean-cut, sophisticated man like Roger couldn't possibly be friends with my husband. I was shocked to learn that Dale not only knew him, but had been friends with him for months. After dinner, Dale went to our room to get ready for his evening shift, while I cleaned up the dishes. Roger joined me in the kitchen and asked if he could help. I didn't let him, but I was impressed that he'd asked since Dale hadn't once offered to help me during our entire marriage. Roger remained in the kitchen while I scrubbed pots and pans. He asked questions about my job, which is another thing Dale never did. But Roger and I were teachers, so we had that in common. Roger had taught high school math before returning to college for his graduate studies. Looking back, I have to admit I developed a little crush on Roger that night. It was wrong to think of him that way when I was married to Dale. But I had nothing in common with Dale except our son. I had much more in common with Roger. I could have talked to him all night. As my marriage to Dale became worse, I confided in Roger and would ask for his advice about Dale. I knew Dale was hiding something from me, but I didn't know what. Roger didn't either. We were both shocked when we found out. I was more sickened than shocked. I'd been living with a killer and had no idea. My life fell apart the day I learned the truth about Dale. But Roger was there to pick up the pieces. We were only friends back then. But I loved him. I loved him for being there for me during the absolute worst time of my life, and for being there for Owen, my sweet little boy. "Can I tell you a secret?" I say. "I'm intrigued." Roger's brows rise. "I didn't know you had any." "Maybe it's not a secret. I'm sure you knew." "Knew what?" "How much I liked you. That first night we met." "Liked me in what way?" "The way a married woman shouldn't like another man." "Is that so?" He gives me a slight smile. "I never would have guessed." "Really? You really didn't know?" "I didn't." He leans toward me. As long as we're sharing, I should confess that I definitely liked you that way, from the moment I saw you. No, you didn't, I say with a laugh. That would have been completely inappropriate, and you were nothing but a gentleman. In my actions, yes. In my thoughts? Not so much. My heart flutters hearing him say that, thinking back to that time. I can't believe I didn't know that. You did. You just told yourself it wasn't true. We both did, because of Dale. Do you think he knew? I'm not saying that night, but later. Do you think he had suspicions? If he did, he never told me. Roger lets go of my hand and sits back in his chair. But I honestly don't think he did. He was so consumed with his own issues, I doubt he paid attention to anything else. You're probably right, I say, thinking how Dale had a whole different life I wasn't aware of. Even now, I still get chills when I think about what he did to those men. I can't believe I was living with him, seeing him every day, and had no idea what was going on. If only I'd met you first, Roger says, his gaze meeting mine across the table. Things would have been much different. Yes, but then I wouldn't have Owen. Roger smiles. You're right. At least something good came out of what you went through. It all worked out in the end. I pick up my glass and take the last sip of my wine. I'm married to a wonderful man, and Owen has a father he respects and admires. Roger chuckles. I'm not sure he admires me. Boys his age don't typically admire their fathers. They see us as old guys who don't know anything. That's true for some boys, but not Owen. He really does admire you. And so do I. You've done so much for this town. Coming into a tight-knit community as an outsider isn't easy. But people instantly liked you. Everyone wanted to get to know you, especially the women, who were practically drooling over you. You're exaggerating. That did not happen. I glance around the restaurant, catching at least 2 women staring at my husband. Do you really not notice the attention you get from women? I ask, looking back at Roger. I don't. He reaches across the table to hold my hand. Because the only woman who matters is sitting across from me. Going back to that day when I first asked you out, did you have any reservations about saying yes? I did at first. I wasn't sure if I wanted to be with someone again. Even though I knew you, I was afraid to trust you. He cocks his head to the side. You didn't trust me? It wasn't about you. It was because of my history with men. Growing up, I saw my mother get involved with men who stole from her, cheated on her, abused her. It made me believe that men are bad and can't be trusted. And then, when I finally did trust a man, I ended up with Dale and... My voice trails off, not wanting to say more. I'm sorry about that, Roger says. I hope I've proven to you that not all men are like that. You have. I look down at his hand in mine. Before we met, I honestly didn't know men like you existed. When you took me out on those first few dates, you were so sweet to me and so romantic. I told my mother you were too good to be true, that there had to be something wrong with you. And what did she say? That I was being crazy. She told me it was finally my turn to be happy, and that I should stop trying to find fault with you. She's a wise woman. She is now. She wasn't when she was younger, going out with those awful men. We all make mistakes when we're younger. It's how we grow, how we become better people. I certainly made plenty of mistakes when I was younger, I say, my mind going back to Dale. Sometimes mistakes lead to something good, Roger says. Our lives wouldn't be the same without Owen. I nod. Owen is definitely a blessing. As are you. Having the 2 of you in my life is the best thing that's ever happened to me. I smile, my heart warming at his words. We feel the same way about you. Owen couldn't have asked for a better father. If you hadn't come into his life, he'd be a different young man. He'd be getting into trouble, falling, behind at school. Nora, you're a wonderful mother. Owen would have been fine if you'd raised him on your own. I shake my head. I could only do so much. Kids like Owen get bullied for being different. The younger grades were tough on him. But high school would have been far worse if you weren't in charge. The waitress returns and sets the check on our table. There's no rush. Take your time. She leaves and Roger takes out his wallet. As he opens it, a business card falls out on the table. He quickly stuffs it back in his wallet, almost like he didn't want me seeing it. We're all set, he says, smiling at me. Would you like to linger a bit longer or head home? What was that card? I ask. What card? The one that fell out of your wallet. I don't know. People are always giving me cards, hoping I'll hire them for building repairs or maintenance. They don't understand we already have contracts for those things. You were so quick to pick it up. It's almost as though you didn't want me seeing it. Honey, I don't even know what the card was for. Roger says. I certainly wasn't trying to hide it from you. Could I see it? I ask. I don't want to be one of those wives who questions her husband about every little thing. But the way Roger snatched up that card really bothered me. He gets out his wallet and takes out the card. He looks at it and smiles. Oh yes, now I remember. He hands me the card. It's from the used car dealership. You're getting a car? Not a car, but a van. I was driving by the lot last week and noticed they had an old cargo van for sale. I stopped and asked the salesman about it. Why would we get a van? I hand the card back to Roger. I was thinking it'd be useful for when Owen goes to college. We could haul all his things in it when he moves to campus, then use it to haul everything back for the summer. We could just rent a van. We could, but I'd also like to use it when Owen and I go camping. It's a lot of work to set up a tent. If we had the van, we could just sleep in that. And we'd be off the ground, so we'd have no risk of snakes getting to us. He smiles at me. Maybe that would be enough to convince you to go camping with me when Owen's away at college. I'll pass. I prefer a hotel, far away from any critters. He chuckles. Another idea I had was for Owen to use the van to carry bikes home so he could work on them at night and make some extra money. Couldn't he stay at the shop and work on them there? He could. But I'm sure he'd rather be home than alone in some dingy back room of a bike shop. And selfishly, I like having him home. It won't be long before he's out on his own. Roger is such a wonderful father. The way he treats Owen, you'd think he was his own child. How much is the van? I ask. We don't need to get hit. It was just an idea, but now that I think about it, we have no place to keep it. The garage is full, and we wouldn't want something that big and ugly parked in front of the house. Mrs. Prose wouldn't stand for it. Mrs. Prose is the elderly woman who lives next door. She's made herself the neighborhood rule enforcer and reports anyone who fails to comply with the Homeowners Association guidelines, which include no commercial-like vehicles parked in front of a house. We could store it at the future park, I say. I'm sure the town wouldn't mind us keeping it there, especially if we offered to use the van to transport tools and supplies. That's a great idea, Roger says. I hadn't thought of that. Let's go to the dealership tomorrow so I can see this van. Maybe we could take it for a drive. Are you sure? It's a lot of money, around 10 grand, although I think I could talk them into less. You've sold me on it. I think we should do it, for all the reasons you said. I wasn't planning on getting a van, but I think it'll be good to have one, especially with Owen going to college in a year. Roger is always thinking ahead. He's very smart. He has so many good ideas. Like his idea for turning the vacant lot into a park. He not only had the idea but made it happen by convincing the town to agree to it. He really is an amazing man, and an amazing father to Owen. Chapter 4. Should we head out? Roger asks. Just let me finish my coffee. I pick up my cup and drink the last sip. Roger, I hear someone say. I look over and see Julia heading this way. She's wearing a silky white blouse and tight black skirt that's far shorter than most people around here would consider appropriate. Julia. Roger shoves his chair back and stands up as she approaches the table. She leans in to give him a hug and plants a kiss on his cheek. Did she forget that he's married? I'm right here, just inches away. Thank you so much for getting us a table, Roger says to her. It was an excellent meal. I'll be sure and tell the chef, she says, tossing her long blonde hair over her shoulder. Did you get my message about volunteering Saturday? Yes, I was going to call you tomorrow. I don't have a schedule prepared yet, but I'll be taking it over, I say. Roger is busy at work, so I told him I'd handle scheduling the volunteers. Julia doesn't even glance at me, her attention all on Roger. But you'll be there, right? Us girls can't do it all alone. We'll need a man there to help with the heavy lifting. Of course. I can't say I'll be there the entire day, but I'll be there for part of it. Probably the morning. She finally looks at me. Put me down for the morning. What about Darren? I ask. Do you think he'd help out? Darren is Julia's ex-husband. They divorced last year. Nora, Roger says in a scolding tone, like it was wrong of me to bring up Julia's ex. I was just thinking we could use his help, I say. He's strong, and since he works construction, he could show us how to use the equipment. Everyone knows how to use a shovel, Julia snaps. And Darren isn't the volunteering type. We should get going, Roger says. But thank you again for getting us a table. It was my pleasure. Julia smiles at Roger. I'll see you on Saturday. Have a good night. She slinks off, her hips swaying side to side. I don't know if she's intentionally walking that way to get Roger's attention, or if she has to because her skirt is so tight. Did you have to be so uncivil to her? Roger says as we leave the restaurant. She went out of her way to get us a reservation for tonight. She was flirting with you. Did you expect me to just stand there and watch? He stops and turns to me. Nora, please don't do this. Do what? Be jealous of other women. It's very unattractive. I'm not jealous. I just think she was being inappropriate. She acts that way with every man. It's just her personality. Yes, well, I don't care for it. She was being completely disrespectful of me, as well as our marriage. It's because she's struggling right now. She's still trying to accept her divorce, and acting that way is her way of dealing with the pain of rejection. She's desperate to get a man's attention to feel wanted again. It has nothing to do with me, personally. How do you know all this? I say, putting my hands on my hips. Or are you just saying it so I'll feel sorry for her? I'm saying it because it's what she told me. Back when we were meeting about the park project. She told you she feels unwanted. I roll my eyes. Does she not see how men look at her? Every man in the restaurant was staring at her. At her body, yes. But she wants a man who wants her for more than that. Someone who cares about her the way I care about you. I think she wants that someone to be you, I say with a huff. Roger leans down to me. That's not possible, because I'm already taken. I'm all yours, unless you tell me otherwise. He gives me a kiss, then whispers in my ear, "Let's go home so I can get you out of that dress." As we're driving back to the house, I'm feeling a little embarrassed about how I acted at the restaurant. Julia was out of line, but I didn't need to stoop to her level. Perhaps Roger is right, and Julia is struggling to move on after her divorce. That doesn't make it okay for her to flirt with married men, but I shouldn't have let it upset me. I don't know why it did, especially since this happens all the time. Women are always flirting with Roger. When we get back to the house, we're barely through the door when Roger takes me into his arms and kisses me. He backs me up to the stairs while tugging at my dress, trying to get it off. I love that he's still so passionate after all these years. "Honey, wait," I say. "There's no rush. Owen won't be home for hours." "Yes, but I've been looking at you in that dress all through dinner." He smiles at me. "You know how I get when you wear red." "Why do you think I wore it?" I wink at him before taking off up the stairs. I hear Roger racing up behind me. As we go into our room, he scoops me up into his arms. "Roger." I laugh. "What are you doing? Put me down." "I'm just having some fun." He kisses me. It's not often we have the house to ourselves. As he brings me to the bed, we hear the door downstairs open and shut. I look at Roger. "Did we forget to lock the door?" "I don't think so." He sets me down. "Wait here." Roger quietly leaves the room and goes out to the hall. I hear him let out a sigh. "You scared us. What are you doing home?" "It must be Owen. He's supposed to be at Zoe's house tonight. They were going to go to a movie later." "Zoe had other plans," I hear Owen say. I scramble up from the bed and put my dress back in place. I go out to the hall and see Owen heading to his room, his head down, shoulders slumped. I go up to Roger and whisper, "What happened?" He shrugs. "I don't know." "Owen," I call out. "Is everything okay?" He stops at the door to his room. "Yeah, I'm just tired. I'm going to bed." He goes into his room and shuts the door. "What should we do?" I ask Roger. Working with teenagers all day, he knows how to deal with them better than I do, which is why when Owen has a problem, he's more likely to go to Roger than to me. It's good Owen feels he can confide in his dad, but I do miss the days when he was younger and went to me for comfort and advice. "Let's try to talk to him," Roger says. We go to his room and Roger knocks on the door. "Owen, can we talk?" "It's open," Owen mumbles. Roger opens the door, but only halfway since dirty clothes are piled up behind it. Owen's sitting on his bed, staring at the floor. "What happened with Zoe?" Roger asks. I start to sneak past him, but Roger holds me back, shaking his head. "She had to go," Owen mutters. "You mean go out with her parents?" Roger asks. "No, with Tana." Owen huffs. Apparently she likes football players now. Tana goes to school with Owen. He's one of the popular boys who would bully Owen if Roger wasn't the principal. "Was this a date?" Roger asks. Owen shrugs. "I guess." "Zoe didn't tell you she had plans with him tonight?" "She didn't have plans. He just showed up at her house and asked if she wanted to go to a movie." "Did he invite you too?" I ask. Owen looks up at me. "Mom, seriously? Tanner hates me. When he saw me, he acted like I wasn't even there." Owen picks up his phone and swipes through it. "I just thought maybe." Roger grabs my arm, giving me a look to let him handle this. I'm annoyed, but I know he's right. He's much better at getting through to Owen than I am. "So Zoe blew you off for Tana," Roger says. "Basically," Owen mumbles, still looking at his phone. "You know, if you told her how you felt, she might be out with you right now instead of Tanner." What does he mean? Does Owen like Zoe as more than a friend? How does Roger know this? Did Owen tell him that? Owen's been friends with Zoe for years. He told me he doesn't see her as anything more than that. But maybe he just didn't want to admit how he really felt about her, although it sounds like he told Roger. She'd never go out with me, Owen says. She doesn't see me that way. She wants a popular guy, someone like Tanner. He shrugs. Doesn't matter. I figured we'd be done being friends after the summer. She doesn't want to waste senior year hanging out with me. Honey, don't say that, I tell him, wishing a simple hug would make him feel better, like it did when he was little. She's just changing, growing up. It has nothing to do with you. He tosses his phone on the bed. I'm going to sleep. You guys can go. Sorry I ruined your date night. You didn't ruin anything, Roger says in a caring tone. Try to get some rest. We're here if you want to talk. Roger closes the door and motions for me to follow him back down the hall. We go into our room, and he shuts the door. I feel bad for him, Roger says with a sigh. I feel terrible. I sit on the bed. Zoe's been his best friend for years. How could she just abandon him like that? She wants to be popular. I see it all the time. Girls like Zoe are desperate to be seen and fit in. Tanner showing up there tonight makes her think she's finally one of the cool kids. Are you saying she's no longer going to spend time with Owen? She might, but I agree with Owen. I think their friendship is coming to an end, especially if she's getting attention from Tanner. She could still be friends with Owen. There's no reason for that to change. Roger sits beside me on the bed. Honey, I know this is hard for you to hear, but a lot of the kids at school don't want to be around Owen. They call him a loner. They think he's strange. Some think he's dangerous. I'm not surprised Zoe is distancing herself from him. I turn and push him away. Roger, how could you say that about our son? If Zoe is turning her back on Owen because of what other kids say about him, then she doesn't deserve to be his friend. I get up and pace the floor, my anger making it hard to remain still. People are always judging Owen because he's different than other kids, and I'm tired of it. And I'm sick of them saying he's dangerous. Owen has never harmed anyone. He's never lost his temper. He's never even been in a fight. Honey, I didn't mean to upset you. I'm just telling you what I see going on at school. I'm not saying any of it is right. I've tried to protect Owen as much as I can. But he's not a little boy anymore. He'll be in college soon. He's going to have to learn to deal with these things on his own. At least no one at college will know him, I say, feeling comforted by that thought. He can get a fresh start. That's not completely true. I stop pacing and turn to Roger. What do you mean? Several of his classmates plan to attend college in Austin. I know it's a large school, but it's possible word could get out about Owen. Austin is only an hour away. I don't want Owen going there for college. I've told him this. We've talked about it. Owen's not going to Austin, I say. He has no desire to. He's looking at schools in Florida and California. That was a few months ago. He's since changed his mind. He hasn't told you because he knows you'd try to talk him out of it. I don't understand. Why would he change his mind? He wants to study engineering, and Austin has one of the best engineering programs in the country. There are plenty of other schools that have good engineering programs. That will be 10 times the cost. Here, he'll get in-state tuition. Roger comes over to me. Honey, there's no way we can afford those other schools he was considering. He'd have to take out loans. He'd graduate with a mountain of debt. I shake my head. Then we'll have to find him a cheaper school. He's not going to Austin. It's too close. Too many of his classmates are going there. I don't want them making Owen an outcast at college like they did here. I won't stand for it. Nora, it's his decision. We can't make it for him. Roger rests his hand on my shoulder. Think how nice it would be to have him close by. We could see him throughout the year instead of only on holidays. Roger, you know I want that. But not at Owen's expense. He deserves to get far away from here and get a fresh start. Let's not worry about it. Nothing's been decided yet. He has time to consider his options. I'm disappointed Owen didn't feel he could talk to me about this. You should have told me he'd changed his mind about leaving the state. He asked me not to. He didn't want to tell you until he'd made his decision. I think you should give him more time to think about this before talking to him. I usually agree with Roger's advice, but not when it comes to this. I'm going to talk to Owen and convince him to pick a school that's farther away. My heart breaks when I think of all that Owen's had to endure. For years, I've watched the kids at school avoid my son. I've heard the awful things they've said about him. I've consoled him when he didn't get invited to parties and play dates. Zoe was one of the few people who was kind to him, but now she's abandoned him too. There's no reason for people to treat him this way. Just because he's quiet and shy and a bit of a loner doesn't mean there's anything wrong with him. I know because I've kept an extremely close eye on him ever since I found out the truth about Dale. I was terrified Owen would turn out like his father, so I kept him home with me as much as possible. Some would say I was too overprotective and maybe even blame me for how he'd have turned out. But I didn't have a choice. I couldn't risk Owen harming someone, and he never has. Owen's a good boy with a gentle heart. I tell him that all the time so he doesn't believe the evil parts of his father are inside of him, waiting to come out. But I know Owen thinks it's possible. He hasn't said anything lately, but when he was younger, he did. When he was 10, we were sitting on a park bench, watching some children play, when Owen asked if I thought he'd ever kill someone. I told him absolutely not, and then I grabbed his hand, yanked him up from the bench, and we left the park. He thought I was angry at him for asking the question, but I wasn't angry. I was concerned. The way he stared at the other children as he said it, the lack of emotion in his voice, it frightened me. I'll admit my son says strange things sometimes and his actions aren't always normal, but he still deserves to be treated like everyone else. He shouldn't be shunned or teased or bullied. He needs to be around people who see him for who he is, a kind, wonderful young man. Those people aren't here. That's why he has to leave. He only has a year left and then he'll be free to start his life somewhere else. Somewhere I'm going to make sure is far away. Chapter 5. How was work? I ask Owen as he comes into the kitchen. It was okay. He opens the refrigerator, which is the first thing he does when he gets home. He's always hungry. For as much as he eats, I don't know how he stays so skinny. But he's tall, over 6 feet and still growing. Dale was also tall, 6 feet, 5 inches, and very thin. No matter what he ate, he couldn't put on weight. Owen looks more and more like his father every day. I try not to think about that, but it's hard not to when I see Owen. He has Dale's sandy brown hair, narrow nose, and even his gray eyes. His eyes are what bother me the most because they bring back memories of Dale looking at me with those eyes and lying to me. He told so many lies, but he was such a good actor that I believed what he said. Is this all we have left? Owen asks, holding up a nearly empty carton of chocolate milk. There's one in the garage fridge. You want me to get it? I can do it. He takes off for the garage. A few years ago, Roger bought us an extra refrigerator, so I wouldn't have to keep going to the store. Before we had it, Owen's appetite was cleaning us out of food every couple of days. "Mom, can I have this?" Owen says, returning to the kitchen with the chocolate milk and a tube of refrigerated cookie dough. "Honey, that's not a nutritious snack. Why don't you make a sandwich?" "This is better than a sandwich. Come on, Mom. I won't eat the whole thing." "Okay, fine," I say, knowing it's too late to get him to change his diet. Despite the years I spent trying to get him to eat well, the kid still chooses sweets over anything else. It's another trait he shares with Dale. His father had a major sweet tooth. "How many bikes did you work on today?" I ask. "I fixed 2, and put together 5. Owen sits down at the kitchen table, leaning back, his long legs splayed out. It's exactly how Dale used to sit. I look away and focus on the peppers I'm chopping for the fajitas I'm making for dinner. That's a lot of bikes to put together. It's about average. I know what I'm doing, so it doesn't take long. He rips open the cookie dough wrapper and takes a bite, staring down at the table, his leg bouncing up and down. He's a fidgety kid. Always has been. It's probably one of the reasons he's so skinny. I'm tempted to bring up Zoe, but don't know if I should. It hasn't even been a day since she ditched him, but he seems okay. He doesn't seem upset like he did last night. "So, have you, talked to Zoe?" "Yeah. She texted when I was at work. I'm going over there after dinner." "I'm glad you two made up," I say, but I'm second-guessing his friendship with her. I've always liked Zoe, but I don't like what she did last night. "What are you two going to do?" "She's having problems with her laptop. I'm going to see if I can fix it. From what she told me, I think it's just a software issue. She probably clicked on something and got a virus. So they didn't make up. Zoe is just using Owen for his computer skills." "What about when you're done? Are you two going to watch a movie? Go out for ice cream?" "No, I'm just going to fix her computer and leave. She has some girls coming over later." That's odd. Zoe doesn't usually spend time with other girls. As far as I know, she doesn't have any friends other than Owen. Their friendship made her an outcast like him. The other kids assumed there was something wrong with her for wanting to spend time with my son. So, I'm surprised Tanner showed up at her house to take her out. Why would a popular boy like him want to date Zoe? Perhaps her looks are getting her noticed. This past year, she's blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Growing up, she was teased because she walked with a limp due to a bone disorder. After several surgeries, she was walking straight, but then she got braces and developed terrible acne. This past year, her acne disappeared, her braces came off, and womanly curves appeared on her formerly shapeless body. She looks completely different than she did a year ago. "Is Zoe planning to see Tanner again?" I ask as I slice an onion. "Probably. He asked her out for Friday night." Owen doesn't seem the least bit bothered by this, as he gulps chocolate milk directly from the carton. "Did she say how their date went? Or I guess I don't know if it was a date." "She said it was. He took her to a movie. Then I guess they went over to Dylan's house. A bunch of girls were there, and they asked Zoe if they could come over to her house tonight." "Why would they do that if they're not friends with her?" "That's how it works." He bites off a chunk of the cookie dough. "How what works?" "High school. You get attention from one of the popular kids, and if they decide they like you, you become part of their group. Tanner likes Zoe, so now she's in his group." "Where does that leave you?" "On my own, I guess." He picks up his phone and looks through it. "Are you saying you two aren't going to be friends anymore?" "Guess not." His jaw tightens and I notice the muscles in his arms tense. He's clearly upset about this. So why won't he talk to me? I know teenagers hate talking to their parents, but I'm desperate to help him, even if it's just to let him vent and get his anger out. "Oh, your dad's getting the van tonight," I say, hoping that'll cheer Owen up. Roger and I went to test drive the van during his lunch hour. It works great, and Roger was able to get the sales guy to take $1,000 off because it had been sitting on the lot for months without any offers. Owen looks up from this phone. "What van?" "The one he told you about. We looked at it today and decided to get it. It'll be perfect for taking your things to college next year. And your dad got the town to agree to let him keep it at the vacant lot during the park project. He'll be using it to bring supplies out there on the days when the volunteers are working." Owen's staring at me. "I don't know what you're talking about. Dad never said anything about a van." "He didn't?" I ask, wondering if it was supposed to be a surprise. I guess now that I think about it, Roger never actually said he talked to Owen about it. "I thought he told you?" Number. This is the first I'm hearing about it. "What kind of van?" "It's an old cargo van, the kind you can use to haul stuff. Your dad was thinking you could use it to bring bikes home so you could work on them here instead of at the shop." "Why would I work on them here? All the tools I need are at the shop." "Oh. I guess we weren't thinking about that. We just thought you could make extra money if you worked on bikes after the shop closed." "I'm home," Roger calls out as he comes into the house. "We're in here," I say, setting my knife down and wiping my hands on a towel. Roger comes into the kitchen, a big grin on his face. My two favorite people. He goes up to Owen and grips his shoulder. "How was work?" "Okay," Owen mutters, glancing at Roger before looking back at his phone. "And how's my beautiful wife?" he says, coming up to me and giving me a kiss. I smile at him. "You're in a good mood. Did something happen? Something we should celebrate?" He nods. "We are the proud new owners of a 2010 cargo van." "Honey, that's great. So you already got the paperwork done?" "Just signed it. I was thinking Owen and I could go pick it up after dinner." Owen looks over at him. "You never told me we were getting a van." "It was supposed to be a surprise, but from your reaction, I'm guessing your mother already told you." "Sorry," I say. "I didn't know. I thought you'd talk to him about it." "It's fine." Roger walks over to Owen. "What do you think? You want to pick it up with me?" "I can't. I'm going over to Zoe's tonight." "You're back to being friends?" "Kind of. Ask Mom. I don't want to tell the story again." Owen gets up, taking the carton of milk with him. "What time is dinner?" "Probably around 6, I tell him. "I'll be in my room." He leaves, and I notice the empty cookie dough wrapper on the table. He ate the entire package. "So what happened?" Roger asks, leaning back against the counter as I slice up another pepper. "Any news about Zoe and Tanner?" According to Owen, she's now officially in Tanner's group. Some of his friends are going to Zoe's house tonight for a girls' night. "And Owen's going to be there," Roger says, like he can't picture that. Owen gets very shy around girls. Zoe's the only girl he's comfortable being around. He's only going there to fix her computer, I say, shoving the knife forcefully into the pepper, sending pieces of it flying off the cutting board. "Hey, easy," Roger says, taking the knife from me. "Maybe I should finish that." "Number." "I'm fine." I sigh and take the knife from him. "I'm just angry Zoe's using him like that. Come fix my laptop and then get lost. What kind of friend is that?" "Honey, it's just how kids are. They're friends one day, and the next day they're not." "That may be true for other kids, but not Owen and Zoe. They've been friends since middle school." "Yes, and now they're moving on, growing up. It happens, Nora. It was like that for me too when I was his age." I set the knife down and turned to him. You never talk about when you were in high school. Every time I bring it up, you change the subject. Because those were difficult years for me. I don't like talking about them. Why were they difficult? He shrugs. I was a shy kid. Didn't really fit in. I got picked on a lot. Got beat up a few times. That's why I became a principal. I wanted to stop that behavior because nobody did it for me. I'm sorry. I rub his arm. It's terrible that kids treated you that way. Going back to this issue with Owen, it's common for friends to come and go at his age. It's hard not to take it personally, but sometimes it's not personal. It's just time for the friendship to end. Okay, yes, but that doesn't mean Zoe gets to keep him around to do things for her like fix her computer. If he wants to do it, that's up to him. I'm just worried about him getting his hopes up. I don't want Zoe making him think they're back to being friends when she's just keeping him around to do chores for her. Roger gives me a sad smile. I know you mean well, honey, but you're gonna have to let him grow up. Owen can handle this issue with Zoe on his own. And yes, he might get hurt, but that's part of life. It won't be the first time a girl breaks his heart. It's true, but I don't like watching it happen. Owen's everything to me. My only child. I can't help but want to protect him. It's a good thing nobody here knows about Owen's father. If they did, things would be so much worse for him. When we moved here, I told Owen to tell people that his father had left us. It's partially true. Dale did leave us, just not in the way people think. He left us because he was charged with murder and is now serving a life sentence in prison. But no one will ever know that. Owen was 7 when I married Roger, and we both took Roger's last name, wiping out any connection to Dale, at least on paper. Looking back, I wish I'd never met Dale. I know that would mean I wouldn't have Owen, but in a dream world, Roger would have been the man I married the first time around. He'd be Owen's father, his biological father. If that had happened, things would have been so much different for Owen. I wouldn't have been so protective of him. I wouldn't have guarded him so closely. I would have given him more freedom. Maybe if I'd raised him that way, he wouldn't be so quiet and shy and socially awkward. He'd have friends now. Maybe even a girlfriend. He'd have the life I always wanted for him. Chapter 6. Is Owen up? I ask Roger as he comes into the kitchen looking very handsome in his dress slacks and a polo shirt. During the school year, he wears a shirt and tie, but he switches that out for a polo during the summer. I assume he's up. Roger says, I heard the shower running. He didn't get home until after 10. I set a cup of coffee in front of Roger as he sits down at the table. He went to Zoe's house at 7 and was only supposed to be there long enough to fix her computer. Maybe it took longer than he thought it would. Roger sips his coffee. Maybe. But that would mean he was there when those girls came over to see Zoe. And, what are you getting at? Don't you find that a little odd? I bring Roger a plate of scrambled eggs and toast and sit down beside him. If Zoe's trying to distance herself from Owen, she wouldn't want those girls seeing him at her house. Maybe he took her laptop and told her he'd fix it and bring it back. Then why didn't he come home? Why was he out so late? 10 isn't what I'd consider late, especially in the summer. And if you're that curious, just ask him. Roger takes a bite of his eggs. Thank you for breakfast. He winks at me. Is this going to become a regular thing? Because I could get used to this. He says that because I usually only make breakfast on the weekends. During the week, breakfast is cold cereal for Owen, toast for me, and a protein bar for Roger. My husband keeps himself very fit. He watches what he eats, runs every morning, and lifts weights at the gym. His hard work pays off. He's lean and muscular, a stark contrast to most of the men in town with their sagging bellies and double chins. It's one of the reasons Roger gets so much attention from women. I won't make breakfast every day, but maybe a few times a week. I get up and kiss Roger on the cheek, especially if it means I get to keep you a few extra minutes before you rush off to work. He takes a drink of his coffee. So, what are your plans for today? I need to get groceries. Oh, and I'll start going through the list of volunteers and making a schedule. Thank you for doing that. It'll be a huge help. I'm happy to. The less you have to do, the more time we'll have to spend together. I assume he'll agree with me, but he doesn't say anything. Roger? I look over and see him hurrying to finish his breakfast. He gets up, taking his plate with him. I hate to run, but I really need to get to work. He brings me the plate and gives me a peck on the lips. Have a good day. You too, I say as he races off, noticing he only ate half his eggs. A few minutes later, Owen comes down to the kitchen. Good morning, I tell him as he lumbers to the table, rubbing his eyes. You okay, honey? I didn't sleep, he mutters, running a hand through his messy hair. It's wavy, like Dale's, and tends to get tangled if he doesn't brush it. It's longer than I'd like, and I keep telling him to get it cut, but he doesn't listen. It's one of the many battles I've given up fighting as the mother of a teenager. I made you some eggs, I say, bringing them to him. Oh, no, he says, pushing them away. I just want cereal. But you love eggs. Not today. I don't feel well. What's wrong? I set the plate down and feel his forehead. Mom, I don't have a fever, he says, pushing my hand away. I'm just sick to my stomach. He gets up and goes around me to the cupboard where we keep the cereal. He grabs a box, gets a bowl, and brings it back to the table. Why is your stomach sick? I ask, going to get the milk from the fridge. Was it something you ate? He sighs in annoyance. Mom, let it go. You don't have to know every little thing going on in my life. I bring him the milk and get him a spoon. Am I allowed to ask how it went with Zoe last night? He shrugs. It was fine. How long did you stay there? Like an hour. He pours the milk over his cereal. Maybe less. I took off before her friends got there. So now these girls are her friends? She just started hanging out with them. That's what she's calling them, he says, shoveling cereal in his mouth. I sit down across from him. I didn't hear you come home until after 10. Did you go get something to eat? He rolls his eyes. Mom, you gotta stop this. I'm almost 18. I don't have to tell you everywhere I go. I just wondered. You're not usually out that late unless you're with Zoe. 10 isn't late, he says, his mouth full of cereal. And if you have to know, I was just taking a drive. A chill goes through me hearing Owen say that. Dale used to say the exact same thing when he'd come home, and I'd ask him where he'd been. He'd say he was just taking a drive, when the truth was, he was stalking his next victim. It's not the same. Why am I letting myself think that? I'm sure Owen was telling the truth, and just out taking a drive. He is not becoming his father. Mom, did you hear me? Owen says. I look at him, realizing I wasn't listening to whatever he just said. I'm sorry. What did you say? The van. Did you pick it up last night? Oh, yes. Your dad and I got it and parked it at the lot. I still don't get why we need it. Your father thinks we do, and we had the money, so I didn't see any reason to tell him no. And it'll be useful when we take you to college. I pause, not sure I should bring it up, but feeling like I need to. Speaking of college, have you given any more thought about where you want to go? Not really, he says, munching on his cereal. But you're still thinking you'll go out of state, right? He shrugs. I don't know. I haven't decided. I reach across the table and put my hand on his arm. Honey, we talked about this, and you agreed you wanted to go somewhere far away, where you can get a fresh start. That's what you wanted, he says, his eyes meeting up with mine. I didn't think I had a choice until I talked to Dad. What did he say? That I should go where I want and not let other people decide for me. Did he say where you should go? We both think I should go to Austin. It's a good school and it won't cost as much as going out of state. I wish Roger had talked to me before telling Owen this. He knows I want Owen to get away from here, so why did he encourage him to stay in the area? Is it because he wants Owen to be closer to us? We'll both miss Owen terribly when he goes to college. But as Roger is always telling me, we need to let him grow up and have his own life. I haven't made a decision yet, Owen says. You don't need to be freaking out. I'm not. I take a breath, not wanting to fight with him. We can talk about it later. So do you have plans tonight? Because I was thinking we could all watch a movie. I'll pass. I kinda just want to do my own thing. Meaning you'll be going out or staying home? I'm going out. I might take my bike on that new trail. How are you going to get there? You can't bike there. They just closed the bridge for construction. I'll bike to the lot and take the new van. I'll need to make sure it's okay with your dad. Why would he care? It's just sitting there, not being used. I should still check with him. I'll talk to him and let you know. Roger will be fine with it, so why did I say that? Why am I hesitant to let Owen take the van? I know why, but I hate myself for thinking that. Owen would never hurt anyone, and he definitely wouldn't kill someone and put their body in a van. So why was that my first thought when Owen asked to use it? Dale didn't use a van. He used his car, his trunk, specifically. Owen has a car, and yet I've never once had thoughts about him using it in the horrific way Dale did. When do you think you'll see Zoe again? I ask, changing the subject. Probably when school starts, he says, lifting his bowl to his mouth to slurp up the milk. No, really. Do you think you'll do something with her this weekend? No. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand and gets up. I'm done with Zoe. If she wants to hang out with Tanner and his friends, I don't want to be around her anymore. Isn't that rather extreme? She can have other friends and still be friends with you. He takes his bowl to the sink. I don't need her. I'm fine on my own. I walk over to him. Maybe you should take some time to think about this. You've been friends with Zoe. For years, I'm sure you two could find a way to still be friends. Mom, stay out of it, okay? I need to get ready for work. He goes upstairs, leaving me wondering if he really meant what he said, or if he's just angry at Zoe and needs time to cool down. I understand their friendship might have run its course, but what concerns me is that he has no one else, no other friends. People already call him a loner. What will they say if he loses his one and only friend? When Owen was younger, I set up play dates with him and some boys from school, but it didn't go well. Owen preferred to play by himself and would get upset when the other boys tried to join in. I took him to a therapist and she assured me he'd grow out of it, but he never did. Even now he'd rather be alone and do his own thing than hang out with other people his age. Zoe was the exception to that, but if she's ending their friendship, Owen will be alone again. That worries me for many reasons, but the biggest one is because when Dale was a teenager, He was the same way. Chapter 7. Thanks for your help, I say to Rob, the guy behind the meat counter, as he hands me the steaks I picked out for dinner. Is Katie getting excited about school? Rob's daughter Katie will be starting kindergarten in the fall at the school where I teach. He smiles. She's already begging my wife to take her shopping for school supplies. We told her they won't be out for another month, but that didn't stop her from looking last time we were at the store. That's adorable. It's good when they're excited about it. My son was scared to death to go to school, but he eventually got over it. Owen, right. Rob says. Yes, he'll be a senior this fall. It's hard to believe he's that old. Time really goes fast. He was in here last night, Rob says, grabbing a rag from the sink. I hadn't seen him for a while. He's really grown. He must be what? Over 6 feet? Yes, he's 6'2". I pause. You said he was here last night? Rob nods as he wipes the counter. I saw him looking around and asked him if he needed some help. And what did he say? That he was looking for his friend. What friend? Owen's only friend is Zoe, and she was home last night. Did Owen buy anything? I ask. I don't know. I couldn't see from here. Did he say anything else to you? No, he took off and went down the aisles. Rob sets his rag down. He was following that kid around. The one on the football team? I'm not sure who you mean. That kid with the blonde hair. I can't think of his name. Maybe Tommy or Tanner? Yeah, that's it. I'm horrible with names. At least I got Owen's right. You said he was following Tanner, I say, thinking he must be mistaken. Are you sure it was Owen and not some other boy? Like you said, it's been a while since you saw my son. It was him. But I don't think the friend he was looking for was Tanner because he didn't say anything to him. He just followed him around. This doesn't make sense. Why would Owen be following Tanner around the grocery store? What did Tanner do? Did he say anything to Owen? As far as I could tell, no, but being back here at the meat counter, it's hard to see what's going on up front. He smiles at someone behind me. Can I help you? I turn back and see an older woman with her cart. I'd like 2 sirloin steaks, she says. I'll see you later, Rob, I tell him, moving out of the way. Yeah, see ya. I head down the bread aisle, unable to remember the items on my grocery list because I'm too busy trying to figure out what Owen was doing here last night. Nora! Looking up, I see Darcy, Zoe's mum, coming up beside me with her cart. Hi, Darcy. I smile at her. I'm surprised to see you here. Do you have the day off? I'm not working right now. I quit my job. Owen didn't tell you. He didn't mention it, I say, wondering what else he didn't tell me, and why he lied about what he was doing last night. With Zoe only having a year left before college, I decided I wanted to be home and spend time with her. Darcy's a pharmacist. She works at the local drugstore, or she did. I'm surprised she quit her job. I know she needs the money. Her husband doesn't make much as a bus driver, and they'll soon have Zoe's college expenses to pay for. Do you think you'll go back? I ask. To the pharmacy. I will when Zoe leaves for college. I already spoke with the manager about it. When did you quit? It's been over a month now. Over a month? And Owen didn't tell me? That's odd. Well, it's nice you'll have some time off to spend with Zoe, I say. She nods but doesn't say anything. She looks tense, her lips pursed, her eyes darting around. Is it because our children are no longer friends? I'm tempted to ask her what happened to make Zoe end her friendship with Owen. But before I can, Darcy speaks up. I know you're probably upset with me, Darcy says. But I had to do what's best for my daughter. What do you mean? What did you do? I told Zoe it'd be good for her to find some other friends and maybe take a break from Owen. I don't understand. Why would she need to take a break from Owen? I don't think it's good for her to spend all her time with him. A woman comes up behind Darcy. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Darcy moves her cart in front of mine and waits for the woman to pass. When she does, Darcy walks over to me. I don't know if Owen told you, but Tanner has been coming by the house to see Zoe, and he's taken her out a few times. Yes, Owen mentioned that, I say, although he made it sound like it was only one time. He also mentioned that she had a girls' night with some of Tanner's friends. She did, and she had so much fun, Darcy says, her face lighting up. The girls stayed up late, talking and watching movies. It reminded me of when I was that age. It was good to see Zoe like that. She gives me an awkward smile. I mean, spending time with other girls, making new friends. So what does this mean for Owen? Does Zoe not want to see him anymore? That's what I wanted to talk to you about. She looks down, then back up at me. I think it's time the two of them part ways. I'm not saying she can't see him anymore, but honestly, I'm not sure I want her to. And why is that? I ask, getting defensive. As far as I know, Owen's been nothing but kind to her. He even went to your house last night and fixed her computer. I know, and I'm not saying he hasn't been kind to her. I just think their friendship has run its course. This is very concerning and rather shocking. Darcy's always encouraged Zoe's friendship with Owen. I never imagined she'd be the reason Zoe no longer wants to spend time with him. I feel like there's something you're not telling me, I say. You've always liked Owen, and liked that he was friends with Zoe. When they were younger, yes. But now... She looks away. Now what? He's been saying some things that concern me. Can you give me an example? She looks back at me. A few weeks ago, he was asking me about certain drugs. What kind of drugs? Ones that could be lethal in large doses. He actually asked me that. He wanted to know what specific drugs would be lethal if someone took too many. Maybe he was just curious. Darcy puts her hands on her hips. What normal teenage boy would ask something like that? Are you saying Owen's not normal? I'm saying it's not normal to ask a question like that. The only reason you would is if... She pauses like she's afraid to say it. If he wanted to do something with the information. Is that what you were going to say? You think Owen wanted to harm someone? I didn't want to go there, but... Yes, that's what I was thinking when he asked. And before you tell me I'm overacting, you have to at least admit it was an odd question. I don't think it's odd. A lot of teenagers are interested in morbid topics. Just think of all the kids that are into the occult or playing violent video games where they pretend to kill people. A video game isn't real life. Drugs that could be lethal. That's real. And I felt very uncomfortable when Owen asked me about it. Honestly, I don't know why he did. He could have easily looked it up on the internet. It's almost like he wanted to make me suspicious. Suspicious of what? Him and what he might do. It's like he was trying to scare me or warn me. Darcy, do you hear yourself? You sound like one of the moms at school. The ones you used to say were cruel for saying bad things about Owen. It's not just his question that concerned me. It's all those drawings he makes. What drawings? You haven't seen them? No, I say, my pulse going faster. He draws pictures of people hanging themselves, she says, lowering her voice. Boys around his age, usually wearing football jerseys. What in the world? How did I not know this? I've seen Owen's drawings, but they're always of things in nature like birds or trees, not people. Where did you see these drawings? I ask. At my house. He'd bring his sketch pad over and draw, while he and Zoe watched movies. Has Zoe seen the drawings? Yes, and she thinks they're disturbing. She told Owen that, and he laughed and told her it's just a joke. A way to express how he feels about the football players who pick on him. But I still find that troubling. He's basically saying he wants them dead. I'll talk to him, but I can assure you Owen is not going to hurt anyone. He's just drawing a picture. It doesn't mean anything. Maybe not on its own, but when you add in the question, he asked me about what drugs could be fatal. I think I'm right to be concerned. Yes, well, as I said, I'll talk to him, but really, Darcy, you have no reason to worry. Owen would never in a million years hurt Zoe. Even if they were no longer friends, he'd do nothing to harm her. He cares about her far too much. I hope you're right, but I'm not taking any chances. I want Zoe to spend some time away from him. I think it'll be good for both of them. They need to learn how to make new friends. It's a skill they'll need at college. But she knows Owen won't do it. He only wants to be friends with Zoe. She makes him feel safe, like he can be himself. No one else at school will do that. I need to get going, but it was nice seeing you, Nora. Darcy walks back to her cart and hurries down the aisle. I feel sick to my stomach. Why didn't I know all this was going on? I see Owen every day. I haven't noticed him acting any differently or heard him say things that would concern me. I need to talk to Roger about this. He's very level-headed and doesn't get worked up like I do. He'll calm me down. He'll assure me there's nothing wrong with our son. Chapter 8. Nora, Doreen says, greeting me with a smile as I walk into the office. Roger didn't tell me you were stopping by. Doreen has been the school secretary for nearly 40 years. She's a busybody who gossips about everyone in town. When Roger and I first moved here, she wanted to know everything about us. I considered telling her Owen was Roger's son to avoid having to tell her my made-up story about Dale. But I knew she wouldn't believe it. Owen looks nothing like Roger. Knowing how much Doreen loves to gossip, I make sure not to tell her much about my personal life. I've urged Roger to do the same. I didn't tell him I was coming, I say. I just stopped by to talk to him about something. Go ahead. She motions to his closed office door. He just got back. Back from where? Did he have a meeting? I don't know. He didn't say. He didn't have anything on his calendar. I assumed he had to go run an errand. Yes, that's probably it, I say, although it's odd for Roger to leave in the middle of the afternoon to run an errand. Nora, Roger says, looking up as I go into his office. This is unexpected. I hope in a good way. I walk over to him as he gets up from his chair. Of course. He gives me a kiss. I'm always happy to see you. He sits back down at his desk while I take the chair across from it. Is there a particular reason you're here, or did you just miss me? He smiles. I always miss you, but I actually do have a reason. I check to make sure I close the door. I was getting groceries earlier when I ran into Darcy. And what did Darcy have to say? He asks, as he types something on his keyboard. Roger, I need your full attention. This is important. I'm sorry, honey. He turns away from the computer and looks at me. What is it? Darcy said some rather disturbing things about Owen, about drawings he's been doing of football players, hanging themselves. Roger's expression doesn't change. Roger, did you hear me? Yes. I was waiting to see if there's more. There is, but the drawings alone are very concerning. Why would he draw something like that? Honey, He's a teenage boy. Their minds are not exactly pure. You should see the videos I catch students looking at on their phones. Believe me, it's far worse than these drawings Owen is doing. Yes, but Owen isn't like other boys. They don't have a father who... Nora, stop this right now. Roger says, tapping his hand on the desk. You are not going to make assumptions about our son because of what Dale did. I can't believe you'd even go there. I know, and I feel terrible that I did. But Roger, this is the age when it all started. Remember during the trial? When Dale's former classmate testified that Dale admitted to wanting to kill some of the boys at school. He said Dale fantasized about how he'd do it. I lower my voice in case nosy Doreen has her ear to the door. What if Owen is having these thoughts? You know he'd never tell us, but those drawings are nothing more than drawings, Roger says in a stern tone. You need to get this out of your head. Do you hear me? It's complete nonsense. Owen is not a monster just because he made some drawings. I'm not saying Owen's planning to hurt someone, but I am concerned. And it's not just because of the drawings. Darcy said Owen asked her about drugs that could be lethal in large doses. You have to admit that's a disturbing question. Why is it disturbing? He says, raising his voice. It's just a question. It doesn't mean anything. Why are you getting so upset with me? I came here to discuss this with you, not have you yell at me. It's rare for Roger to raise his voice. He's always very calm and mild-mannered. It's why he's such a good principal. Dealing with teenagers all day, and their demanding parents would try my patience. But Roger can keep his cool in even the most stressful of situations. He takes a breath and rubs his hand over his face. I'm sorry, honey. I just don't like hearing you talk about Owen this way. He's done nothing wrong. Yet I feel as though you're accusing him of these horrible things. I'm not accusing him of anything. You know the last thing I want to do is compare him to Dale, but... I look down. But what? You think he's doomed to become him? That our son can't control his urges and live a normal life? I look at Roger. You think he has urges. Why? How do you know? I don't. Would you stop assuming the worst? What I meant is that in some scenario in which Owen did feel an urge to harm someone, I'm confident he'd be strong enough to overcome it. Roger leans back in his chair. Think about yourself. Have you ever had a bad thought? Ever imagined yourself doing something awful to someone? Number never? Honey, be honest with me. I'm not going to tell anyone. I haven't. I've thought of saying something awful to someone, but not doing anything. Okay, how about this? Imagine someone did something to harm Owen, something terrible. Let's say they even went so far as to kill him. Can you imagine wanting to hurt that person? Well, of course, but that's different. Is it? His brows rise. Does the reasoning behind your thoughts make them better or worse? I pause to consider that. If someone killed my son, I don't think it's unreasonable for me to have thoughts about wanting to kill whoever did it. But I'd never actually do it. I scoot to the end of my chair. Roger, why are we talking hypotheticals? This thing with Owen is a real concern. I know you think he's just being a teenage boy, but I don't want to just ignore this and pretend like everything's fine. So what do you suggest we do? Maybe you could spend more time with him. He confides in you more than he does me. Ask him some questions. Get him to talk. See if these thoughts he's having are truly harmless. I'm certain they are, but yes, I'd be happy to spend more time with him. In fact, I was going to see if he'd be open to helping me do some work on the park project. It'd be good for him to get outside, be around nature, plant some trees. Roger smiles, seeming much more relaxed than he was just moments ago. I'll teach him to be a man, do hard physical labor. I'm not sure he'll agree to it, but you could try. I'll talk to him tonight. Maybe we could go there this week. Oh, I need to ask you about scheduling the volunteers. Some of them are ready to get started. How many people do you want there each night? As many as we can get, but I don't want them there at night. They'll only be working during the day. But most people work during the day. We have to schedule them at night or we'll never get the park done. He shakes his head. No, it's dangerous. People will be tired from work, which increases the risk of injuries. And by the time they get there, it could be getting dark. Let's just schedule people for the weekend. I don't see how we'll get the park done in time, if we do that, but I'm not going to argue with him. Roger clearly has a plan in mind for how he wants to do this. Should I schedule people for this coming weekend? No, I've got a crew hired to tear up the concrete, but they can't do it until next week. You can schedule people for the following weekend. He wakes up his computer. I need to answer some emails, so... Yes, I'm going. I stand up. Oh, one more thing. About Owen. Apparently, he was at the grocery store last night following Tanner around. According to who? Roger asks, his eyes on his computer monitor as he types on the keyboard. Who told you this? Rob, the guy who works at the meat counter. Why was he watching Owen? Doesn't this man have anything better to do? He wasn't watching Owen. He just noticed he was following Tanner down the aisles. So Owen was walking behind him. Roger says, continuing to type. That doesn't mean he was following him. Maybe you're right. Maybe Rob misinterpreted it. Roger looks over at me. Honey, you need to stop looking for things that aren't there. Owen isn't up to anything. He's just being a typical teenage boy. But he lied to me. He said he went for a drive last night when he was really at the store. If he wasn't up to anything, why wouldn't he just tell me he went to the store? Because he's growing up, trying to be more independent. He doesn't think his mom needs to know where he is every second of the day. And if you get angry at him for not telling you this, he's going to keep even more from you. I nod and get up from my chair. I won't say anything. Roger comes over to give me a kiss. I'll see you tonight. As I leave, I feel better about Owen. Coming here was a good idea. I knew Roger would calm my fears. He knows how teenage boys' minds work much better than I do. He deals with them daily, and was one himself. I'm sure he's right, and it's normal for boys Owen's age to have violent thoughts. And I'm sure some of them say things just to shock people and get a reaction. Was that what Owen was doing when he asked Darcy what drugs could be lethal? Now that I think about it, I'm sure that's all it was. Or maybe his question was prompted by a news story he heard on one of those true crime podcasts he listens to. Zoe got him into those, but I wish she hadn't. I don't like Owen filling his mind with stories about people being murdered. I lived through one of those stories. I was interviewed by the police. I had to appear in court and tell a jury. I knew nothing about what Dale was up to all those years. I had to stare into the eyes of his victims' families, knowing their lives were destroyed because of something my husband had done. Owen has never asked me about that time in my life, and I hope he never does. He was just a small child back then, aware that something bad had happened, but not old enough to understand. He knows his dad's in prison for murder, but he doesn't know the details. I'm sure he's looked it up, done his own research on what happened. But it's not something we talk about. We've chosen to let the past remain in the past. So, why aren't I doing that? Why am I letting the past make me suspicious of my son? Chapter 9. How was your day? Roger asks Owen during dinner. Owen looks down at his plate as he pushes the peas around it. I got a bonus for fixing a bike. My boss didn't think it could be fixed. He said if I could figure it out, he'd give me $50. I had it fixed before I left today. Our son is a genius, Roger says, smiling at me. Hey, Dad, can I use the van tonight? Roger shakes his head. Number, I don't want you using it. Why not? I thought you got it so I could haul bikes in it. That was before I realized how much I'd need it for the park project. Roger sighs. And unfortunately, it has some issues. What issues? I ask. I didn't notice anything when we test drove it. The brakes don't feel right. I took it for a quick drive this morning and noticed the brakes didn't respond as quickly as they should. Then let's take it to a mechanic, I say. We don't need to. The brakes work. They're just slower to respond than I'd like. I don't want Owen getting into an accident. Dad, come on, Owen says. I'm just driving to the trail. It's not that far. I'm sorry, Owen, but the answer is no. I look at Owen, seeing the disappointment on his face. Your father and I will take you to the trail after dinner, and you can text us when you want us to pick you up. Just forget it, Owen mumbles, staring down at his plate. I'll do something else. How about you and I do something tonight? Roger says. Like what? We could go to the lake, do a little fishing. Yeah, maybe. Owen's phone dings with a text. He looks at it and bursts up from the table. I have to go. Why? I ask. What happened? He takes off before answering. What do you think that's about? I ask Roger. I don't know, Roger says, continuing to eat his dinner. Maybe Zoe's computer broke again. I don't want him seeing her anymore if she's going to use him like that. It's not right. Let it go. Whatever's going on, he'll figure it out. Roger winks at me. Maybe while he's gone, you and I can enjoy a little romance. Honey, I'm sorry, but I'm not in the mood for that tonight. I get up and take the plates to the sink. As I'm rinsing them off, I feel Roger behind me, his arms going around my waist. Owen's going to be fine. He seemed upset. Because he's a teenager. Even the smallest problems seem like the end of the world at that age. I turn to Roger, drying my hands on the dish towel. I know you think I'm overreacting, but something seems off with him. I hear Owen running down the stairs. I'm leaving, he yells from the other room. We'll see you later. Roger yells back. Be safe. We should have asked him where he's going, I say. He's only 17. He's not an adult yet. We have a right to know where he goes. We need to trust him. If we don't, he'll give us a reason not to. I understand that. But why wouldn't he just tell us where he's going? Why keep it a secret? Honey, he's fine. Stop worrying about him. What if Rob was right? What if Owen was following Tanner around the store, and Tanner found out? He might try to do something to Owen to get him to leave him alone. Then Owen will handle it. He can take care of himself. No, he can't. Tanner could easily hurt Owen if he wanted to. Roger lets out a long sigh. I didn't want to tell you this, but I probably should. Tell me what? I ask, alarm bells going off in my head. Let's go sit down. He takes my hand and brings me over to the couch. What is it? Just tell me. Back in May, before school let out, some of the football players were spreading rumors about Owen, saying he was... Roger looks down at the floor. What? I grip his arm. What did they say? They were saying Owen is gay. Roger looks back at me. Because he's never had a girlfriend. That doesn't mean he's gay. Owen would love to take a girl out, but None of the girls are interested in him that way. I know the rumor isn't true, but that didn't stop it from spreading. I tried to put an end to it, but some of the kids continued to tease Owen for the last few weeks of classes. How did you try to stop it? I talked to Wade. Wade is the football coach. He's very set in his ways and doesn't take orders from anyone, including Roger, who's technically his boss. Wade has such a short fuse that even just talking to him often results in an argument. It's very stressful for Roger, who isn't comfortable with confrontation. He usually tries to avoid Wade, so I'm surprised he spoke to him about this issue with Owen. It shows how much he cares about our son. What did you say to him? I asked him to talk to the players who started the rumor. But, as expected, Wade told me to stay out of it, and that boys should work out their own problems. So Wade never talked to them. I'm sure he didn't. He laughed at me for even bringing it up. Who are the boys who started the rumor, do you know? I believe it was Dylan and Luke. Heidi's boys, I scoff. That doesn't surprise me. And yet, if I told Heidi that, she'd never believe me. Heidi is the type of mom who thinks her children can do no wrong. Her twin boys have been teasing Owen since they were in elementary school. Heidi's very involved with the school and all the parent activities. She loves to create drama and spread rumors. I'm convinced she's the reason the other parents don't want their kids around Owen. For years, she's been telling people that Owen is strange and to avoid him. Tanner was also involved, Roger says. Although, I don't believe he started the rumor. And now Tanner is dating Zoe, I say with a sigh. That explains why Owen is so upset about this. It's bad enough Zoe ended their friendship, but it's even worse that she's choosing to spend her time with a boy who spread lies about him. There's one somewhat bright side to this, if you could call it that. What do you mean? Owen fought back. It didn't do much good, but at least he didn't just take it and do nothing. What did he do? I saw him after school, with Dylan. I looked out my office window and saw the two of them near the stadium. Owen was holding a baseball bat like he was about to hit Dylan. A baseball bat? I shake my head. That couldn't have been Owen. He would never hurt anyone. Nora, I know what our son looks like. It was him. He had Dylan backed against the bleachers and was saying something to him. Then, after a few minutes, he let him go. Did you ask Owen about this? Number, I didn't want him thinking I was spying on him. Roger takes my hand and looks me in the eye. I'm telling you this so you know that Owen can take care of himself. You don't need to watch over him or try to protect him. He's not a little boy anymore. Yes, but I don't want him using violence to solve his problems. He didn't. He never touched Dylan. He just made it clear he wanted the rumor to stop. Or that's what I assume he told Dylan. But you said it didn't help? Not completely, but the rumor definitely quieted down. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Because I knew it would upset you to hear what Owen was going through. And really, Nora, rumors in high school are extremely common. They happen to everyone, not just Owen. I wonder if he's done anything to the other boys who were involved, like Tanner. Maybe that's why he was following him at the grocery store. I turned to Roger. You don't think he'd do something to Tanner, do you? No, of course not. And I don't think he was following him. He was probably just at the store to get something to eat, and Tanner happened to be there. I'm not sure I believe that. If Owen threatened Dylan with a baseball bat for making up that rumor, what would he do to Tanner, who not only spread the rumor but took away Zoe, Owen's best friend? Would he threaten Tanner like he did Dylan? Or would he take it farther than that? Chapter 10. Where are you going? I ask Roger as he gets up from the couch. I want to take a look at the van. Maybe drive it around. Check the brakes again. I don't want you driving it if it's dangerous. I don't think it's dangerous. You just have to give yourself plenty of room to stop. And knowing how Owen drives, I don't think he'd do it. That's why I don't want him driving it. I'll take it out and see if I can figure out what's wrong with it. You want me to come with you? No, you'd be bored. He leans down to give me a kiss. You stay here and relax. After he leaves, I look for something to watch on TV. I find a movie, but lose interest after an hour and turn it off. I'm feeling restless. I need to go out, but it's after 8 on a Wednesday night and everything is closing soon. I get up and grab my keys, deciding to go check on Roger and see how he's doing with the van. I assume he's done driving it by now. I thought he'd already be home, but since he's not, I'm guessing he found a problem with the van and is trying to fix it at the vacant lot before he leaves it there for the night. The lot is located on the outskirts of town, close to the train tracks. It used to be next to a warehouse, but that burned down a few years ago, leaving just the lot. It's overgrown with weeds now, poking their way through cracks in the concrete. It'll look so much better when it's converted to a park. When I arrive at the lot, I see the van, but I don't see Roger's car. He must have left already, or maybe he went to get a part. Pulling up next to the van, I call Roger's cell phone. "Hey, honey," he answers. "Sorry it's taking so long. I've got the hood open, but I'm not sure what I'm looking for." What is he talking about? He's not here, is he? I walk around to the front of the van. The hood is closed and Roger isn't anywhere near it, and his car's not here. "You're working on the van," I say, making sure that's what he said. "Yes, I'm still at the lot. I found a video online that explained what the problem might be. But now that I'm looking under the hood, I don't think that's the issue." Why is he lying to me? Where is he right now? I could tell him I know he's not here, but I'm curious why he's doing this. Why the man I thought I could trust more than anyone is lying to me. "How long are you going to be there?" I ask. The way things are going, it could be another hour or 2. Maybe longer. "Do you want me to come there and keep you company?" "No, I really need to concentrate, and you have a way of distracting me. In the best of ways, if you know what I mean," he says in a flirtatious tone. "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Good night, honey." Good night? I end the call, feeling sick to my stomach. I can't believe Roger lied. To me. Is he with another woman? Is it Julia? She's definitely interested in him, and I'm sure Roger finds her attractive. But would he really cheat on me? Maybe it's something else. Maybe he had to do something at work and didn't want to tell me after promising me he'd work less this summer. But what would be so important that he'd have to address it at this hour on a Wednesday night? I wish I could talk to someone about this, but there isn't anyone I trust enough to confide in. The friends I have aren't close. They're more like acquaintances I see now and then for coffee or to grab lunch. I couldn't tell them my suspicions about my husband and trust they'd keep quiet. Roger is well known in the community. People respect him. If they found out he was lying to me, they might think he's not trustworthy. I don't want to risk harming his reputation, especially if whatever is going on is nothing. Maybe Roger is out looking for Owen and didn't tell me because he didn't want me to worry. Yes, that's probably it. Roger probably went to Zoe's house, found out Owen wasn't there, and now he's searching around town for him. I'll go home, and I'm sure in an hour or so, they'll both be back at the house. As I turn the car around to leave, I slam on the brakes when I notice a shovel sticking out of the ground. It's not the same shovel I saw when I was here a few weeks ago, with Heidi, Cheryl, and Amy. That one was old with rust covering it. This one looks new. That sick feeling returns. But it's much stronger now, and my heart's pounding in my chest. To anyone else, it'd seem perfectly normal to see a shovel in an area that will soon be dug up to construct a park. But to me, I see bodies. I see the photos I was shown of bodies in the ground. Bodies Dale had buried. With a shovel. It's not the same, I tell myself as my heart beats faster. It's just a shovel. It doesn't mean anything. And yet I find myself getting out of the car and walking over to it. I use the light on my phone to get a better look and see a pile of dirt around the shovel. Like someone buried something there and left the shovel to mark its place. My mind races, trying to make sense of this. Images from the past keep flashing in my head, the bodies in the ground. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. It's not what you think. Don't let your mind even go there. When I open my eyes, I look down and notice the pile of dirt is very small. Far too small for a body. It's barely more than the width of the shovel. Maybe Roger was doing a test to see how compacted the soil was, so he'd know if we need to amend it to make it more hospitable for the newly planted trees. Maybe he took some of the soil to have it tested. He mentioned he might do that if he had time. Deciding that's a reasonable explanation, I head back to my car. As I'm walking there, I stumble on something. It's a man's work glove. It doesn't look like one Roger owns. I pick it up and see it's covered in dirt. Fresh dirt, like the kind I just saw piled up around the shovel. A shiver goes through me and I drop the glove. I take a breath and tell myself to calm down. It was a windy day. Perhaps someone dropped the glove and the wind carried it here. This lot is littered with trash. That's all that glove is. Just a piece of trash. My mind keeps wanting to take me back to the past, but I'm not letting it. The past is over, and I'm never going back there. Chapter 11. The next morning I get up early and make breakfast while Roger and Owen are still asleep. They were both out late last night. I heard Owen go into his room around 11. Roger showed up a little later. When he got into bed, I pretended to be asleep. Roger was snoring within a few minutes, but I was wide awake, wondering where he was and why he lied to me. In my mind, I kept seeing that shovel, the pile of dirt around it, and the dirty glove. I told myself it didn't mean anything, and yet I couldn't stop thinking about it. Hours passed before I finally fell asleep. "Good morning," Roger says, startling me as I pour my coffee. I accidentally bumped the side of my mug with the pot, sending coffee spilling out onto the counter. "Roger." I glance back at him and smile. "You scared me." He laughs a little. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let me help." He grabs a paper towel from the roll and comes over to wipe up the spill. "You're up early." I couldn't sleep, so I decided to get up and make breakfast. I put the coffee pot back on the burner and notice my hand is shaking. I'm nervous. Around Roger. I'm never nervous around him. He usually calms me. But last night he lied to me, which makes me wonder what else he's lied about. "I hope I didn't wake you last night," he says, tossing the paper towel in the trash. "I didn't even hear you come in." I take a sip of my coffee. "What time did you get home?" "I suppose it was a little after 11. I didn't check the time." At least he didn't lie about that. "Why so late?" I ask. Roger takes a mug from the cupboard and pours himself some coffee. "Roger?" He looks over at me. "Yes?" "I was asking what kept you out so late." "The van." He turns to me, holding his mug of coffee. "I spent hours trying to find a problem with the brakes, but couldn't find anything." Wasn't it dark? I ask, my pulse racing as I try to decide whether to call Roger out on his lie or let it go. I'd prefer to let it go and assume Roger had a good reason for lying, but I'm curious what that reason could be. I'm not sure what you mean, Roger says, sitting down at one of the bar stools along the kitchen island. How were you able to work on the van when it was dark out? I brought my work light with me. He looks over at the stove. Honey, I think the eggs might be burning. Oh. I race to the stove and see the scrambled eggs I was making are scorched brown. I remove the pan from the heat and turn off the burner. I'll have to start over. You don't need to make more, Roger says as I take the carton of eggs from the fridge. I'll just have one of my protein bars. It's no trouble. I set down the carton of eggs. I can have it ready in a few minutes. I really don't have time. He gets up and brings his coffee mug to the sink. I need to get to work. He gives me a kiss. Bye, honey. Have a good day. As he leaves, that nagging feeling to confront him gets stronger. I can't go all day not knowing what really happened last night. I'll drive myself crazy coming up with scenarios that I'm sure are nowhere near the truth. Roger, wait! He turns back. Yes, what is it? I walk up to him. I need to talk to you. Could we do it later? I'd really like to get going. Number. It can't wait. We need to talk about this. His brows draw together. About what? My heart's pounding so hard I feel like it's in my throat. I don't want to say this. I don't want to accuse Roger of something I'm sure he didn't do. And I don't want to argue with him. We have such a wonderful marriage. The last thing I'd want to do is disrupt it with accusations. Honey, what is it? Roger asks with concern. What did you want to talk about? I take a breath, trying to calm myself. Last night. What about it? You weren't at the park, the lot. He laughs a little. What are you talking about? My eyes lock on his. I went there. I went to the lot and you weren't there. When? What time? I don't know. Sometime after 8. Why didn't you tell me you were going there? I didn't think I needed to. I assumed I'd go there and you'd be working on the van. But you weren't there. His eyes aren't shifty, and there's no change in his expression. No signs of panic or fear over being caught in a lie. But I know from experience that body language doesn't always indicate if someone is telling the truth or not. Dale looked me straight in the eye and told me he'd done nothing wrong. And look how that turned out. I wasn't there because I left to get a part, Roger says. But the store didn't have it, so Roger, stop lying to me. I called you from the lot. You told me you were there, working on the van. But I was standing right next to the van, and you weren't anywhere around. And your car wasn't there. He looks down and rubs his jaw. My heart's pounding as I wait for him to explain himself. But he doesn't. He's silent, making me wonder if the truth is even worse than the scenarios that have been running through my head. Roger, say something. Tell me where you were last night. He glances behind him, then back at me. Let's talk outside. Outside? Why would we? In case Owen comes down. I don't want him hearing us. Roger takes hold of my arm and leads me out the sliding glass door to the back patio. Just tell me, I say, not wanting to wait another second. Tell me what's going on. Roger lets out a long sigh. It's Owen. What about him? He's the reason I wasn't at the lot when you stopped by. I don't understand. Are you saying something happened to Owen? Number. Well, not exactly. What does that mean? He went to see Zoe and Tanner was there. Apparently, Tanner told Owen to leave, and when Owen explained that Zoe had invited him, Tanner claimed he was lying and accused him of stalking her. Stalking her? Owen wouldn't do that. Did Zoe stand up for him? Number. I think she was worried it might ruin her chances with Tanner. That's horrible. After everything Owen has done for her, this is how she treats him. Honey, I know it's wrong, but think about it from her point of view. She's a young girl who was shunned by her classmates for years. She finally gets attention from a boy who's very popular and has a great deal of power over her peers. Do you really think she'd have the strength to stand up to him? I paused to think about that. Zoe's very timid and shy. I suppose Roger's right and Zoe wouldn't feel like she could stand up to Tanner, but if she's that intimidated by him, why is she dating him? And why is he dating her? Tanner could have any girl he'd like. Why would he pick Zoe, one of the least popular girls in school? So what happened? I asked. Did Owen leave? Yes, but only because Tanner became aggressive. What do you mean by aggressive? He pushed Owen and threatened to hit him if he didn't leave. I gasped. And Zoe just watched this happen? Apparently, she told Owen to go, probably to save him from getting punched. I am going to call Tanner's mother right now and have a word with her, I say, putting my hands on my hips. And then I'm going to call Zoe's mother and tell her, Honey, no. You can't be getting involved. Owen is not a child. He doesn't want his mother interfering. I'm not interfering. I'm letting these parents know their children are hurting my son. Roger puts his hands on my shoulders. I know you want to fix this for Owen, but getting involved will only make things worse for him. So I just do nothing and let this continue? You let him work it out for himself. Nora, trust me. I know teenagers, and I promise you, getting in the middle of their conflicts will only exacerbate the problem. I at least need to talk to him. He doesn't want you to know. He made me promise not to tell you, but then you found out I wasn't where I said I'd be last night, and I had to tell you the truth. How did this happen? If you were at the lot, how did you find out about Owen? After I took the van out for a drive, I went back to the lot and Owen was there. Why? What was he doing? I found him with a shovel, digging around in the dirt. He said he went there to blow off some steam. So that's why the shovel was there, and why it was surrounded by a pile of dirt. That's strange, I say. Why would Owen go there after dark? And where did he get the shovel? I brought one there last week. I was going to dig a hole for one of the new trees to get an estimate of how long it would take the volunteers to plant them. Going back to Owen, I think the real reason he went to the lot was to talk to me. But he found I wasn't there, so he dug around with the shovel. What happened after you got there? I talked to him, asked him what was going on. I knew something was up. Like you said, it didn't make sense for him to go there, especially that time of night. And that's when he told you about Tanner? Yes. He tried to act like it didn't bother him, but it was obvious it did. He was getting angry just talking about it. When did this happen? When did you find him there? I think it was around 8. We must have left just before you showed up. Left where? Where did you go? I took him out for pizza. He was too upset to go home, and I didn't want him wandering around town by himself, feeling even more alone. So we had some pizza, talked some more, and then we went home. Roger is such a good father. I feel terrible for thinking poorly of him. I thought he was with some woman, when the truth was that he was helping our son. I wasn't supposed to tell you this, Roger says, so please don't mention this to Owen. If you do, I'll lose his trust, and he'll never confide in me again. Yes, I won't say anything. I smile at Roger. You're so good to him. He's lucky to have a father like you. I was just doing whatever I could to make him feel better. It hurts me just as much as it hurts you to see Owen going through this. But I know he can do it. I was bullied and teased too at his age, and look at me now. He laughs a little. I think I turned out all right. You're a wonderful man. I'd be very proud if Owen grew up to be like you. Roger checks his watch. Was there anything else you wanted to discuss? If not, I really need to get going. Go ahead. Owen will be up soon. Maybe I'll make him some pancakes. Remember not to say anything. I know you want to, but he told me multiple times last night not to tell you. I promised him I wouldn't. I nod. I'll keep quiet about it. Roger gives me a kiss. Bye, honey. I'll see you tonight. I feel much better now that I know what happened. But it still bothers me that Owen was out at night, digging around with a shovel. Maybe Roger is right, and Owen just went there hoping to talk to his dad. But when he saw Roger wasn't there, why didn't he call or text him to find out where he was? Why would he pick up a shovel and start digging? That's something Dale would do. He'd dig holes to hide the bodies of the men he killed, men who angered and humiliated him, just like Tanner did to Owen. It's not the same. Owen isn't Dale. He's a good boy. A very good boy. Chapter 12. What time are you working today? I ask Owen when he comes down for breakfast. I have to be there at 9, he says, going past me to the pantry. It's almost 9 now. I know. I overslept. He grabs one of Roger's protein bars from the box and stuffs it in his pocket. I'll see you later. Owen, wait. I go up to him as he heads to the door. Mom, I gotta go. I know. I just wondered how you're doing. He shrugs. I'm fine. Why? How did last night go? I know Roger told me not to mention it, but I can't help myself. I wish Owen confided in me like he used to instead of always going to Roger. Zoe had Tanner there, so I left, Owen says, sounding annoyed. I decided to go to a movie. Really? I say, feeling hurt that he's lying to me. Which one? He sighs and rolls his eyes. Mom, I have to go. I'm gonna be late. I just wondered what movie it was. Maybe your father and I will see it. Trust me, you won't, he mutters. What do you mean? I ask. I went to the one about the guy who kills people. And before you get all mad at me, the movie was really dumb. It wasn't anything like real life. The guy wore this stupid mask that looked like a rabbit. It was more like a comedy than a horror movie. He's going into a lot of detail. I almost believe he really did go to the movie. I didn't realize Owen was such a good liar. That's concerning. What time was the movie? I don't know. Around 9. It didn't get out until almost 11. That's why I got home late. He cocks his head to the side, looking confused. What's going on? Why aren't you yelling at me? About what? The movie, he says, like it's obvious. It was about a serial killer. I thought you'd be mad. Oh, yes. You shouldn't be seeing movies like that. But it's too late to do anything about it now. Owen stares at me. Mom, are you feeling okay? He's surprised I'm not more upset about the movie, but it's because I know he didn't actually see it. Honey, you're almost an adult. Soon you'll be on your own, going to whatever movies you want. I'd prefer you not go to movies that involve murder, but you're old enough to make your own decisions. Really? He says with a grin. Cool. Decisions about movies, I clarify. Not other things. Yeah, okay. He laughs. I'll see you later, Mom. He turns to leave, then turns back. Oh, I saw that lady you work with. She wants to have coffee with you. Or maybe it was lunch. I wasn't really listening. What lady? Marcia, I think. She's short. Kinda fat. Has dark hair? Owen, don't call someone fat, I say, scolding him. And Marcia is not fat. She's pregnant. Oh, he mutters. Well, anyway, she told me to tell you to call her. That's odd. Why would Owen include Marcia in his lie? And why would he tell me to call her? Doing that would prove he was lying about where he was last night. I gotta go, or I'm gonna be late, Owen says, racing out the door. I get out my phone, find Marcia's number, and give her a call. Nora, she answers in her usual cheery tone. How's your summer going? Good. And yours? I'm exhausted. She laughs. I forgot how tired I get chasing Liam around all day. Somehow, I'm less tired watching over 20 children than just one. Marcia teaches 2nd grade at the elementary school. I teach 5th, and our classrooms are right next to each other. She's much younger than me, but I like that about her. She has so much energy and enthusiasm, and she treats all the children the same, even the ones some would consider odd. That's another reason I like her. When Owen was in elementary school, some of his teachers shunned him because he wasn't like the other children. He kept to himself and didn't want to participate in class activities. Part of that is my fault. I was so worried he'd tell someone about Dale that I was constantly telling him not to say anything about his father or about our life before we moved here. I think Owen was afraid to talk to or even interact with other children, fearing he might mess up and say something he shouldn't. I feel terrible for doing that to him. But I couldn't have my son telling everyone his father is a convicted serial killer. If they knew that, they would have shunned Owen even more. Looking back, I wish I'd homeschooled Owen, but Roger insisted our son be around other children. I suppose he was right, but I didn't like seeing Owen treated as if there was something wrong with him. I still don't. I'm counting the days until he can leave here and get a fresh start somewhere else. I think your exhaustion is more about the pregnancy, I say to Marcia. I could barely keep my eyes open when I was pregnant with Owen. Speaking of Owen, I can't believe how much he's grown. I think he grew 2 inches since I saw him last. When did you see Owen? Last night. Didn't he tell you? I saw him at the movie theater. I thought that's why you were calling. I told Owen to tell you to call me so we could schedule lunch sometime. So Owen wasn't lying about last night. He was really at the movies. Then why did Roger tell me they went out for pizza? Why is Roger lying to me? What really happened last night? Where did Roger go? And why doesn't he want me to know? An image of Julia flashes in my mind. I hear Roger's voice telling me how lonely she's been since her divorce, and how she's confided in him. But that doesn't mean they're having an affair. Roger was just being a friend. He wouldn't cheat on me. Then again, he seemed quite happy to see Julia at the restaurant the other night. Julia was definitely flirting with him, and I hate to say it, but I think he enjoyed it. He couldn't stop smiling at her. And then he scolded me, saying I was being uncivil to her. My behavior was perfectly civil, and even if it wasn't, why is he sticking up for her instead of taking my side? Nora, Marcia says. Are you still there? Yes. Sorry. You were asking about lunch. When were you thinking? Maybe next Wednesday? Sure. Wednesday should work. I might have to bring Liam if I can't find a sitter. Would you be okay with that? Of course. I'd love to see him. She laughs. I think you forgot what the terrible twos are like. I smile. I'm sure he'll be on his best behavior. As I say it, I hear him screaming in the background. Liam's up from his nap, Marcia says. I need to go, but I'll text you next week to confirm the time and place. Sounds good. Bye, Marcia. I go to the couch to sit down. I'm feeling like I did during my marriage to Dale. Every time I caught him in a lie, I'd get this heaviness in my chest, and my stomach would be in knots. Why would Roger lie to me? Is it because he's seeing Julia behind my back? That can't be true. Roger's a good man, a family man with good family values. He would never cheat, would he? Chapter 13. I'm a nervous wreck by the time Roger gets home at 5. I love my husband and don't want to accuse him of something that might not be true. "Hello, darling," Roger says, coming into the kitchen where I'm making dinner. There's a huge smile on his face, and he's holding a bouquet of pink roses, my favorite. He hands me the flowers. "I thought you might enjoy these. They're lovely." I force out a smile. "Thank you." He leans down to kiss me, but I turn away, and his lips land on my cheek. I hurry over to the cupboard and take out a vase. "Nora," he says with concern, "is everything okay?" "Yes." I glance back at him. "I just want to put the flowers in some water. I'd hate for them to wilt." I take the vase over to the sink. Roger comes up behind me and wraps his arms around my waist. "How was your day?" My heart's pounding as I consider what to say. Part of me wants to forget about last night and pretend it never happened. But if I do, I'll keep coming up with scenarios that probably aren't even close to the truth. I need to be honest and ask him to explain what really happened. "Nora," he says, still waiting for my answer. "It was fine," I blurt out, noticing I've overfilled the vase and water is flowing out the sides. "Honey, are you okay?" Roger asks, reaching over to shut off the faucet. "Yes, I just wasn't paying attention." I pick up the flowers and rip open the cellophane wrapper. These flowers are beautiful. "Just like you," Roger says, his arms tightening around me as he kisses the side of my neck. My body stiffens and I feel Roger backing away. "What's wrong?" he asks. "Nothing. I just got stuck by one of the thorns." I put the flowers in the vase. "Should I get a bandage?" "No, I'll be okay." I set the vase on the counter and turn to see Roger looking at me with a worried expression. "Honey, I'm fine. Really." I hold up my hand. "I'm not even bleeding." "Nora, I know something's bothering you. Just tell me." I walk over to the stove and check on the potatoes. They don't need to be checked. I'm stalling, afraid to say this to Roger, afraid of what I might find out when I do. "What you told me," I say, "about last night." "What about it?" I pick up a spoon and stir the potatoes in the pot. "It's not true. What you told me isn't true." "Of course it is. Why would you think it wasn't?" "Owen. I asked him about last night." I set the spoon down and turn to Roger. "He was at the movies. He said he saw Marcia there. I called her, and she confirmed Owen was there." Roger's brows draw together. "When? What time did she see him?" "I didn't ask, but Owen said he went there around 9. The same time you said you were with him." My heart's pounding as I look at my husband. "Tell me the truth. Where were you last night?" He looks down, running his hand through his hair, then down the side of his face. "He's lying. Owen is lying." "He's not. I talked to Marcia. She told me she saw Owen last night at the movies." Roger looks over at me. "You mean Marcia from your school? The teacher?" "Yes, why?" "She's pregnant and has a young child. I can't imagine she was going to a movie at 9 o'clock at night. It had to have been earlier. Owen must have gone to the movie after he left Zoe's house around 6 or 6:30. He lied and told you it was 9 so that you wouldn't know he was with me." "I suppose that's possible," I say, thinking he's right that it'd be odd for Marcia to go to the movies that late, especially since she told me how tired she's been. Roger walks up to me, Why are you questioning me about this? Did you really think I'd lie to you? No, of course not. And yet you felt the need to check my story, to make sure it was true, even after I told you not to ask Owen about it. I didn't ask him. He told me. I asked how his night was, and that's when he mentioned the movie and seeing Marcia. So I called her, and she told me she saw Owen there, which didn't make sense if he was with you. Roger folds his arms over his chest. Where exactly did you think I was? I don't know. Maybe the office? I hurry over to the stove. The potatoes are almost done. We'll eat in a few minutes. Could you pour the drinks? Nora, answer me. Where did you think I was? I just told you. I assumed you were at the office. If you thought I was at the office, you wouldn't have been nervous to bring this up. I wasn't nervous, I say with a laugh. You were practically shaking. He walks over to me. Be honest with me, Nora. Where did you think I was? I look away, not wanting to see his face when I tell him this. I thought maybe you might be with Julia. Roger sighs in frustration. Honey, we've discussed this. I do not have any involvement with Julia outside of the park project. I'm disappointed you'd even think there was something going on. You know I'd never betray you. Where is this coming from? Let's not talk about it. I open the cupboard and take out the glasses. I was letting my mind go places it shouldn't. I take the glasses to the sink and start filling them with water. Roger comes up beside me and turns off the sink. You know how much I love you. I was there for you during the worst time of your life. I took care of you, took care of Owen. I married you, adopted Owen, and moved to a different town in a different state so no one would ever know what you went through. Would I do that if I wasn't committed to spending the rest of my life with you? I turn to face him. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have accused you of being with Julia. It's just... I look down. After what I went through with Dale, I tend to assume the worst when I'm not sure what's going on. Nothing is going on, Roger says, his arms going around my waist. With me or with Owen. I still worry about him, especially now that he doesn't have Zoe. And I don't like that he's lying to me. Honey, it's normal. Owen is a typical teenager trying to assert his independence. He's not always going to tell us everything. And as for what's going on with Zoe, he needs to be allowed to work out his problems without his mother's involvement. That's not easy to do. I've protected him for all these years. It's hard to not do that anymore. But you need to. You need to let him learn how to deal with difficult situations on his own. Or I could go to college with him. Nora, you are not... I'm joking. I smile. He smiles back, then gives me a kiss. I'm going to tell Owen that dinner's ready. As Roger leaves to go upstairs, I realize how foolish I was to think he was having an affair. Like he said, he's fully committed to me, and to Owen. After everything I went through with Dale, Roger could have decided he'd had enough and abandoned me. Most men would, but Roger didn't. He stayed by my side, married me, and agreed to leave our life in Oklahoma to come here, to some random town in Texas where nobody knows about Dale or our connection to him. Roger could have abandoned me back then, but he didn't. So why did I think he would now? It was ridiculous for me to even consider he would. It shows how much Dale has affected me. All these years later, and I still find it difficult to trust people, even those I love the most. Chapter 14. Next time, I think I'll let you two go without me, I say, as Roger puts our bikes in the van. Honey, you did great, Roger says. You just need to get out there more, get comfortable on the bike. Roger and Owen decided to take me on a bike ride. I haven't ridden a bike in years, but Owen found my old bike in the garage and offered to fix it up. It's been at the bike shop for weeks, so I thought he might have forgotten about it, but then he brought it home last night. He was so excited for me to try it out that I couldn't tell him no when he suggested we all go out for a bike ride. "Dad's right," Owen says to me. "You gotta practice so you get used to it. You should go on the trail by the school. It's paved. You'd like that better than biking on dirt." "We're all set," Roger says, shutting the back of the van. It does come in handy when you need a lot of space, and since it's a work van, we don't have to worry about the bikes getting dirt and mud all over it. As Owen goes to get in the van, Roger comes over and puts his arm around me. "Thanks for doing this. Owen really enjoyed it. I could tell." I smile at him. "You don't need to thank me. I got to spend time with my two favorite people. As for the biking, I enjoyed it once I got over my fear of falling down. But now I'm sore," I say, rubbing my lower back. "I think I'll be sore for days." Roger leans down to talk in my ear. "How about I give you a massage when we get home?" "I'd love that." I kiss him. "Hey!" Owen yells, poking his head out the door. "You guys coming?" Roger and I join him in the van. "You two care if I stop at the hardware store on the way home?" Roger asks as he drives down the road. "I don't mind," I say. "What do you need?" "Some new work gloves. I need them for the park project. My old ones are really worn out." "Can't you go later?" Owen asks. "I could, but I'd like to get them now since we'll be passing right by the store." Roger glances at Owen as we wait at a stoplight. "You got somewhere to be?" "No, but I can't be spending all day with my parents. It's not cool." "Oh," Roger says with a smile. I could see how that could be a problem. He pulls into the hardware store and finds a place to park. "I saw some gloves at the lot the other night," I say. "I noticed them too," Roger says, turning off the van. I'm not sure how they got there. Owen shifts in his seat. "We going in or what?" "Yes, we're going," Roger says with a laugh. I didn't realize we were in a rush. We go into the store, and while Roger goes to find gloves, Owen and I remain up front and look through all the 4th of July decor and supplies. "Maybe we should have a party for the 4th this year," I say to Owen. "Wouldn't that be fun?" "Why would we have a party? Nobody would come." "Why wouldn't they? Not everyone has plans for the 4th. "They won't come because of me. Nobody wants to be around me." I set down the paper plates I was holding. "Owen, why would you say that? You know that's not true." He shrugs. "Forget it. It doesn't matter." "It does matter. Tell me why you said that." "I'm gonna go find Dad." He takes off, leaving me wondering what he meant. While it's true there are people in town who think Owen is strange and don't want to be around him, not everyone's that way. People love Roger, and because of that, they're kinder to Owen. If Roger invited people over for a party, most all of them would show up, even with Owen there. "What do you think?" I hear Roger say. Turning around, I see him modeling a pair of tan work gloves. "They're lovely," I say. "They really complement your eyes." He laughs. "I might need another pair, but I'll start with these." Owen's standing behind him. "Can we go now?" "Yes," Roger says. "Unless your mother wants to shop around." "No, we can go," I tell him. We pay at the checkout and leave the store. "Hey!" someone yells. I look over and see a large man storming across the parking lot. He's heading straight toward us. "Ignore him," Roger says, continuing to the van. "Who is it?" Owen asks. "Darren," I say, recognizing him as he gets closer. "I don't think you know him." "But I do." He's Julia's ex-husband. He did construction at my school last year when we were updating some of the classrooms. I'd see him on my way into the building each morning. "Roger!" he yells, catching up to us. "You deaf? I'm talking to you." Darren's the same height as Roger, but has a wider build and more muscles. He shaves his head but has a full beard and a tattoo that wraps around his neck. Roger turns to Darren and calmly says, "What do you need?" "I need you to stay away from my wife." He points his finger at Roger. "You hear me?" "You and Julia are divorced," Roger says, remaining calm. "And my relationship with Julia is strictly professional." "You think I'm going to believe that?" Darren says, raising his voice. "I've heard the rumors. People seeing you two around town. I don't care if she's my ex. She doesn't need to be getting messed up with someone like you." What is he talking about? What rumors? Are people saying Roger's having an affair with Julia? "You need to leave," Roger says, glaring at Darren. He steps closer to Roger, getting in his face. "You might have everyone else fooled, but I see right through that little act of yours." "Get away from him!" Owen yells, racing up beside Roger. Darren glances at Owen. "Back off, freak!" "Don't speak to him that way!" Roger snaps. "I mean it, Darren. Get away from my family." "Don't go near Julia again," he says. "You understand?" Roger gets out his phone. "If you continue to threaten me, I'll call the police." Darren looks over at me. "He's been seeing her for months. If I were you, I'd—" "That's enough!" Roger shouts. "I'm calling the police." He unlocks his phone. "Go ahead," Darren says as he walks away. "They're not going to do anything." We watch as he goes through the parking lot and into the hardware store. "Get in the van," Roger barks at Owen and me. "We're going home." We ride in silence back to the house. Owen seems shaken by the incident, his foot tapping the floor. I'm unsure how I feel, or if what Darren said is even true. Is there really a rumor going around about Roger and Julia? When did it start, and who started it? I need to talk to Roger about this, but not in front of Owen. When we get home, Roger parks in the driveway but leaves the engine running. "Go ahead and go inside. I'm going to go drop off the van." "Why don't you do it later?" I ask. "We'll have dinner and then I'll go with you to take the van back." "I want to do it now and get it over with." "What about the bikes?" Owen asks. "Go take them out of the back," Roger says. Owen gets out of the van. I shut the door and turn to Roger. "Are you okay?" He smiles at me. "I'm fine." "We need to talk about this." I glance at Owen as he takes the bikes out. "Later, when Owen's not around." "There's nothing to talk about," Roger says. Darren is an angry and disturbed man, as evidenced by his performance in the parking lot. "Okay, I'm done," Owen yells as he closes the back of the van. "Go ahead and start dinner," Roger says to me. "I'll be home soon." He's much calmer now than he was a few minutes ago. But that's Roger. Even if something upsets him and his temper flares, he quickly returns to his calm, collected self. That's one of the reasons I found comfort in him after Dale's arrest. Even on my most stressful days, Roger's calming presence helped me relax. He'd constantly remind me that things would get better at a time when I couldn't imagine they ever would. As Roger drives away, I help Owen take the bikes to the garage. "Was that guy telling the truth?" Owen asks, as I set my bike on the storage rack. "About Dad?" "No." I walk over to Owen. "Don't listen to Darren. He's just jealous of your father." "Why would he be jealous?" "Because your father is smart and handsome and well-respected in the community." I take Roger's bike from Owen. "Let's finish putting these away and go inside." "You're saying he made it up to make Dad look bad?" Owen says. adding his bike to the rack. "Honey, let's not talk about this." I turn to him and smile. "What would you like for dinner? I left chicken out, but maybe I'll order a pizza instead. How does that sound?" "If that's what he was doing, why tell Dad?" Owen asks. "Why wouldn't he just spread the rumor around town?" Owen's a very smart boy, and very curious. He's always been that way. He won't let something go until it makes sense to him. He's very logical and won't believe something just because someone tells him to. As a child, he refused to believe in Santa because the logistics of a man going to all those houses in one night didn't make sense to him. "Darren clearly wanted to upset your father," I say. "But as you saw, your father remained calm and didn't give Darren the reaction he wanted. That's the mature way to handle someone like that. You should do the same if someone ever attacks you that way." I'm hoping Owen remembers that the next time he considers threatening someone with a baseball bat. I still can't believe he did that. "That never works," Owen says. "That guy's gonna keep harassing Dad unless he does something to stop it." Owen makes sure his bike is secured in the rack, then heads to the door that goes into the house. I follow him into the kitchen. "What did you mean by that?" "By what?" "Saying your father needs to do something to stop it. What do you think he should do?" Owen shrugs. "Punch him. Mess with his car. Something that gets his attention. Talking to him isn't going to do anything. That guy wasn't even listening to Dad." "It doesn't matter if he was listening." I walk up to Owen as he opens the fridge. "Violence is not the answer. I've told you this many times." "Yeah, and you're wrong." He takes out the carton of chocolate milk and shuts the fridge. "Maybe talking works for girls, but not for guys. Guys only listen when they're getting hurt. The worse the pain, the more they listen." Where is this coming from? Who taught him that? I certainly didn't. I've repeatedly told Owen that violence is not the way to solve problems. I'm very disturbed hearing him say this. "Owen, that is not how we deal with people who anger us," I say, as he gulps the chocolate milk straight from the carton. "You should never threaten anyone with violence, or worse, actually hurt someone." He sets the milk carton down. "This is out. Do we have any in the garage fridge?" "Forget about the milk." I grip his arm. "Listen to me. No matter how much someone angers you, you are not to use violence to deal with them. Do you understand?" "Yeah, whatever," he says, pulling away from me. "I'll be in my room." "Owen, I mean it," I say, as he walks away. I hope I got through to him, but I don't think I did. I'll ask Roger to talk to him. Owen listens to him more than he does me. Maybe Owen was just repeating what he heard boys at school say. Just because he said it doesn't mean he'd act on it. Owen wouldn't hurt anyone. I know he wouldn't. Chapter 15. Why don't you go up to your room and watch TV? I say to Owen when we've finished dinner. "I want to talk to your father." Owen gets up from his chair. "I'm gonna go to the shop. Try to finish this bike I was working on." "Isn't it too late?" I say, noticing the time. "The shop is closed." "Benny doesn't care if I'm there after hours," Owen says, referring to the shop owner. "He even gave me a key." "Go ahead," Roger says, smiling at Owen. "Just don't be out too late." Owen takes off and goes out to his car. "I'm worried about him," I say to Roger. "You're worried about Owen?" Roger says with a laugh. "What else is new?" He picks up his glass of water. "Honey, I'm serious. He said something very disturbing when you were gone." Roger sets his glass down. "What did he say?" "That the way to make people listen is to hurt them. He said the worse the pain, the more they listen." I shudder. It made me sick hearing him say that. I felt like I was listening to Dale. Dale said that? No, but I'm sure that's the way he thought. If he didn't, he wouldn't have killed those men. As far as I know, Dale only killed men. There were 3, and they were all connected to the college where Dale worked as a janitor. One was a student, a basketball player who was good enough that he was being scouted to play professionally. The second victim was a psychology professor, and the third was one of the other janitors. It's possible there were other victims, but those were the 3 that were found buried in the woods. Why would Owen tell you that? Roger asks. How did this come up? We were talking about Darren and what happened at the hardware store. I told Owen you handled it in a very mature way, and that he should do the same when dealing with people who anger him. That's when he said talking to someone doesn't change anything, and that hurting someone is the only way to get through to them. I know you don't want to hear this, but when it comes to dealing with boys his age, Owen is right. They don't respond to being spoken to. They use their fists to resolve conflict. At least around here they do. I can't tell you how many times I have to deal with boys at school getting into fights. Can't you stop it? I try, but I can only do so much. The parents don't see any problem with it. They believe boys will be boys, and fighting is part of that. And then there's Wade. Roger says, referring to the football coach. He encourages the boys to fight, saying it makes them tougher. But that's not Owen. We didn't raise him to be like that. Yes, but he's dealing with boys who were raised like that. So what are you saying? That it's okay for Owen to hit someone? Honey, all he did was make a comment. He didn't do anything. And he's not going to. Owen's not violent. I thought the same thing about Dale, and look what happened. Roger grips my hand. You need to stop this. Owen is not Dale, and he is not doomed to become him. You don't know that. I saw this study that found a genetic link between serial killers and... The gene is only activated when combined with a traumatic childhood, which Owen didn't have. He's grown up in a loving and caring home. He's still had trauma, being teased by other children, teachers treating him like there was something wrong with him, not having friends. Those could all be considered forms of trauma. Not the kind of trauma that would lead to him becoming like Dale. Dale didn't have a traumatic childhood. So what happened to him? Why did he do it? Are we really going to revisit this? Roger leans back in his chair. I thought we were done talking about Dale, trying to figure out why he did it. We'll never actually know, so why do you insist on continuing to talk about it? Because now we're talking about Owen. If something triggered Dale to kill those men, I need to know what it was, because that same trigger could make Owen. Nora, stop. Don't even say it. You are not going to label our son a killer when he hasn't done so much as even hit someone. I take a breath and tell myself to calm down. Roger is right, as usual. I shouldn't be thinking of Owen that way. Just because he made that comment doesn't mean he'll become like his father. You want some dessert? Roger says, getting up. I think there's ice cream in the freezer. I don't need any, I say, my mind going to what happened with Darren. I need to bring it up, but I'm not sure I should, after the heated discussion we had about Owen. Looks like we're out, Roger says, looking in the freezer. Owen must have finished it up. Roger, can we talk about what happened today? We can, but I don't see a need to, Roger says, returning to the table. Darren is a very unstable man, as you witnessed from his outburst today. Julia described him as being unhinged. She said he'd get jealous whenever she even spoke to another man. So I can see why he's chosen to target me for his hostility, given all the time I've spent with Julia. But he divorced her. If he wanted her for himself, why would he end their marriage? He had someone else. Someone he wanted more than Julia. Darren was having an affair. Is it anyone I know? Roger shakes his head. She doesn't live around here. He met her online and went to see her a few times. He divorced Julia, thinking he had a future with this other woman, but then she ended it. And now he wants Julia back? No, but he doesn't want anyone else having her. Even though they're divorced, he still thinks she belongs to him. Julia can't stand him. She wishes he'd leave town, or at least leave her, alone. What about the rumor? Is there really a rumor going around about you and Julia? Not that I know of. If there was, Doreen would have told me. That's true. Doreen knows every rumor in town, and is often the person who starts them. Should we be worried about Darren? I ask. Do you think he'd do something to you? Nora, you're getting worked up over nothing. Darren is harmless. He's just one of those guys who has to yell at people and threaten them in order to feel important. Julia said he's been like that for as long as she's known him. Then why was she upset about the divorce? She should be happy to be rid of him. Their marriage wasn't all bad, and Julia's drawn to men like him. The bad boys, she calls them. I don't understand it, but apparently that's what some women like. He smiles. Luckily, not you. I was attracted to men like that when I was younger, but I grew out of it. Some women don't. A lot of women don't, if you consider all the mothers at school married to men just like Darren. And yet they're enamored with you, I kid. Hardly, he says with a laugh. They're only nice to me, so I'll go easy on their children. Oh, speaking of the moms, several of them have texted me, asking when they'll get the schedule to volunteer. I finished it, but I was hoping to go over it with you before I send it out. Maybe we could do it tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. I'll be at the park site tomorrow, getting it ready for the crew to rip up the concrete. You won't be gone all day, will you? Tomorrow's Sunday. I thought we'd do something with Owen. He has plans. I don't know what he's doing. But he mentioned he wouldn't be around tomorrow. Then maybe I'll go with you and help out. You can. But I think you'd be happier doing something else. It's supposed to be extremely hot tomorrow, and I'm sure I'll run into some snakes. I tense up as I imagine snakes crawling all over me. Maybe I'll find something else to do. I thought you might say that. He smiles. Why don't I take you out tonight since I'll be away for the next few weeks? Away? Where are you going? Nowhere, but I have a lot to do to get the park project underway. I'll be spending most of my time there in the coming weeks. Roger, you promised me you'd spend more time at home this summer. That was before I was put in charge of this project. Honey, please don't give me a hard time about this. The park is going to be a big improvement for the town, and it wouldn't be happening if they had to hire someone to oversee it. We agreed I'd be the one to do it. Yes, but I thought the volunteers would do most of the work. They will, but I still have to be there to make sure everything's being done according to the plans the town agreed to. He gets up. Come on, I'll take you to that place you like that does the line dancing. Really? I say, surprised because Roger doesn't like that place. Will you dance? No. He laughs. But you can, and we can stay as long as you'd like. Whenever we go there, Roger wants to leave after one drink. He doesn't like country music, and he really doesn't like line dancing. I love it, and so did Dale. In fact, we met at a country bar that's just like the one Roger's taking me to tonight. Dale spotted me dancing and came over and joined me. He asked me out, and that night ended up being our first date. He wasn't anything great to look at, but He was funny and easy to talk to. I really liked him back then. I never in a million years would have guessed he was capable of murder. Chapter 16. "It's good to see you," Marcia says, giving me a hug. It's Wednesday, the day Marcia and I agreed to meet for lunch. We're at the diner that used to be Owen's favorite place when he was younger because there's a toy train that runs on a track that goes around the entire restaurant. Occasionally, it blares a horn, which Owen loved. I really miss those times. Now, I barely see him. "You look wonderful," I say to Marcia, noticing her shiny hair and the glow to her skin. She's lucky. When I was pregnant, I broke out with terrible acne. My hair turned dry and brittle, and I had red blotches along my neck. "Thanks," she says as we sit down in the booth. "It's been an easy pregnancy so far." "How's Liam?" "Good, but I only have the sitter for an hour, so it'll have to be a quick lunch." "That's fine. I'm just happy to get out and do something. Since school let out, I've been hanging out at home most days. I'm starting to get bored." "Owen's not around?" "No, he's working at the bike store during the day, and at night he's either hiding in his room or out driving around. I hope that's all he's doing. That's what he says, but I'm not sure I believe him." "He's friends with Zoe, right? I saw her last week at the store. She's really grown up." "She has, and unfortunately, she's decided she's outgrown Owen. They're no longer friends." "That's surprising. They've been friends for years." "Yes, I was very upset when I found out." "How's Owen taking it?" "He pretends he's fine, but I know he's upset, especially since she's dating Tanner, who isn't nice to Owen." "Tanner, the football player?" "Yes, which is hard to believe because a year ago, a boy like him wouldn't have even noticed her. So now she's with Tanner and Owen has no one." "Zoe was such a sweet little girl. I'm surprised she did that to Owen." "It wasn't just her. It was her mother. But I don't want to tell Marcia that." "Kids change a lot when they're teenagers," I say. "Some of the stories I hear from Roger are just awful. He tries to keep the kids in line, but there's only so much he can do. The football team is the worst. Those boys think they can do anything and not get in trouble." "It's because of their coach. Wade is a jerk. My dad went to school with him back in the day. Said Wade was a bully, always getting into fights, yelling at teachers. He had no respect for authority." "Sounds like he hasn't changed much. Roger's tried to get along with him, but Wade fights him on every little thing." The waitress stops by our table. "Hi, Mrs. Trallis." "Shauna," I say, recognizing her as one of my former students. "I didn't know you worked here." "I just started." She looks at Marcia. "You look familiar. Do you work at the school?" "Yes, but you weren't in my class." Marcia smiles at her. "We're kind of short on time, so could we put our order in?" "Sure." Shauna gets out her order pad. "What can I get you?" "Cheeseburger and fries," I say. "I'll have the same," Marcia says. "Got it." Shauna turns to leave, then turns back. "Hey, how's Owen?" "He's good," I say, wondering why she's asking about him. She's 2 years older than Owen, and I doubt they ever spoke when she was in high school with him. "I mean, his head," she says. "He hit it pretty hard. Is he okay?" "Owen hit his head?" I say, alarmed. "When? How do you know this?" "Last night he was here to pick up a milkshake and got in a fight with that football player." "What football player? Tanner?" "Yeah, that was him. He was here with that girl, Owen's ex. I think her name's Zoe." "She's not his ex. They were just friends. So what happened?" "I didn't really see it. I came out from the kitchen and heard them arguing. Then Tanner got up and shoved Owen, and he fell and hit his head on one of the tables. You don't know if he was hurt? I ask. Number. He left after that. I'll go put in your order. I can't believe Owen didn't tell me, I say to Marcia. He probably didn't want you to know. Boys his age don't like telling their moms that kind of thing. I wonder if he told Roger. I get out my phone to call him, but then decide to wait and talk to him later. Do you want to go? Marcia asks. You seem really upset. I am upset, but I'll stay. I can't do anything about it now. I take a drink of my water. Owen's been doing this a lot lately, hiding things from me, lying to me. It's very concerning. That's normal at his age. It's his way of being more independent. I get that, but I still don't like it. Owen and I used to be so close. He used to tell me everything, and now he's completely closed off. Does he talk to Roger? Yes. So I guess that's good. At least Owen is talking to one of us. Here's your burgers, Shauna says, returning with our food. I had them put a rush on it since you're in a hurry. Shauna, have you seen Owen here before last night? Yeah, he's here a lot. Usually he takes stuff to go. Why do you ask? I was just curious. Okay, well, let me know if you need anything else. She takes off. Marcia and I continue our lunch. I'm trying to listen to Marcia talk, but my mind keeps wandering to Owen, wondering what else he's neglected to tell me. After I leave the diner, I head to the high school to talk to Roger. I was going to talk to him tonight, but I don't want to wait. I need to tell him what Tanner did. As I go into the school, I hear Roger's voice coming from down the hall. I follow it to the gymnasium and hear someone else talking. It sounds like Wade's deep booming voice. I want those new uniforms, Wade says. My boys aren't going another season wearing faded uniforms with stains on them. You know how that looks to the other teams? I'm sorry, Wade, but we don't have the money this year. The uniforms will have to wait. Take the money from somewhere else. I'm not letting my boys play in those ragged uniforms. You hear me? Wade, let go of me. Not until you give me what I want. I go into the gym and see Wade gripping Roger's arm. There you are, I say in a pleasant tone, interrupting their heated discussion. Nora. Wade lets go of Roger's arm. What are you doing here? I need to talk to Roger. Do you mind? Wade sneers at Roger. We'll discuss this later. Yes, of course, Roger says. Goodbye, Wade. Enjoy your trip. Wade ignores him and walks out of the gym. He's going on a trip? I ask Roger. A fishing trip, somewhere up north. He goes every summer. That's good. Roger will get a break from him. What did you need to talk about? Roger asks. Owen. But before we do, what was going on with Wade? The usual. He wants the entire school budget to go to the team. When I walked in, it looked like he was about to hit you. Honey, I don't want to get into this. I'll deal with Wade. What's going on with Owen? I was having lunch at the diner with Marcia, and the waitress told me Tanner and Owen got into a fight there last night. She said Tanner shoved Owen so hard he hit his head on the table. Why? What was the fight about? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that Tanner hurt Owen. I'll talk to him. Who? Tanner or Owen? Owen. I'll see what the fight was about. I'm guessing it had to do with Zoe. Was she there last night? Yes, with Tanner. Owen probably went over to talk to her, and Tanner got angry. That's ridiculous. Owen shouldn't get beat up for talking to Zoe. I'm furious Tanner can behave this way and just get away with it. You need to do something. We can't allow this to continue. There's nothing I can do. If it happened while they were at school, then yes, I could intervene, but I can't go around town yelling at other people's kids. You could talk to Larry, Tanner's father. Roger laughs. Have you met Larry? He's even more of a hothead than Wade, and just as unreasonable. He wouldn't let me get 2 words out before his fist hit my face. Roger, we can't just do nothing. I'm not going to allow Owen to be harassed by boys like Tanner for his entire senior year. It won't come to that. I'm sure things will calm down in a few weeks. This is all happening because Tanner is dating Zoe. But you know that's not going to last. Tanner doesn't stay with a girl for more than a few weeks. That doesn't mean he'll stop harassing Owen. Let's see how it goes, Roger says, putting his arm around me and walking me out of the gym. Let's give Owen a chance to deal with this on his own before we intervene. It'll be good practice for when he goes to college. When we reach the hallway, I stop and turn to Roger. You think this will still be happening when Owen goes to college? I hope not, but it's possible. Bullies aren't limited to high school. They're everywhere. Just look at Wade. Why do you let him treat you that way? Isn't there something you could do? You're his boss. You could fire him. Unfortunately, that's not an option. Football is more important than academics around here, and Wade wins us games. The town wouldn't allow me to fire him. They'd rather see me fired than him. He checks the time. Honey, I'm sorry, but I really need to get back to work. Yes, go ahead. I suppose this could have waited until later, but I was so upset hearing what happened to Owen that I needed to talk to you. I understand. He gives me a kiss. I'll see you tonight. He heads to his office while I go down the hall that leads to the parking lot. Hey, someone says as I go outside. I look over and see Wade standing against the building, holding a cigarette. Goodbye, Wade, I say in a curt tone as I walk past him. What's the rush? Wade says, following beside me. Aren't you off for the summer? Yes, but I have things to do. I stop and turn to him, unable to hold back my thoughts. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead, he says, getting out his lighter. It's silver with a silhouette of a naked woman on it. Of course, he'd have a lighter like that. Why do you feel the need to harass my husband? Why can't you get along with him? Because he's weak. I don't respect weak men. He smirks at me as he lights his cigarette. Maybe you should get yourself a real man. He takes a puff of his cigarette. Someone more like me. I'm serious, Wade, I say, disgusted at his attempt to flirt with me. You don't need to act this way. Roger already has a difficult job running this school. You don't have to make it even harder on him. Did he do this? Wade glances back at the building. Did he send you out here to fight for him because he's too afraid to do it himself? Of course not. I didn't even know you were here. And I'd appreciate it if you kept this between us. I didn't plan to say anything, but then I heard how you were talking to Roger in the gym, and I had to speak up. Roger's a very nice man who cares about this school and cares about the community. He doesn't deserve to be treated this way. Wade takes another puff of his cigarette. You're not too bright, are you? My jaw drops, then snaps shut. I think we're done here. I storm off. You heard the rumor, right? Wade yells at me. About him and Julia? I turned back to him. I said we're done here. And if you don't, it's all around town. Wade saunters over to me. Everyone's talking about it, saying how the do-gooder principal has finally fallen off his pedestal. Wade smirks. But I'm sure you already knew that, didn't you? I don't believe rumors, I say through gritted teeth. They're made-up stories started by petty people who have nothing better to do with their time. You go ahead and believe that. It's probably for the best. There aren't a lot of options for a woman like you. Married twice, with a freak for a son. I go to slap him, but he grabs my hand, gripping it tightly as he leans down to my face. "Stay out of my business, you hear me? I don't take orders, especially from women." He lets go of me and stands up straight. "Go home and be a good little wife." He winks at me, then walks away. I hurry to my car, seething with anger. I don't know how Roger works with him. I wouldn't make it more than a day with that man. I'd fire him and not care if the town gets mad. There are plenty of other football coaches around. Any one of them would be better than Wade. I don't for 1 second believe what he said about Roger. The fact that Wade brought it up is enough to tell me it isn't true. He'll say anything to make my husband look bad. I wouldn't be surprised if Wade's the person who started the rumor. Chapter 17. When I get home, I see Owen's car in the driveway. It's really old and a hideous shade of brown, but it was all Owen could afford. Roger and I offered to chip in some money for a better car, but Owen turned us down. He insisted on buying the car all on his own. "Owen," I say, going into the house. I make my way to the kitchen and see him standing by the counter, eating a bowl of cereal. "Hey," he mutters, glancing at me. "Hi, honey." I walk over to him. "What are you doing home?" "I left work early. I wasn't feeling good." Alarm bells go off inside me as I consider Owen might have a concussion or some other serious brain injury from Tanner attacking him last night. "What's wrong?" I ask. "Is it your head? I heard about last night." He stops eating and looks at me. "What about it?" "I heard Tanner shoved you at the diner. I was there for lunch today. The waitress told me." He sighs and shakes his head. "I didn't want you to know." "Why?" "Because I knew you'd make a big deal out of it." He walks past me and puts his bowl in the sink. "Owen, it is a big deal. Tanner should not be shoving you. He could have seriously hurt you." I walk up behind Owen and feel his head. "Mom, stop," he says, pushing my hand away. "I'm fine." "You just told me you didn't feel good. You said that's why you left work." He turns to me. "It wasn't because of my head." "Then what was it? Are you getting sick?" I feel his forehead. "Do you have a fever?" "No." He goes past me. "Would you just let it go?" "Owen, wait," I say as he walks away. "We're not done talking." He turns back to me. "I'm tired. I want to go to my room." "Not until you tell me what happened. Why did Tanner shove you?" Owen shrugs. "I don't know." "Owen, come on. He didn't shove you for no reason. Was this about Zoe?" "It started that way." He leans back against the counter and folds his arms over his chest. "I said hi to her, and Tanner told me to get lost. He said I'm a freak and should be in a mental hospital. And Zoe just sat there. She didn't try to stop him?" "No, but I didn't expect her to. Being with Tanner makes her popular. She's not giving that up." "That's awful. I really thought Zoe was better than that. I hope you didn't believe any of the things Tanner was saying about you." "I didn't. And I was about to walk away, but then he started saying all this stuff about Dad." "What about him?" "He said Dad is—" Owen stares down at the floor. "He's what?" "That he's fooling around with that lady. Julia, or whatever her name is. Tanner said they've been seeing each other for months." "Owen, you know that's not true. You know your father wouldn't have an affair. Then why is everyone saying it?" He looks up at me. "That Darren guy said it, and he's her husband. He'd know if it wasn't true." "He's not her husband. They're divorced, and divorced people often say bad things about their ex. Spreading a rumor about his ex-wife being with a married man makes her look bad. That's why he's doing it. He doesn't care if it's true or not." "But Tanner's telling people it is, and people believe him because he's Mr. Popular, the star football player." Owen pauses. "I think Tanner's dad is the one who started the rumor. Him and Coach Sanders. I think they want to make everyone hate Dad, so he'll get fired. Maybe even leave town. Honey, that's a bit extreme. I know they don't like him, but I don't think... No, Mom, it's true. Tanner told me. He told you his father is trying to get Roger fired? He said it'll happen once people realize Dad is a liar and a cheater. He said people won't trust him, and they'll run Dad out of town. This rumor is getting out of control. It needs to stop. I'd usually ignore a rumor, but this one involves my husband and could damage his reputation. So why did Tanner shove you? I ask. Because you told him what he was saying wasn't true? No. It was because I told Tanner his dad is pathetic and insecure. If he has to make up rumors about Dad to make himself feel better. That's when Tanner got up and shoved me. How badly were you hurt? The waitress said you hit your head on the table. It's fine. I barely hit it. The waitress was exaggerating. Well, I'm glad you're okay. As for Tanner, I wouldn't let him get to you. I'll talk to your father about this. He needs to deal with this rumor going around. What if it's true? Owen says. Do you think he'd leave us? It's not true. And your father would never leave us. He's been through a lot with us. If we wanted to leave, he would have done it years ago. Owen's gaze returns to the floor. I wish he'd die. Who? Coach Sanders. He's old and he smokes and drinks all the time. He should be dead by now. Honey, that's not a nice thing to say. Just think about it. He looks up at me. If it weren't for Coach Sanders, the football players wouldn't get away with everything. And their parents wouldn't have so much power. I'm telling you, Mom, it was Coach Sanders that started that rumor, and he got Tanner's dad to spread it around town. They're trying to convince people Dad's not the nice guy everyone thinks he is, and that he's a liar and a cheater and shouldn't be running the school. Then your father and I will deal with it, I say, walking up to Owen. This isn't your problem. I don't want you doing anything to get back at Tanner or anyone else. I'm thinking of Dale as I say it. His victims were all men who treated Dale poorly, or that's what was said at the trial. Dale never told me that himself, but that's not surprising. He wasn't someone who'd talk about those types of things. He'd keep it to himself, much like Owen has been doing lately. I'm not stupid, Mom, he says, rolling his eyes. Even if I tried to fight Tanner, I wouldn't win. Can I go to my room now? I want to take a nap. You sure you're okay? I'm fine. I'm just tired. I didn't sleep well last night. Go ahead. I'll wake you up when it's time for dinner. 3 hours later, I'm getting dinner started when Owen comes down the stairs and into the kitchen. You feel any better? I ask. Yeah, a lot. He goes into the pantry and comes back with 3 of Roger's protein bars. Honey, I'm making dinner. We're eating in less than an hour. I don't want dinner. Owen opens the fridge and takes out a sports drink. I'm going out. Where? I'm gonna ride my bike around town. Now? It's going to be dark soon. It's summer. He grabs a banana from the bowl. It won't be dark for hours. Why don't you just stay and eat? What's the rush? I might do something after I bike. Like what? Mom, he says with a sigh. I'm almost 18. You don't need to know what I'm doing every second of the day. Dad said he talked to you about that. He said you'd give me more freedom. Fine, but I want you home by 10. 10? That's too early. You have work in the morning. Yeah, but I don't have to be there until 9. I'll be home by midnight. He takes off. Midnight? Oh, and that's too late. I call after him, but he's already out the door. Why would he need to be out past 10? Most everything in town closes by 8 or 9, except for the movie theater. But they only have 3 movies, and he's already seen 2 of them. I'm worried Owen's going to do something to Tanner or one of his friends. He wouldn't try to beat them up. They're stronger than him. So would he damage Tanner's car? Do something to his house? I have a bad feeling about this, but I can't follow Owen wherever he goes. I need to trust him, and trust that he won't do something to Tanner. Chapter 18. What do you think he was doing out that late? I say to Roger the next morning as we're having breakfast. Probably driving around. Roger sips his coffee. Last night, Owen didn't get home until after midnight. Roger was sound asleep, but I was wide awake, afraid my baby boy was dead in a ditch somewhere. He was driving around in the dark? I say, staring across the table at Roger. For hours? I don't know, honey, but he's home now, so why are you getting so upset? You know why, I say, lowering my voice. When Roger got home yesterday, I told him about my conversation with Owen. He agreed Owen needs to stay away from Tanner and let us handle the issues related to the rumor. I told Roger he needs to stop being seen around town with Julia, including at the park site. He didn't agree to it, but it needs to happen, or the rumor about the 2 of them will never go away. He's not going to do anything, Roger says, taking a bite of his toast. I made him breakfast so he'd stick around and talk to me, instead of racing off to work. When has Owen ever done something to harm someone? I pause, not wanting to tell him this, but feeling I need to now. Nora? Roger says, noticing my silence. Is there something I should know? When Owen was younger, when I was still with Dale, he did some things he shouldn't have. Like what? When he was 3, he was on an outing with his daycare and he, pushed a child off a ledge. It wasn't far down, but the child hurt his arm. I'm sure it was an accident. No, Owen did it on purpose. He told me. He said he was punishing the boy for breaking his toy. And then, a year later, he told the neighbor boy to go behind our shed for some game they were playing. The area was full of bees, and Owen knew the boy was allergic to them. The boy was stung, and I had to race him to the emergency room. Why haven't you ever told me this? I didn't want you to think Owen was a bad kid. He was so young when he was doing those things. I assumed he didn't fully understand what he did was wrong. But maybe he did. Was there anything else? I nod. When he was 5, we hired a man to do some electrical work. For some reason, Owen didn't like him, and when the man was walking to his truck, Owen hid in the bushes and shot him with a bow and arrow. Dale got it for him and taught him how to use it. Luckily, the arrow just grazed the man's arm. The point is, Owen has shown he can be violent, but that was years ago. I thought he outgrew it. I'm sure he has. As far as I know, he's never even gotten into a fight, at least not a physical one. You saw him threaten Dylan with a baseball bat. I'd consider that violent. Not if he didn't hurt him. He could have easily hit Dylan with the bat, but he didn't. What about those drawings he did? The ones where he's killing people. The ones we've never seen? For all we know, Darcy made that up. Roger sets his toast down. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I bet Darcy did make it up. So Zoe would stay away from Owen and have a chance to be popular during her senior year. Darcy wouldn't do that. She's always been nice to Owen. But she wants what's best for her daughter, and if she thinks what's best is for Zoe to be popular, or have a different set of friends, she's going to do what it takes to make that happen. I'm not saying it's true. I just find it odd. We've never seen these drawings. What are you guys talking about? Owen says, coming into the kitchen. He's wearing jeans and his bike shop t-shirt, his hair wet like he just showered. Your mother was saying you got home rather late last night, Roger says, watching Owen take a box of cereal from the cupboard. I went and got something to eat, Owen says, taking the milk from the fridge. At midnight, I say. I went to the diner. They stay open late in the summer. He joins us at the table sitting next to Roger. Honey, we have food here. You don't need to go out. Mom, it's not about that, he says, pouring cereal in a bowl. I wanted to get out and do something. Did you see anyone you knew there? I ask, wondering if he got into another argument with one of his classmates. No, he says before shoveling cereal into his mouth. I need to get going, Roger says, getting up from the table. I was hoping he'd stay and talk to Owen, but he doesn't seem the least bit concerned about him, which makes me wonder if I'm overreacting. It's normal for boys Owen's age to want to go out and do things rather than be at home. I just wish he wasn't doing those things alone. It seems odd for him to want to go sit at the diner by himself late at night, but maybe I'm reading too much into it. We should all go out for dinner tonight, I say, as I clear Roger's dishes from the table. I can't, Roger says. I need to go to the park. The concrete removal should be done later today, which means I'll be able to start marking the tree placement. Maybe Owen and I could go with you, I say. I'm busy, Owen says. Benny wants me to stay late to work on some bikes. He's even paying me overtime. Will you be home when you're done? I ask. Owen shrugs. I haven't decided. Call your mother later and let her know, Roger says in a stern tone. I realize you want more independence, but we still need to know where you are, or at least when to expect you home. Yeah, okay, Owen mutters, clearly not wanting to do it, but agreeing to it because Roger told him to. I'm glad Roger finally spoke up about this, instead of keeping quiet. Bye, honey, Roger says, giving me a kiss on the cheek. Have a good day. You too, Owen. Owen gives him a nod, his mouth full of cereal. Roger leaves, and I sit down with Owen. So you have a lot of bikes to fix? Yeah, everyone's bringing them in for a tune-up now that it's summer. He gets up. I gotta get going. This early? I ask, noticing it's not even 8. I need to do something before work. He takes his bowl to the sink. What do you need to do? He groans. Mom, can you just let me go without having to know everything? I'm just wondering where you'd be going this early, I say, but he's already heading out the door. Why is he being so secretive? I understand he wants to be independent, but why can't he just tell me where he's going? My phone rings and I get up to answer it. Hello. Hi, Nora. It's Amy. Hi, Amy. How's your summer going? Great. I just have Sierra at home, but I've been busy taking her to all her activities. Carter's off at basketball camp. Carter is in Owen's class. He's one of the popular kids. He's tall, good-looking, and on the basketball team. How about you? Amy asks. How's your summer? I'm keeping busy, I say, not wanting to tell her any more than that. I'm not friends with Amy or anyone at Owen's school. I play nice for Roger's sake, but I really dislike the other parents, knowing how their children treat Owen. I assume you're calling about the park project? Yes, I was hoping I'd see a schedule soon. I'll send it to you later this week. Roger's going out there tonight to start marking the tree placement. We really can't do much until that's figured out. It's so wonderful he's doing this. It'll be such an improvement to the town. Yes, it certainly will. Anyway, I'll get the schedule to you as soon as it's done. You have Cheryl and Heidi down to help, right? Cheryl and Heidi are best friends with Amy and join whatever activities she signs up for at the school. Amy's the leader of their little clique. None of them have jobs. but they really don't have time to work, given how involved they are with their kids and all their activities. Yes, I have them both on my list, I say. I'm really looking forward to helping out. I'll get some exercise and maybe even lose a few pounds, she says with a laugh. Speaking of that, I've been walking at the high school after dinner and noticed Owen hanging out there. Is he helping Roger with something? No, I don't believe so. Where did you see him? Around the football stadium. With Roger? I think it was just him, although I saw him go behind the bleachers, so maybe there was someone back there. I'm not sure. From where I was, I couldn't see. Why would Owen be hanging out at the stadium? Behind the bleachers? Was Tanner there? Was Owen following him? You said you saw him this week? I ask. Yeah, why? No reason, I say, not wanting her to think I don't know where Owen goes. Amy, I should let you go. I'm sure you... I heard Zoe ended her friendship with Owen, Amy says. How's he taking it? She's not asking out of concern for Owen, but because she's worried what he'll do to deal with his anger over losing his only friend. She probably thinks he'll plant a bomb at the school, or do some other horrible thing. He's fine, I tell her. He's working a lot this summer, so he really doesn't have time for Zoe. It's probably for the best. Now Zoe can make new friends and go on dates, which she really should be doing at her age. Zoe had no interest in doing those things until recently. She used to despise the popular kids because they made fun of her. I've heard she's dating Tanner, Amy says in an excited tone. I'm surprised he'd be interested in her, but I suppose he's running out of options. He's dated almost every other girl in his class. She laughs. And Zoe finally outgrew her ugly stage. She's so much prettier than she used to be. What a mean thing to say. Zoe was never ugly. She just didn't look like what people around here consider to be pretty. I need to get going, I say, wanting to end this conversation. I'll get that schedule to you as soon as it's ready. Great. Oh, and say hi to Roger for me. I will. Bye, Amy. I end the call, annoyed that she brought up Roger. I know he's the only reason she's volunteering. She's always trying to impress Roger with all the stuff she does at the school, like she's hoping he'll give her the Mom of the Year award. I wonder if she was telling the truth about Owen, although I don't know why she'd lie about that. She has no reason to. I'm getting really worried about Owen. Why didn't he tell me he's been going to the school? What's he doing there? And why is he keeping it a secret? Chapter 19. The site's looking really good, Roger says as we're having breakfast Friday morning. Even with nothing planted yet, it looks 1,000,000 times better than it did. We're finally ready to get started on the park. The concrete removal took longer than planned, but it's done now, and the volunteers will arrive tomorrow morning to pick up trash and pull weeds. The planting will happen later, once the area has been cleaned up. How was Owen? I ask. Roger took Owen to the park site last night and had him help mark where the trees will go. I was asleep when they got home, so I haven't had a chance to talk to Roger until now. He was great. He was very helpful, and in a really good mood. I think he might be moving on from the whole Zoe thing. Really, it's only been a couple of weeks. I suppose it's possible he's just pretending to be over her, but I didn't get that feeling. He seemed genuinely happy, or as happy as a teenage boy can be. Roger sips his coffee. It's probably because he was with his dad. He misses doing things with you. Maybe you could do more outings with him, just the two of you. I'd be happy to. He gets up from the table. Honey, I need to go. I have a lot to get done. Okay, I'll see you tonight. As Roger leaves, I hear Owen racing down the stairs. "Bye, Mom!" he yells. "See you tonight." I go to tell him goodbye, but he's already out the door. The dryer buzzer goes off and I go to the laundry room and take out the clothes. They're all Owen's things. I made him take his dirty clothes down to the washing machine. I would have done it myself, but Roger said I need to let Owen do more chores around the house. I've really been making an effort to leave Owen alone. I haven't been asking where he goes or demanding he be home by a certain time. I'm thinking if I stop pressuring him to tell me what he's up to, he'll do it on his own. That's what I'm hoping, at least. Going upstairs, I open the door to Owen's room and go inside. He's been shutting his door when he leaves, as a reminder that I'm to stay out. But it's my house. He can't ban me from coming in here, and I have to in order to drop off his laundry. His room's a mess and his bed isn't made. I'm tempted to make it, but stop myself before I do, remembering my commitment to making Owen do his own chores. I dump the laundry on his bed, and one of his socks tumbles to the floor. I reach down to get it, and notice something under Owen's bed. I pick it up and see it's a lighter. A silver lighter with a silhouette of a naked woman on it. It's exactly like the lighter Wade had that day he talked to me outside the school. Is this Wade's lighter? Or is it just one that looks like Wade's? It seems odd for Owen to have the exact same lighter. Why would he even have a lighter? He doesn't smoke. If he did, I'd smell it on him. That's not something he could easily hide. If this is Wade's lighter, why would Owen have it? Did he find it at the school? Amy said she saw him at the football field. Maybe Wade dropped it, and Owen found it and took it home. But why would he take it home? Why would he want it? A chill goes through me as I consider another reason why Owen has this, but I can't let myself go there. Owen is not Dale. Just because they share the same genes doesn't mean my son is a killer. As I stare at the lighter in my hand, I remember the odd things I found in Dale's dresser. The golf tee, the gold money clip, the keychain. Dale didn't golf. He didn't use a money clip. And the keychain was from a college in Rhode Island. Dale's never been to Rhode Island. At the time, I didn't find the items suspicious because Dale was always finding things at work and taking them home. He'd even take things from the trash he thought he might be able to use. So, when I found those things in his dresser, I thought, my husband was just bringing home more junk. It wasn't until he was arrested that I found out those items were souvenirs he kept to remember the murders. The golf tee belonged to the student Dale killed, the basketball player who would purposely make a mess in the rooms Dale had to clean. One time, the guy urinated all over the men's room, knowing Dale was starting his shift soon. I didn't know this was going on until after Dale was arrested. The money clip belonged to the second victim, a professor who taught in one of the buildings where Dale worked. Nobody liked this professor, including Dale. He used to tell me he'd see students coming out of the professor's office in tears. Dale said hi to him once, and the professor told him he didn't associate with people at Dale's level. It was a mean thing to say, but not a reason to kill him. The keychain belonged to a janitor who worked with Dale. The man was originally from Rhode Island, and his daughter was going to college there. Apparently, the janitor had threatened to report Dale for taking things he found while he was cleaning. I can't imagine Dale would have gotten into trouble for taking home what was essentially trash, but Dale was worried enough that he killed the man. Owen is not Dale, I say to myself as I stare at the lighter. So how do I explain this? Why does Owen have a lighter that looks just like Wade's? I want to believe the lighter is just something Owen bought at a gas station. But my gut's telling me something horrible has happened. I feel sick to my stomach, and my hands are shaking. I need to talk to Roger. I know he's busy at work, but this can't wait. I shove Owen's clothes aside and sit down on his bed. "Hi, honey," Roger says, answering my call. "I'm in the middle of something. Can I call you back?" "No, I need to talk to you. This is important." "Okay, go ahead." "I was putting Owen's laundry in his room and I found a lighter." "Owen smoking?" Roger says, sounding alarmed. "No, I don't think the lighter is his. I think it might belong to Wade." "Wade? You mean Coach Sanders?" "Yes. He has one just like it, with the silhouette of a naked woman on it." "Where'd you find it?" "Under his bed. I was picking up a sock when I noticed it there." "Roger, why would Owen have Wade's lighter?" "I'm sure it's not Wade's. Owen probably found it somewhere, or maybe he bought it. Why would he buy it? He doesn't need a lighter, unless he's planning to set something on fire. Do you think that's it? Do you think he's—" "No. I don't think our son is an arsonist, and you shouldn't either." "Then what's it for? Why would he buy it?" "Because he's a teenage boy and it has a naked woman on it, or the silhouette of one. He probably hid it under his bed so you wouldn't see it and get angry at him for buying it." "I wouldn't get angry about that." "Owen doesn't know that. He's never brought anything home like that. At least, not that we know of." "Have you seen the lighter? The one Wade uses?" "Yes. And I've told him it's inappropriate to have at school. I was wondering if maybe Owen found it there. Amy called about volunteering and mentioned she saw Owen hanging around the school last week, around the stadium." "I didn't see Owen here." "Was this during the day?" "Amy said it was in the evening. She didn't say what time, but she was out walking, so I doubt it was after dark." "It's odd he'd go there, but I guess there are worse places he could be." "But why the school? And why the stadium? He hates the football team. Why would he want to be at a place that reminds him of them?" "I don't know, but I don't think it's something we need to worry about." "I'm not so sure about that. Why? Did Amy say something else? Did she see Owen doing something?" "No, but I'm wondering if maybe he did." I pause, my heart racing. "Do you think Owen would do something to Coach Sanders?" "Nora, you're not serious." "I am. I'm worried, Roger. What if he's like Dale? What if Owen—" "We're not talking about this. Owen did not do what you're suggesting. But what if he did? And he's saving the lighter as a souvenir, like Dale did." Roger lets out a heavy sigh. "Honey, you need to stop thinking of Owen this way. He is not Dale. And if Owen wanted to harm someone, why would he do something to Wade?" "Because he bullies you. Owen knows this. The whole school knows Wade is always trying to get his way, and that you often back down to avoid fighting with him." "That's not a reason for Owen to harm him." "Yes, but think about how the football players treat Owen, and how Wade not only allows it but supports it. Maybe Owen thought if he got rid of Wade, it would fix his problems, as well as yours." "Owen did not do anything to Wade. The man's not even in town. He's on his fishing trip somewhere up north." "Are you sure?" "Maybe he didn't leave. Could you call him and make sure?" "I am not calling Wade while he's on vacation. The man already hates me. I don't need to be adding fuel to the fire. I doubt he'd even pick up the phone if he saw it was me calling." "Then have someone else call him. One of his players. He'd answer a call from someone on the team." "And what reason would I give them? That my wife thinks our son did something to the coach because she found a lighter in his room?" That does sound a little ridiculous when he puts it that way. "Okay, fine," I say. "Maybe I'm making this into something it isn't. I just don't know why Owen has Wade's lighter." "We don't know that it's Wade's. I think you should put it back where you found it and forget that you ever saw it." "Roger, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask Owen why he has it." If you ask him, he'll know you've been snooping around in his room. And if he finds that out, he'll stop trusting you. He'll become even more secretive. Maybe you're right, I say, looking at the lighter. I'll put it back, but I'm still curious why he has it. I need to go, but I'll see you tonight. Bye, honey. I look at the lighter once more, then put it back under Owen's bed. I hope Roger's right, and Owen either found the lighter or bought it. But I have a sick feeling there's something else going on, something I don't even want to think about. Chapter 20. Good morning, Amy, I say when she checks in at the volunteer desk on Saturday. It's not really a desk, but a table I set up next to the van. Since today's the first day of volunteering, everyone has to check in and sign a waiver releasing the town from any liability in the event someone gets hurt. Good morning, Nora, Amy says, smiling at me as I hand her the waiver. They'll need one too. She glances behind her at Cheryl and Heidi. The three of them all came in Amy's SUV. I'm guessing she instructed them what to wear because they're all dressed in black leggings with bright pink t-shirts. You'll just need to sign these, I say, giving Cheryl and Heidi the forms. Is Roger around? Amy asks, handing me the signed form. Right here, he says, coming around the van, a big grin on his face. Thanks for coming, ladies. Of course, Amy says, smiling at him. I'm always happy to donate my time to help the community. And the school, which you know since I practically live there. She laughs and tosses her hair back. How's Carter doing? Roger asks. Is he having a good summer? Yes, he just got back from basketball camp. He's on a summer league which will be starting soon. And Sierra is busy with dance class. Same with my girls, Cheryl says to Roger as she shoves the form at me. Well, the younger ones. Tara is off at cheerleading camp. Roger looks at Heidi. And how are Dylan and Luke? They're good, but they're getting bored. They can't wait for football practice to start. Heidi's son, Dylan, is the boy Owen threatened with the baseball bat. I'm sure Dylan never told her about that. If he had, she would have gone straight to Roger to complain and probably demanded Owen be kicked out of school. When does practice start? I ask Heidi. Not until August, but I've signed both boys up for football camp in July, so they'll be ready to start up with the team in August. Have they talked to Coach Sanders? I ask. Since school let out? Roger gives me a look like I shouldn't be asking that, but why can't I? It's just a question. They haven't, Heidi says. Coach Sanders is always gone for most of June and sometimes part of July. He goes fishing somewhere. I think it's Minnesota, Amy says. I'm sure Roger knows, she says, smiling at him. Actually, I don't, he says. He hasn't told me where he goes, but I might have heard him mention Minnesota. Or maybe Michigan. It's one of those M states. Amy, Heidi, and Cheryl laugh like that's the funniest thing they've ever heard. That's a long time to be fishing, I say. Amy glances at me, seeming annoyed. Why do you care? I don't. It was just a comment. So where do we start planting? Heidi asks Roger. Unfortunately, we won't be planting anything today. We'll be picking up garbage. He glances around. As you can see, we have a lot to clean up. I don't mind, Amy says in a cheerful tone, like she's thrilled to be picking up trash. It's all part of the process. Garbage bags are in the van, I say, pointing to the back where the supplies are stacked up. Help yourself and get started. Want to join us? Amy asks Roger. I will later, he says. I have some other things to do first. You already planted a tree? Cheryl says, looking over at it. It was a test, Roger says. I wanted to see how long it would take to plant so I could gauge how long it would take the volunteers. I told him I should have done it so he'd know the longest it would take someone, I say, meaning it as a joke, but no one laughs. Okay, well, we'll go get started, Amy says to Roger. Come on, girls. Cheryl and Heidi follow Amy to the back of the van. Then I watch as they walk to a section of the lot that's in the shade. I can't imagine them doing this for more than an hour, but they might stay longer than that if Roger's here. They seem excited about this, Roger says. I thought they'd complain about having to pick up trash. They're acting, I say. He turns to me. What do you mean? They're pretending to be excited because of you. They're desperate for your attention and approval. It's really kind of sad. Nora, don't say that, he scolds. It's completely untrue. Amy is always eager to help, on any project, and she's always very enthusiastic. Are you saying you actually like her? Of course I like her. She helps out with everything from school dances to fundraisers. If every parent was like her, we'd have a much better school. She told everyone that our son is dangerous. How could you possibly like someone like that? Amy didn't do that, he says, gazing at her as she picks up a plastic bottle and tosses it in the bag. Roger, I heard her say it. It was at parents' night. I told you this. She was simply repeating what someone else said. Another parent started that rumor about Owen being dangerous. I think it was one of the football fathers. Okay, but Amy shouldn't have repeated it. He looks back at me. You know how people are. They hear something and repeat it. I'm not saying what she did was right, but she wasn't the only one saying those things about Owen. A lot of the parents did. Yes, and it's wrong. You need to put a stop to it. Honey, I've tried, but I can't control what people do, or what they think. But you're certainly not helping matters by asking about Coach Sanders. It was just a question. They don't know why I asked it. Yes, but they know you don't like the man, so it doesn't make sense for you to ask about him. He lowers his voice. Why are you still thinking about this? You said you were going to let it go. Well, I can't. I shake my head. Not until I know why he has that lighter. Roger, someone says. I look up and see Julia coming toward us, smiling at Roger. Looks like you've organized a big crew. At this rate, you'll be done in no time. I hope so, he says, smiling back at her. Nora's been a huge help. She did all the work scheduling the volunteers. How nice, Julia says, glancing at me before looking back at Roger. I was hoping we could meet next week about the budget. I'm sure he could email you the latest budget, I say to Julia, so that you wouldn't have to meet. Or you could just come by my office. Roger says, we could go over it there. Sounds perfect. She looks out at the lot. Could you give me a tour? I'd love to see your plans for the trees. Sure, right this way. I glare at him as he leaves with Julia. If I didn't trust Roger, I'd be certain he's having an affair. At least he suggested meeting with her at his office instead of somewhere else. I feel better knowing nosy Doreen will be there, keeping an eye on Julia. Doreen would tell me if Julia came on to my husband. She'd tell the whole town. Nora, someone says, waking me from my thoughts. Darcy, I say, noticing her in front of me. Sorry, I didn't see you. I hand her the waiver. Just sign this, and you can get started. She grabs a pen and signs it without even pretending to read it. So, how's Owen doing? Great, I say, not wanting her to think Owen is miserable without Zoe in his life. He was at first, but he's been doing a lot better. Or he seems to be. He's been in a better mood lately, but that could be because I haven't been demanding he tell me where he goes, and what he's doing. "What's he been up to?" she asks. I shrug. "The usual. Working at the bike shop, taking his bike out on the trails, going to movies." "Is he hoping to do construction?" "No," I say, laughing at the thought of Owen doing construction. "Why do you ask?" "I saw him hanging out at the construction site at the strip mall the other day. You know how they're adding on to it on the one side?" "Yes, but I don't know why Owen would be there." "That was the second time I saw him there. I assumed he was watching the workers to either see if he wanted to do that himself or because he was bored. He was probably bored. Or maybe he was curious how they're going to build the addition. He's always been very curious about how things work." "Has Owen made any new friends?" Darcy asks. "Not yet, but I'm sure he will," I say, although we both know it's a lie. "How's Zoe?" "Wonderful," Darcy says, her face beaming. "I've never seen her so happy. She absolutely adores Tanner, and so do I. He's such a nice boy, and he treats her so well. He's always taking her out places, bringing her little gifts." Did Darcy forget how Tanner used to treat Zoe? How he used to make fun of her and encouraged his friends to do the same? And how he said horrible things about Owen and turned everyone against him? "I'm not sure I'd use nice to describe Tanner," I say, not able to hold back my thoughts about him. "Oh, Nora, he's not like that anymore," she says, waving her hand around. "He's totally changed. He's way more mature than he was a year ago. Or he's putting on an act to win you over while he takes advantage of your daughter. Tanner only stays with a girl long enough to sleep with her. Once Tanner gets what he wants from Zoe, he'll dump her, and Darcy will see the nice thing was all an act." "He shoved Owen at the diner," I tell her, hard enough that Owen hit his head. "I heard about that, but it was only because Owen was making threats." "Owen didn't threaten anyone. If anyone was making threats that night, it was Tanner." Darcy's brows rise. "Is that what he told you? Because both Tanner and Zoe said it was Owen who was making threats." "Threats about what?" "Owen told Tanner that if he didn't stop spreading lies about him, that he wouldn't be playing football anymore, implying he was going to harm Tanner in some way." "I'm sure that's not what he meant." Darcy puts her hands on her hips. "Then why would he say it?" "Nora, I know he's your son, but you can't be blind to what's going on. Owen isn't a little boy anymore. I could excuse his behavior or some of the odd things he said when he was just a child. But he's almost an adult now, and capable of doing things that could actually harm someone. He's not going to harm anyone." "Yes, well, I hope you're right," Darcy says. She looks around. "So where do I start?" "Anywhere you'd like. Let me get you a garbage bag." I walk around to the back of the van, furious at her for saying those things about Owen. I'm sure Tanner made up that story to explain why he shoved Owen, and then told Zoe to go along with it. "Is Owen here today?" Darcy asks, taking the garbage bag from me. "No, he's working at the bike shop. I wish I'd known. Zoe was going to come with me, but I didn't want her here with Owen." "Darcy, don't you think this is getting out of hand? Just because they're no longer friends doesn't mean Zoe can't be around Owen." "After what happened at the diner, I don't want her being near him. Owen can't be trusted. He's dangerous. Everyone in town thinks so. We're all worried he's going to show up at school one day with a gun." "Darcy, that's a horrible thing to say. Owen would never do that. We don't even own any guns." "That doesn't mean he couldn't get one." She sighs. "I'm sorry, Nora. I know we're friends, and I feel bad saying these things about Owen. But I'm not going to pretend I don't have concerns about him, especially after seeing those drawings he did and having him ask me what drugs could be lethal. Maybe you're right, and Owen is harmless, but I'm not taking any chances. I have to protect my daughter. Darcy, Roger says, heading toward us with Julia. Thank you for helping out. I didn't realize you'd signed up. I wasn't sure if I would, but Amy called and convinced me to volunteer. Darcy looks over at Amy. I see she's already started. I'm going to go join her. She heads that way. Nice seeing you, Roger. I didn't miss the fact that she only said Roger's name and not mine. She's choosing to remain cordial to him since he's the principal. But as for me, our friendship is over. Darcy is distancing herself from me because of Owen and aligning herself with the popular moms. That's why she's over there with Amy. It disgusts me how people in this town have made Owen the enemy. He hasn't even done anything. Tanner and his friends have vandalized school property, played cruel pranks on people, bullied their classmates. And yet, they're seen as heroes, all because they play football and win games. It isn't fair. Owen isn't the enemy. He isn't dangerous. It's this town that's dangerous with their narrow views and made-up fears. It's times like this I wish we'd never moved here. Chapter 21. I need to get going, Julia says, smiling at Roger. But thank you for showing me around. It's going to look wonderful when it's all done. You're not volunteering? I ask, going up to Julia. I'm afraid I can't today. I'm on my way to a massage appointment. She moves her neck side to side. I've had this knot in my neck that I can't seem to make go away. I'm sure it's because of Darren and all the stress he's causing me. What's he doing, if you don't mind me asking? He's making accusations that could harm my re-election to town council. It's very stressful. What accusations? I ask, but I'm sure she means the rumors about her and my husband. I'd rather not talk about it. Roger and I have already discussed it at length. She smiles at him. Thanks for being such a good listener. It's nice to have someone who understands. He nods. I'm happy I could help. She checks her watch. I better get to my appointment. She hurries to her car. If she was in such a rush, she shouldn't have asked my husband to show her around. What's wrong? Roger asks, coming up beside me. You look upset. I turn to him. Why were you showing her around? You know what people are saying about you two. I'm not going to change my behavior because of some rumor that isn't true. It's best to continue on as normal and not give any attention to what people are saying. It's the same for the rumors about Owen. What rumors? What are people saying? What they always say. How they think there's something wrong with him because he's quiet and keeps to himself. Darcy's decided he's dangerous. She told me Owen threatened Tanner at the diner that night. Tanner shoved him. I wouldn't believe anything Tanner says, but Darcy's decided he's a nice young man, and that Owen's the enemy. I glare at her as she laughs at something Amy said. They're talking more than they're picking up trash. Just give it time, Roger says. Tanner has a reputation for breaking hearts. When he does that with Zoe, Darcy will change how she sees him. Maybe, but she still won't want Zoe around Owen. She's convinced he's not safe. Then let her think that. Don't waste time trying to change her mind. We know that Owen's a good kid, and that's all that matters. Did you know he's been hanging out at the strip mall? The one that's getting a new addition. No, he hasn't mentioned it. Darcy said she's seen him there, watching the guys do construction. Don't you think that's odd? Roger shrugs. He was probably bored and looking for something to do. Then he'd go biking or play video games. He wouldn't hang out at a construction site. Honey, what are you getting at? I feel like you're trying to tell me something. I just found it odd. He'd do that. I think you need to stop being suspicious of everything he does. I'm going to go see how everyone's doing. I'll be back in a few minutes. A few minutes is closer to an hour. People love talking to Roger, especially the women. It doesn't make sense to me how they can be so nice to my husband and so horrible to my son. When Roger and I get home later that afternoon, we're both exhausted and filthy from picking up trash. We shower and decide to take a nap. When I wake up, I hear Owen walking around. Owen's home, I tell Roger as I check the time. It's after 5. We slept for 2 hours. We needed it, he says, yawning. That was a lot of work today. I should go figure out dinner, I say, getting up. Let's go out. I don't want you making dinner after all the work you did. Good idea. I'll go see if Owen will join us. I leave the bedroom and go down to his room. Owen. I knock a few times. He opens the door. Hey, Mom. What do you need? I was hoping you'd join us for dinner. Your dad and I are going out. Yeah, okay. I just need to change. He's still in his bike store t-shirt, which is covered in grease. How was work? Good. I'm getting a raise. Honey, that's great. We should celebrate. How about you pick where we go tonight? I want pizza. Can we go to that place in the strip mall? Sure. I pause, thinking of what Darcy told me earlier. Speaking of the strip mall, Darcy mentioned she saw you there last week. He shrugs. Yeah? What about it? She said you were just hanging out there, watching the construction guys work. Is that true? I wasn't watching them work. I was sitting in my car, listening to music and looking at my phone. Why would you do that at the strip mall? Because I was bored and didn't know where else to go. You don't know what it's like being a teenager in a small town. There's nothing to do. I can't hang out with Zoe anymore, so I have to find stuff to do on my own. He looks down at his shirt. I need to clean up. When are we leaving? In a few minutes. We'll meet you downstairs. He closes his door as I go back down the hall. Owen got a raise, I say to Roger as I go into the bedroom. That's wonderful, he says, putting on a button-up shirt. We should celebrate. We are. I told him we're taking him to dinner. He wants to go to the pizza place in the strip mall. We should go someplace nicer than that. We could, but Owen really likes the pizza place. Then that's where we'll go, Roger says, coming over to give me a kiss. Thank you for all your help today. We got a lot done. We might be finished sooner than I planned. I hope that's the case because then it will mean Roger will be home more. He's been going to the park almost every night after dinner, delivering supplies or cleaning up the lot so it'll be ready for when the trees arrive. I'm proud of him for doing this for the community, but I miss having him home. The sooner the park project is done, the better. Sorry I ate so much, Owen jokes, taking the last slice of pizza. We got an extra large, and Owen ate almost all of it. Have all you want, Roger says. We could order another if you're still hungry. I'm good, Owen says, gulping down his soda. But maybe on the way home we could stop for ice cream. I smile at Roger. I think we could do that. Absolutely, Roger says. We're celebrating. I'm really proud of you, Owen. You've stuck with that job for over a year now, and had 2 raises. I like it there, he says. I can go in the back, work on bikes, and no one bothers me. It's good he likes his job, but I wish he worked at a place where he interacted with people instead of being by himself all day. It's another way he's like his father. Dale liked being a janitor on the night shift because it meant he didn't have to deal with people. Mom, did you hear me? Owen asks. No, what did you say? I asked if you'd go camping with me and Dad. You could sleep in the van and Dad and I would take the tent. I'm not sure I'm up for camping, I say, smiling at Owen. But let me think about it. Hey! A loud voice says from behind me. I turn around and see Larry, Tanner's father, barreling toward us. He stops at our table, pointing at Owen. I know what you did, and you're not getting away with it. Larry, calm down, Roger says. What's going on here? Your psycho son might have destroyed Tanner's final season with the team. What are you talking about? I say. He messed with Tanner's bike, Larry says, raising his voice and causing people at the restaurant to stare at us. Tanner went to ride it, and the chain came off. He fell off his bike and sprained his wrist. Owen didn't do that, I say, standing up to face Larry. I'm tired of you making up lies about my son. Why can't you leave him alone? Your son's a freak, Nora. You're blind if you can't see that. And I'm not lying. One of the neighbors saw Owen behind our house where Tanner left his bike. You really going to try to tell me he didn't do something? Owen, is anything he's saying true? Roger asks. Owen looks at Larry and smirks. Maybe your son should learn how to ride a bike. You little shit! Larry lunges at him, but Roger jumps up and gets in front of Larry. Owen remains at the table, calmly eating what remains of his pizza. Leave him alone, Roger says to Larry. Nora and I will deal with this when we get home. Larry lets out a harsh laugh. You think you can control him? The kid is psychotic. He needs to be locked up. That's enough, Roger says. You're causing a scene. I said I'd deal with this, and I will. Larry takes a step back. I've already contacted my lawyer. You hurt my kid? You're going to pay. I'm going to take you for everything you've got. He turns and storms out of the restaurant. Let's go, Roger says, tossing some money on the table for the bill. I'm not done, Owen says, picking up his soda. Get up, Roger snaps. Now, I mean it, Owen. We're leaving. It's rare to see Roger this forceful with Owen. I think it has less to do with Owen and more to do with Roger being embarrassed Larry made such a scene. By tomorrow, it'll be all over town that Principal Trallis got into an argument with Tanner's father. Roger values his reputation, and now he'll not only have people gossiping about his relationship with Julia, but also talking about this incident with Larry. Owen and I keep quiet on the drive back to the house, sensing Roger's anger and deciding it's best to leave him alone. When we get home, Roger stops Owen before he goes up to his room. Owen, we need to talk, Roger says. Come sit down. Owen mutters something as he goes over to the couch. I sit on the chair across from him while Roger remains standing. Why were you at Tanner's house? Roger asks Owen. I wanted to see if Zoe was there. Why? Did you need to speak with her? No, I just wanted to see if she was there. She doesn't get that he's using her. He only wants her for one thing, and when he gets it, he's going to dump her. That's not your concern, Roger says. What Zoe does is her business. Yeah, but I still care about her. Owen's voice cracks, which breaks my heart. He's such a sweet boy. How could anyone think he's dangerous? I don't want Tanner hurting her. Unfortunately, you can't control that, Roger says. Zoe has to learn this lesson on her own. Now tell me the truth. Did you do something to Tanner's bike? Owen shrugs. Maybe, but he deserves it for what he's doing to Zoe. Owen? He could have been seriously hurt, I say. From his bike chain falling off? Owen rolls his eyes. If Tanner got hurt because of that, then he needs to learn to ride a bike. I don't know what the big deal is. So he sprained his wrist. Who cares? He can still play football. It's a big deal because you intended to hurt him, Roger says. And now, his father is planning to sue us. We'll have to hire a lawyer. Do you know how much lawyers cost? No, Owen mutters. Hundreds of dollars an hour, Roger says in an angry tone. Fighting this lawsuit could wipe out our savings, take away your college fund. Roger, maybe we should talk about this alone, I say, not wanting to discuss our finances in front of Owen. Go to your room, Roger says to Owen. We'll talk about this later. Sorry, Owen mumbles as he gets up from the couch. Roger waits until Owen is up in his room, then says, Maybe you were right. About what? Maybe we should be concerned about Owen. Chapter 22. On Sunday, I get home from the grocery store and hear Roger upstairs talking to Owen in a loud, stern tone. I'm going to ask you this again, Roger says. Have you been following him? No, I already told you I didn't, Owen says, talking even louder than Roger. Why would I follow him? I don't even know the guy. But you know he's been spreading rumors about me that aren't true, Roger says. Who are they talking about? And why does Roger sound so angry? I quietly make my way up the stairs so I can hear them better. How do I know the rumors aren't true? Owen, you know I would never be unfaithful to your mother. I love her more than anything. Then why do you spend so much time with that lady? Julia and I are friends, nothing more. Like you and Zoe. If you're friends, then why does it make Mom so upset? Because she hears people in town saying there's something going on between me and Julia. But it's a lie. That rumor's not even close to the truth. Darren said he saw you with her. You told me you didn't talk to Darren. I didn't. I heard him talking to his friends, saying how he saw you and Julia doing stuff you shouldn't be doing. When was this? Last week, when I was hanging out at the construction site. Owen, he was lying. He's trying to make her look bad to his friends by saying she's involved with a married man. Why would he care? He divorced her. Everything okay in here? I ask, going into Owen's room. He's standing by his bed, facing Roger. Dad thinks I did something to that Darren guy, Owen says, crossing his arms over his chest. That is not what I said, Roger replies, his eyes on Owen. I simply asked if you'd been following him. Why would I follow him? Owen says. Because you think I'm like Dale? You think I stalk people and kill them? Owen, stop it! I say in a scolding tone. Don't ever say that. Your father and I have never believed that, and we never will. Yeah, right, Owen mutters. You guys may not say it, but I know you think it. That's why you always want to know where I go and what I'm doing. It's because you don't trust me. That's not true, I say. And I don't want you ever saying that again. Nora, let's go, Roger says, walking to the door. I think we all need some time to calm down. I'm leaving, Owen says, storming past Roger. Owen, wait, I say. Let him go, Roger says. We listen as Owen stomps down the stairs and goes out the front door, slamming it behind him. What happened? I ask Roger. Why were you two fighting? We weren't fighting. We were just talking. It sounded like fighting to me. Roger sighs. That's my fault. I shouldn't have gotten so upset with him. I've been on edge since that incident with Tanner's father. And then today, I found out. He stops suddenly and glances at the door. Let's go talk somewhere else, in case Owen comes back. We go down to our room and Roger shuts the door. What is it? I ask, feeling more anxious by the second. What did you find out? He hesitates, then says, Wade never made it to the campsite. What campsite? When Wade goes on his fishing trip every summer, He always stays at the same campsite. He should have arrived there last week, but he didn't. How do you know? Wade's friend called the school because Wade wasn't answering his phone. He asked if I'd seen him, and I told him the last time we spoke was the day before his vacation started. The day you heard us talking in the gym. When's the last time someone's heard from him? Apparently, Wade called the campsite before he left town to confirm he'd be there, but he never showed up, and no one's been able to reach him. I assume you tried calling him? Several times. It went straight to voicemail. Maybe he got in a car accident on the way there. I've considered that, Roger says, but I would think by now the police would have been in contact with someone to let them know. Roger, you don't think... I stop before I say it. I'd convinced myself it wasn't true, that the lighter I found didn't belong to Wade. I don't know, Roger says. I don't want to believe he's capable of that, but if Wade is missing and you found his lighter in Owen's room, maybe he... No. I shake my head. He wouldn't do that. Honey, I don't want to believe it either, but I have to admit, I'm concerned. I don't understand. You're the one always telling me he's not like Dale. I didn't think he was, but now... He rubs his jaw. I'm not so sure. Maybe I've just been telling myself he's not like Dale because I didn't want to believe it. We can't let ourselves think this way. I walk over to the window. Even if Owen had thoughts of harming someone, he'd never actually do anything. You didn't think Dale would either. I turn back to Roger, because I didn't know Dale had those kinds of thoughts, or the desire to harm people. He never told me. I had no reason to suspect he might hurt someone. It's often hard to see what's right in front of you, especially with someone you care about. We both love Owen, and don't want to think poorly of him, so we could easily be fooled into thinking he's harmless. Because he is. I walk back over to Roger. My little boy would never hurt anyone. He's not a little boy, and he did hurt someone. He hurt Tanner, and he did it intentionally. And Tanner hurt Owen by shoving him. Why is that okay, but what Owen did isn't? What both of them did was wrong, but Owen's the one I'm concerned about. I can't do anything about Tanner. So what are you saying? That you think Owen did something to Wade? I hate to admit it, but I think it's possible. Roger, you know that's not true. Owen would never. You said it yourself, Nora. When you found that lighter in Owen's room, you immediately thought he might have done something to Wade. Yes, well, I was wrong, I say, pacing the floor. I knew I was wrong when I said it. I just needed you to confirm it, which you did. You convinced me he didn't do it. And now I'm not so sure. I stop and look at Roger. He's not Dale. He never will be. I didn't think so, but maybe he has some of the same tendencies. No, I refuse to believe that. I go past Roger and swing open the door. I race down to Owen's room and look under his bed. The lighter isn't there. Owen must have gotten rid of it. Or maybe he hid it somewhere. I look under his mattress, then in his dresser. What are you doing? Roger asks, standing at the door to Owen's room. Looking for the lighter, I say, feeling around one of the dresser drawers. I can't find it. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was never here. You wouldn't imagine something like that. Then where is it? Why isn't it here? I don't know, but you need to stop this. Owen's going to know you are going through his things. I don't care, I say, searching through another drawer. I need to know if it's true. I need to know if he did something to Coach Sanders. You're not going to find that out by tearing his room apart. I go over to Owen's desk and pull open the drawer. I see Owen's sketch pad and take it out, feeling sick to my stomach as I flip through it. "She was right," I mutter. "Darcy was right." "What do you mean?" Roger asks, walking over to me. I show him a drawing of a football player hanging from the goalpost, his eyes bulging out and blood running down his face. "There's more." I hand Roger the sketch pad. They all show people being hurt or dead. I go over to Owen's bed and sit down. "I know you said it's normal for boys his age to be drawn to violent images, but I don't think those are just drawings. I think they're what he actually wants to happen. This boy does kind of look like Tanner." He shows me a picture of a boy being stabbed. Roger's right. It does look like Tanner. "What does this mean? Do you think Owen's planning to do what's in those drawings?" "I think the drawings represent his thoughts, not his actions." "But those are the kind of thoughts Dale had." I take a breath. I think I'm going to be sick. "Honey, try to relax," Roger says, putting the sketch pad back in the drawer. "We don't know if he's done anything. We're assuming the worst when none of it may be true. Maybe Wade did get into a car accident, or maybe he decided to make some stops along the way and will arrive at the campground later this week. That still doesn't explain why Owen has his lighter. We don't know that it's Wade's." Roger comes over to me. "Come on. I'll go help you with the groceries." "The ice cream!" I jump up. "I didn't put it in the freezer. It's probably melting all over the counter." I run downstairs and find the ice cream is still frozen. Roger and I put the groceries away, but I keep putting stuff in the wrong place, my mind on Owen. "What were you and Owen talking about when I got home?" I ask. "Darren. Julia said he hasn't been showing up at work. His boss called to see if she'd heard from him. She told him she hadn't, and then she asked around and found out none of his friends have heard from him either." "What does this have to do with Owen?" "Darren told his friends that Owen had been following him around town. I asked Owen about it, and he said he didn't do it, which makes sense. Owen didn't even know the guy. But he was watching him. Owen was at the strip mall watching the construction crew work on the new addition. Isn't Darren part of that crew?" "Yes, but Owen told me he went there to hang out because he didn't want to come home." "And now Darren is missing," I say, feeling sick to my stomach. Roger comes over to me. "Nora, I know what you're thinking. I'm thinking it too, but it's not fair to Owen. We can't keep accusing him like this." "I'm not." I force out a smile. "Owen has nothing to do with this. Knowing Darren, he's probably passed out drunk somewhere, and that's why he's not showing up to work. I told Julia that, but she said he'd answer her calls if he was drunk. She thinks he might have gone back to that woman, the one he was having an affair with." "I bet that's it. He left town to be with her and didn't bother to tell anyone." "I hope it works out this time. It'd be nice if he didn't come back." Roger opens the fridge. "You want me to make dinner?" "I'm not hungry." I nervously chew on my lip. "Where do you think Owen went?" "He's probably driving around." Roger comes over to me. "Honey, you're shaking." "Because I'm worried about Owen. I'm afraid of what he might do." "That's my fault." Roger pulls me in for a hug. "I shouldn't have said those things about him. I'll go look for him." "Would that make you feel better?" I nod. "Yes, it would." "I won't come home until I find him." He gives me a kiss. "Bye, honey." "Bye." I go to the window and watch him drive away. I feel like I'm reliving the days when I couldn't find Dale, and I'd ask Roger to help me find him. Now I'm asking Roger to help find Owen. The past is repeating itself. I just hope it has a different outcome this time. Chapter 23. Hi, honey, Roger says when I call him at work Monday afternoon. How's your day going? Fine. I'm doing some cleaning. I was wondering what time you'll be home. It'll be late. I'm still working on the budget. And then I need to go to the park site and see if any trees were delivered. I thought they weren't being delivered until Friday. That was the plan. But they called and said some would arrive today. If there's only a few, I might just plant them so they're not sitting there all week, drying out. I could meet you there later and help. I was going to ask Owen to do it. I thought it'd be good for us to do something together after the rough weekend we had. Last night, Roger drove around for hours before he finally found Owen. He was at the park site, just sitting in his car, listening to music. Roger talked to him for a few minutes. Then Owen told him he wanted to go home. He stayed in his room the rest of the night and barely spoke to me this morning before he left for work. I'm hoping he just needs a day or two to get over his anger, and then things will go back to normal. That's a great idea, I say. Maybe you could take him to dinner before you go to the park. Yes, I'll see if he's up for it. I've been texting him all day, but he hasn't responded. Text him that you're taking him to dinner. He's motivated by food. Roger laughs. You're right. I'll do it right now. Okay, bye, honey. I finish cleaning, then heat up a frozen dinner and eat it in front of the TV. I really need to get out. I'm already several weeks into summer break, and all I've done is hang around the house. I keep thinking I should call up some friends and make plans to go to lunch, but then I change my mind, deciding I need to be here in case something happens with Owen. I don't know what I think is going to happen. I just have a feeling something might, and if it does, I don't want to be out having lunch. When Dale was arrested, I was at the mall with a friend. I had no idea what was going on at home until I got there, and saw police cars parked in front of my house. They'd already taken Dale away and were searching Dale's car and the shed for evidence of what he'd done. I was horrified when one of the officers told me. I thought the police had made a mistake. It couldn't possibly be Dale who did those things. He was my husband, the man who'd slept next to me for years. Owen was at school when they took Dale away. When school let out, I picked Owen up and we drove to my mother's place where we stayed until I was able to return to the house. When I went back there, Roger was with me. I couldn't have done it without him. I didn't have the strength. Just walking in there, seeing Dale's things, knowing what he'd done, I broke down. And then I got sick. Roger insisted I hire a real estate agent that very day and put the house up for sale. He didn't want me living there, surrounded by memories of Dale. Roger helped me find an apartment close to his so he'd be nearby if I needed him. Turns out I needed him more than I thought. I wasn't prepared to be a single mom. I didn't think I'd be able to work and care for Owen and get the house ready to sell. But I did it, with Roger's help. It's why I fell in love with him. I'd never met such a kind and generous man. Hey, Mom, Owen says, getting home just after 6. Why aren't you with your dad? I ask. Why would I be with Dad? He says, going to the kitchen. I follow him in there. He was going to text you and see if you wanted to have dinner with him. I didn't see his text. Owen gets out his phone. I see it now. I guess I missed it. How could he not see Roger's text? Owen's always looking at his phone. We got anything to eat? He asks, opening the fridge. I didn't make dinner. I thought you'd be out with your dad. I walk over to Owen. Honey, are you angry at him? Is that why you ignored his text? Maybe, Owen says with a shrug. He shuts the fridge and turns to me. I feel like he's taking everyone else's side. What do you mean? Like with Tanner. Dad acts like it's okay for Tanner to do stuff to me. But I do one little thing to him, and Dad yells at me for it. And then he was asking me about that Darren guy, like I'm the reason he disappeared. Honey, your dad doesn't think that. He was just asking if you'd seen Darren. And as for Tanner, your dad and I were upset because we don't want you becoming like Tanner and his friends. We raised you to be better than that. Yeah, but sometimes you need to fight back. I'm tired of Tanner and his friends getting away with everything. It's not fair. I get that, but violence isn't the answer. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's the only way to get guys like Tanner to back down. Doing nothing only makes it worse. Just look at Dad. He let Coach Sanders do whatever he wanted. He didn't fight back, so Coach Sanders kept bullying him. Dad couldn't even punish the football players when they did something wrong, because he was afraid of what Coach would do. Owen, that's not... And that Darren guy. The way he attacked Dad in the parking lot. Dad should have punched him, but instead he just stood there and took it. And what about Tanner's dad? We're just going to let him sue us, even though Tanner attacked me first? Owen throws his hands up. When does it end, Mom? When do we get to stand up for ourselves, instead of letting people walk all over us? That's not what's happening. Your father stands up for himself. He just doesn't use violence to do it. Then nobody's going to listen, Owen says, raising his voice. Why don't you get that? He storms off. I'm leaving. I'm going to get something to eat. I'm concerned by what Owen said. Violence is not the answer to his problems. I've told him that more times than I can count, so the fact that he still doesn't believe that worries me. Is he going to try to hurt Tanner again? Or someone else? Has he already done something? He was talking about Coach Sanders in the past tense. Does that mean something, or was he just referring to things that happened in the past? I call Roger. His phone rings several times before he finally picks up. Hi, honey, he says. I should be home in an hour or so. Are you at the park? Yes. I planted a couple of trees. I'm hoping to do 1 or 2 more before I leave. They delivered several, so I'll probably come back tomorrow to get the rest in the ground. I talked to Owen. He said he didn't see your text. He did. It was marked as read, but he never responded. I think he's still upset with me. He's upset with both of us. He just gave me a speech about how violence is the only way to get through to people, and how he's tired of us doing nothing when people attack us. Who does he think is attacking us? Darren, Larry, Wade. They have issues with me, not Owen. I know, but he's protective of you. He thinks you're too passive and need to fight back. I'm worried he's going to do it himself to protect you. I don't know what he could do. They're grown men. If Owen tried to fight them, they'd win. If he used his fist, yes. But he could use something else, I say, remembering the photos of Dale's victims. Each one had been hit in the head with a shovel. Nora, I thought we were done talking about this. You keep saying Owen isn't Dale, but then you say things that imply the opposite. Because Owen keeps doing things that remind me of him. Like his room and all the piles of dirty clothes everywhere. It's like when Dale would pile up papers and leave them all over the house. Honey, it's normal for teenagers to leave dirty clothes on the floor. It's not just Owen. Let's talk about this later. I want to finish this up so I can get home. Okay, I'll see you soon. I turn on the TV, thinking I can distract myself with a movie. But 5 minutes later, I lose interest and shut it off. I go upstairs, stopping at Owen's room. His door is closed, and I know I shouldn't go in there, but I do it anyway. I have this nagging feeling he's hiding something from me, and I have to know what it is. I've already searched his drawers, so I go over to his closet. It's a mess, with clothes on the floor and only a few items on hangers. I hope he learns to clean up after himself when he gets to college. Kneeling down on the floor, I dig through the pile of clothes and find a folder. I look inside it, expecting to see Owen's schoolwork, but instead I see printouts of articles about Dale and what he did. There's a photo of one of his victims, the basketball player. It looks like Owen zoomed in on the photo online, took a screenshot of it, and printed it out. Why would he do that? Why would he want a photo of one of the people Dale killed? Flipping through the rest of the folder, I find photos showing the other 2 victims. I find articles describing how Dale followed the victims around before he killed them. How he kept something from each of them as a souvenir of what he'd done. There's an article from a psychologist at the college, theorizing Dale's motives for doing this, including how Dale felt the victims looked down on him, or were making fun of him. Dale never once told me he felt that way, but he wasn't someone who talked about his feelings. Owen isn't either. I hear the front door open and stuff the papers back into the folder. I shove it under the pile of clothes and quietly leave Owen's room. He's coming up the stairs as I'm walking down the hall. "Hi, honey." I smile at him. "Did you get something to eat?" "Yeah." He holds up a sack from a fast food place. "Were you in my room?" "No, I was putting something away in the closet." He eyes me like he doesn't believe me, then goes past me and into his room. He closes his door and I hear the lock turn. Why does he have a folder on Dale? Is he just curious about his father? Or is he researching what Dale did so he can do it himself? Chapter 24. "What do you think?" Andrea, my hairstylist, asks. "I love it," I say, looking in the mirror. "It'll be nice having it a little shorter for the summer." It's Thursday afternoon, and I'm at the hair salon. I usually just get a trim, but I had Andrea take off a few inches today, bringing my hair to just above my shoulders. It hasn't been this short since I was with Dale. That's actually why I've kept it longer all these years. I didn't want to look like I did when I was married to a murderer. But enough time has passed that I'm ready to go back to a shorter style. "Have any plans for the day?" Andrea asks, as she undoes the black cape from around my neck. "I need to send out reminders to the volunteers and then maybe go to the store. Nothing too exciting." "How's that going? The park project?" "Great, other than some issues with the tree delivery." I get up from the chair. They mixed up the dates and dropped a few off last Monday instead of tomorrow, so Roger had to go there and plant them. "Poor Roger," she says with a laugh. "He probably didn't realize what he was getting himself into when he came up with this idea. Sounds like he's doing a lot of the work himself." "He is, but he doesn't mind. He likes working outdoors. He was hoping Owen would help, but you know how teenagers are. They'd rather do their own thing than hang out with their parents. Yeah, I can't get Lexi to even talk to me some days," she says, referring to her daughter, who just turned 14. Andrea walks me to the counter to pay. "It's the same amount as always, unless you need to buy some products." "No, I'm good for now." I hand her my credit card. "Hey, did you hear about that guy? The one that's missing?" My pulse quickens. "What guy?" "The one that was married to the town council lady." "Darren?" "Yeah, that's him." She swipes my credit card, then hands it back. Apparently, he hasn't shown up to work for like a week. People think he might be missing. "He's not missing." I don't even want to think that, so I won't. I'll go with the story Julia told Roger, which for all I know could be true. "I heard he might be back with that woman," I say. "The one he was seeing when he was still married." "It's possible. I forgot about that." Andrea hands me the credit card slip to sign. She lives out of town, right? Yes, I think she's a couple of hours away. I heard he met her online. I sign the slip and give it back to Andrea. Even if he's back with her, you'd think he'd let his boss know he wouldn't be showing up for work. I've heard Darren's not that reliable. It wouldn't surprise me if he blew off work. I need to get ready for my next appointment. She smiles at me. It was good seeing you, Nora. You too. I give her a wave as I leave. Darren is missing, or presumed to be missing. I'm surprised Roger didn't tell me. I'm sure Julia called and told him. He hasn't mentioned her recently, but I'm guessing they're still talking. She's using the park project to stay in touch with him, even though there's no need for her to be involved at this point. When I get home, I notice Owen's car in the driveway. That's odd. It's 4:30. He should still be at work. Going into the house, I hear music coming from upstairs. I go up there and follow the loud rock music to Owen's room. I knock on the door. Owen! Just a minute! He yells over the music. He turns the volume down and I hear him unlock the door. Why is he locking his door when he's home alone? Hey, Mom, what do you need? He asks, barely opening the door. I was wondering why you're home. I had a headache, so I left work. If he has a headache, why was he playing his music so loud? Did you take something for it? No, I just drank a ton of soda, and it went away. I think I was dehydrated. When did you leave the bike shop? Like around 3. Maybe earlier, I don't remember. Since I'm feeling better, I might go to a movie tonight. Or you could stay home and clean your room. I peek past him and see clothes piled up on his bed. Mom, come on. He groans. It's summer. I don't want to spend it cleaning my room. Owen, we talked about this. You need to help out more around the house. I did. I put in a load of laundry. Really? I ask, surprised because I don't think he's ever done laundry. Did you actually put the clothes in the washer, or just throw them in the laundry room? I washed them. They're in the dryer now. That's great, I smile. I'm glad you did that. Now that you know how, you can do your laundry for the rest of the summer. He rolls his eyes. Mom, are we done here? Yes. Oh, how do you like my hair? I turn my head side to side. It looks like it always does. I had 3 inches cut off. Looks the same to me. He shuts his door. He obviously doesn't pay much attention to me if he thinks my hair looks the same. Roger will notice I had it cut. He always notices things like that. Even if I only get a trim, he'll notice and compliment me. When I'm back downstairs, I go to the laundry room and hear the dryer running. Owen wasn't lying. He actually did laundry. But he must not have cleaned out the change from his pockets, because I hear it rattling around in the dryer. He left a mess on the washer. The detergent bottle is sitting on top of it with the cap off and detergent dripping down the side. And he left all 3 bottles of stain remover out. I buy different ones for different stains. Owen must have had a stain on his clothes and didn't know what to use, so he used all 3. As I'm putting the bottles away, the buzzer goes, off on the dryer. I open it and find a pair of jeans, a t-shirt, Owen's red hoodie, and a pair of socks. That's all he washed? He has a whole room full of dirty clothes, and he chose to only wash 1 outfit. I clearly need to do a better job teaching him basic skills like how to do laundry. As I'm taking the clothes out, I see what was rattling when the dryer was running. It's a necklace, a gold chain like a man would wear. I've never seen Owen wear jewelry. This must be a new thing he's doing. He must have bought it thinking it'd make him look cool, or make girls notice him. I gather up the clothes, grab the necklace, and go up to Owen's room. He turned his music off, which is good because I really don't like what he listens to. It sounds more like screaming than music. "Owen," I say, knocking on his door. "I have your clothes." "Just leave them there," he says. "I wanted to ask you something. Can you open the door?" He opens it just a crack. "What?" "You don't have to sound so annoyed." I hold out his clothes. "Here." He takes them from me. "I could have got them myself." "I know, but I was down there when the buzzer went off. Why'd you only wash a few things?" "Because it's all I needed to wash. You have a whole room full of dirty clothes." "Yeah, but these had stuff all over them. I wanted to get the stains out." "What were the stains from? Work?" He hesitates. "Yeah, I got grease on them." "Well, next time, please do a full load, and I can show you what to use to get stains out." "Yeah, okay." He starts to close the door. "Oh, and wait, I also have this." I hold out the necklace. "What is it?" "Your gold chain. When did you decide to start wearing jewelry?" "That's not mine." "Then who does it belong to?" "It must be Dad's. Your father wouldn't wear this. I found it in the dryer with your clothes. It has to be yours." "Mom, it's not. I'd know if that was mine. I'm going to put my clothes away." He shuts the door. I take the chain back downstairs and set it on the kitchen counter. It looks familiar, but it definitely doesn't belong to Roger. He doesn't like wearing jewelry of any kind, including his wedding ring. But I insist he wear it. It's almost 5. Roger will be home soon. Maybe he'll know something about the chain. Just as I'm thinking that, I hear the garage door opening. "You're early," I say as Roger comes into the house. "I had a headache, so I decided to come home." He gives me a kiss. "Owen left work early, too, also because of a headache." "I wondered why his car was here." Roger opens the cabinet and takes the whiskey from the shelf. "I'm surprised you're drinking," I say, watching Roger pour the whiskey in a glass. "Won't that make your headache worse?" "You would think so. But surprisingly, I've always found it helps." He swigs his drink. "What's that?" He points to the gold chain. "I found it in the dryer." I pick it up. "It's not yours, is it?" "No." He laughs. "You know how I feel about wearing jewelry." He holds up his hand, showing me his wedding ring. "I wear this because you want me to, not because I like it. Even after years of marriage, it still bothers me to have something on my finger." "I think you'll live," I say in a kidding tone. I set the chain down. "Owen says this isn't his. But then why was it in our dryer? With Owen's clothes?" "If it was with Owen's stuff, it has to be his." Roger sets his drink down and picks up the chain. "This looks familiar. I feel like I've seen it before." "I thought so too. But I can't think of anyone we know who wears a gold chain." As Roger gazes at it, a look of concern comes over his face. "Roger, what is it?" I ask. "Do you know who it belongs to?" "Yes," he says with a sigh. "And? Who is it?" He sets the chain down. "You don't want to know." Chapter 25. Why wouldn't I want to know? I ask, a feeling of unease coming over me. "The reason that chain looks familiar is because we saw it recently." Roger pauses. "On Darren." "Darren? When did we—" I stop as I realize Darren was wearing a gold chain. That day he went up to us in the parking lot, and it looked very similar to the one I found in our dryer. "I'm sure it's not the same," I say, trying to convince myself the chain doesn't belong to a man who's supposedly missing. A lot of gold chains have a similar look, especially ones for men. Roger picks it up. It looks exactly like the one he was wearing. See the pattern? He hands me the chain. A herringbone pattern is common. I notice my hand trembling and set the chain down. It doesn't prove it was Darren's. Then who do you think it belongs to? I don't know. Maybe it is Darren's, but it fell off and he didn't realize it. Owen found it, picked it up, and put it in his pocket, thinking it might be worth something. You really believe that's what happened? Roger says. What's the alternative? I ask, but I know what we're both thinking. I just don't want to say it. I should call Julia, find out if she's heard from Darren. She hasn't, or I'm guessing she hasn't. Andrea, my hairstylist, told me Darren is missing. Why would your hairstylist tell you that? Is she friends with him? No, she was just making conversation. I told her it's possible Darren's with that woman he was having an affair with. I'm sure that's where he is. He probably doesn't want to tell anyone until he knows if it's going to work out with her. But wouldn't he tell his boss? He can't just stop showing up for work. He'll get fired. Roger glances upstairs. Is Owen in his room? Yes. And I already asked him about the chain. He acted like he knew nothing about it. It didn't just appear out of nowhere. Owen had to have brought it home. Roger walks out of the kitchen and into the other room. Owen, get down here. We need to ask you something. I hear Owen's door open. What is it? I'm not going to yell it, Roger says. Come down here, please. Moments later, Owen comes clomping down the stairs and joins Roger in the living room. I remain in the kitchen, letting Roger handle this. Your mom showed me that chain you brought home, he says. Where'd you find it? I didn't. I've never seen it before. You saw it on Darren. He was wearing it that day he came up to us in the parking lot. So you think I stole it? Owen says, getting defensive. I'm asking how you got it. Roger calmly says. I didn't. I'm telling you, I didn't take it. Then how did it end up in the laundry? I don't know, Dad, Owen says in an angry tone. Maybe you or Mom put it in there to make it look like I did something. And why would we do that? To prove I'm like Dale. You two seem determined to prove I'm just like him. I race into the room. Owen, that's not true. Then stop accusing me of stuff I didn't do. We're not accusing, Roger says. We're asking questions, which we're allowed to do as your parents. Or you could try trusting me. Owen says with a huff. We did, and then we found out you tried to hurt Tanner. Roger folds his arms over his chest. And what about the van? What about it? Did I say you could use it without asking? Owen shrugs. You said you bought it for me. Why would I ask permission if it's mine? Because I need it for the park project, Roger says. If you want to use it, you need to ask. When did you take the van? I say to Owen. Last night. I wanted to take my bike on the trail. We should get him a bike rack for his car, I say to Roger. Roger ignores the suggestion, his focus on Owen. I don't mind if you use the van, but you need to ask first, and I expect you to keep it clean. It's fine if the back is dirty, but there was dirt all over the front seat. It got all over my pants. I didn't get dirt on the seat, Owen says. I'm not going to argue about it, Roger says. Next time, just wipe it off. Yeah, whatever, he mutters. Can I go now? Yes, go. We're having dinner soon, I say, as Owen goes up the stairs. I'm not hungry. He goes down the hall to his room and slams the door. That didn't go well, Roger says. No, and we still don't know how he got the chain. I think we need to keep a closer eye on him. I wanted to give him more independence, but I don't like that he's lying to us. About the chain? About everything. Like the van. He doesn't tell me he's taking it and then leaves dirt everywhere. How'd he get that much dirt in there just from riding his bike? I don't know how we keep an eye on him unless we force him to be home when he's not at work. But is it fair to ground him when he hasn't done anything? He's been lying to us, Nora. What teenager doesn't lie to his parents, or any authority figure? Yes, but Owen is different. He's usually honest with us. I thought so too, but that seems to be changing. I pause. Have you heard anything from Wade? No, but I didn't think I would. He's not going to call me back when he's on vacation. Do you think he made it to the campsite? I assume he did. I haven't heard either way. He glances at the kitchen. Let's go make dinner. And I need more of that whiskey. Roger usually doesn't drink during the week, which tells me he's feeling stressed about something, probably Owen. Just a couple of weeks ago, Roger was acting like I was crazy for even suggesting Owen might be turning into Dale. But now he's starting to see for himself the signs that Owen is becoming more and more similar to his father. I don't want to believe that, but I also can't deny it. If Owen is becoming like Dale, Roger and I need to do something before it's too late. Friday morning, I wait until Owen and Roger have left for work, and then call up Julia. I didn't want to do this, but I need to know if that gold chain really belongs to Darren, and I'm guessing his ex-wife will have the answer. Hello, this is Julia, she says. Julia, hi, it's Nora, Roger's wife. Nora, she says, like she's surprised to hear from me. I'm sure she is, given that I've never called her. Is this about the park project? No. I was wondering if we could meet for coffee. Coffee? She repeats, like she's confused. Yes. I nervously laugh. I know it's rather out of the blue, but given that you're such good friends with Roger, I thought we should get to know each other better. Do you have any time today? I'm not sure. I'd have to check my schedule. Go ahead. I can wait. Does it have to be today? I could do it next week. Today would be best. I know you're busy, so I won't take up much of your time. Do you have maybe 20 minutes? A half hour? It looks like I have time around 10, but I have meetings before and after, so we'd have to go somewhere close to my office. That's fine. Just tell me where to be, and I'll meet you there at 10. Her office is on the other side of town, but it's a small town, so it doesn't take long to get there. I arrive a few minutes early and find a table by the window. Just before 10, Julia comes out of her building dressed in a navy suit. I've never seen her dressed for work. She looks much better in clothes that actually cover her than the skimpy ones she wears around town. As she comes into the cafe, I get up and meet her at the door. Hi. I smile at her. I got us a table over there. I point to it. Maybe we could skip the coffee. I don't have much time. Oh, I say, thinking the place probably doesn't want us sitting here without ordering something. I'll get something when she leaves. Then I guess we'll go sit down. She follows me to the table and sits across from me. I know what this is about, she says, sitting up straighter. And I can assure you it's not true. What isn't true? The rumor about Roger and me. Her brows rise. That's why you wanted to meet, isn't it? Because you think it's true. I wasn't even going to bring it up. But since you did, perhaps we should talk about it. There's really nothing to say. People in this town are always making up rumors, and this one about Roger and me is completely false. There's nothing going on with us. A man and woman can be friends without it turning into more. They can, but it's unusual, especially when the man is married. While that might be true, I say, I'd prefer Roger spend his free time with me and our son. Between his job and the park project, we really don't see him much, and family time is very important to us. I'm sure it is. she says with an uncomfortable smile. She doesn't want me telling her to stop seeing Roger, but her relationship with my husband needs to end. But as you know, Roger and I still have to oversee the park project together. Your role in the project should be done. You convince the town council to approve the project and come up with a budget. What else do you need to do? She clears her throat. As a council member, it's my job to see that the project is coming along in a timely manner and the budget is being spent appropriately. Roger can keep you informed of those things via email. It doesn't need to be in person. Yes, well, I prefer to meet in person. Roger does as well. She checks her watch. I need to be going. Is there something else you wanted to discuss? Yes. I take the gold chain from my purse. I was wondering if you've seen this before. She takes it from me. This is Darren's. I gave it to him our first Christmas together. Why do you have it? I found it, I blurt out, realizing I need to come up with a story to explain why I have it. It was in the parking lot at the hardware store. I thought I'd seen Darren wear one that was similar. This is definitely Darren's. She shows me the clasp. See the brand? DS Designs. DS is Darren's initials. It's just a coincidence the company name uses his initials, but I thought it was cute at the time, so I bought it for him. She sets it down. He never took it off, even to shower. He said it made him look sexy. She rolls her eyes. It's not even real gold. It's just some cheap metal. Why don't you take it? You can give it back to him. I don't want it. I'm done with Darren. If you want to give it to him, you can. She flips her hair back. If you can find him. What do you mean? Haven't you heard? He took off. He hasn't been to work in over a week. People in town are saying he's missing, but that's just another rumor. Knowing Darren, he's back with that woman. If she lets him stay with her. I doubt he'll be back. Doesn't he need to come get his things? He doesn't have anything. I took it all in the divorce. He's been renting out a furnished apartment, so all he really has are his clothes, which I'm sure he took with him when he left. So you haven't heard from him? She shakes her head. He's not going to call me when he's with her, and I'm not calling him. Darren and I are over. I don't care if I ever see him again. I actually hope he stays with her. She checks her watch again. I need to get ready for my meeting. Okay, well, thank you for doing this, I say as she gets up. Sure. She smiles. Say hi to Roger for me. She walks off, leaving me wondering if she was just being polite by telling me to say hi to Roger, or if it was some kind of message. Was she telling me she's going to keep finding reasons to see him, and talk to him, and have dinner with him? She can forget it because it's not happening. I don't trust her around my husband. I never have, but I really don't now. She doesn't seem to care that he's married. She's one of those people who thinks she should get whatever she wants. But she's not getting Roger. Chapter 26. Oh, good, you're home, I say to Roger as he comes into the house a little after 5. I was just going to call you. I thought we'd... What is wrong with you? Roger says, storming up to me. What do you mean? I ask, confused and alarmed by his reaction. What was going on in your head that made you think it was okay to go behind my back and talk to Julia? Go behind your back? Are you saying I'm not allowed to talk to her without your permission? She's a colleague, Nora. We do business together. Do I arrange private meetings with colleagues you work with? Number I don't, because it's completely inappropriate. He goes past me, heading to the kitchen. I follow him there and watch as he pours himself some whiskey. I don't understand why you're getting so angry, I say. Roger gulps down his whiskey, then glares at me. Why'd you do it? Because you don't trust me? Is that what this is about? You don't trust me to be faithful to you, even after I told you multiple times that there is nothing going on with her. Roger, that's not why I didn't have to do this, Nora. He steps closer to me, his glass in his hand. I could have found someone else. Someone who didn't have your history, didn't have a son, didn't make me leave my entire life behind to move here, to this stupid small town where people put football over academics, and I have idiot parents suing me and rumors being spread about me. He raises his glass, waving it around in the air. I didn't have to do any of that, but I did, because of you. And this is how you treat me. You go meet with a woman who is a professional colleague of mine and tell her to stay away from me, all because of your insecurities. I'm shaking and I can't catch my breath because my heart's going too fast. What happened to my dear, sweet, mild-mannered Roger? Because this is not him. He's never spoken to me this way, never yelled at me, never looked at me the way he is now, with hate in his eyes. You need to calm down, I say, backing away from him. I can't talk to you when you're like this. I'll be upstairs. I turn to leave. Nora, don't you dare walk out on me. We are not done here. I turn back and see him finishing the whiskey in his glass. We're done until you calm down, I say. I don't know what's going on with you, but I'm not putting up with it. I won't let you talk to me this way. So that's it? You're not going to explain yourself? I take a breath. I went to see Julia to ask her about the gold chain. I wanted to know if it was Darren's. And it was. She said, "Are you joking?" Roger yells, slamming his glass down. Nora, do you know what you've done? You've just implicated Owen in Darren's disappearance. No, I didn't even mention Owen. I told her I found the chain in the parking lot at the hardware store. And Darren isn't missing. She said he's with that woman. That's what she thinks, he yells. She doesn't know it to be a fact. For all she or anyone knows, Darren is dead in a ditch somewhere. And if he is, the police are going to talk to people in town to find out who did this. And it's all going to lead to Owen. He didn't do anything, I say through gritted teeth. It doesn't matter. All it takes is for someone to say he did, and Owen's life is over. This town already hates him. You think they're going to tell the police he wasn't involved if there's even a chance he might be? Darcy will tell everyone she saw Owen at the construction site, watching Darren like he was stalking him. Then she'll tell them about the drawings he did. If word gets out that Owen has Darren's chain, it's over. That's all the evidence they need. They need more than that. Number. They don't. Not around here. These are small-town cops. They'll want to lock someone away as fast as possible so people feel safe again and think the police are doing their job. It won't matter if Owen did it or not. People would be thrilled to see him locked away. The police will be seen as heroes. Now who's overreacting? I say, throwing my hands up. You're assuming Darren's dead and Owen's going to jail just because I asked Julia about the chain. If you're that worried, tell her to keep quiet about it. She'll listen to you more than anyone else, given how close you two are. I smirk. Oh, she said to tell you hello. You don't believe me, do you? He sneers. You think I'm sleeping with her. I didn't before, but now I'm not sure. The way you're acting right now, I don't even know you. I'm not allowed to be angry. After you arrange a secret meeting with Julia to talk about my non-existent affair and show her a chain that belongs to her missing ex-husband that could land Owen in prison. I don't know, Nora, but I think my anger is justified. Hey, Owen says, coming into the kitchen. Why are you guys yelling? What's going on? Nothing. We were just talking. I go over to Owen and put my arm around him. Would you like to go out tonight? Out where? For pizza. I look over at Roger. Your father's staying here. He has some things to do. Okay, Owen says. Pizza sounds good. Great. We'll leave now. Beat the dinner rush. I go past Roger to get my purse, then go past him again, on my way back to Owen. Come on, honey. Let's go. Bye, Dad, he says. Goodbye, Owen, Roger says. Have a fun time. Don't wait up for us. I tell Roger. We might go to a movie after dinner. His eyes lock on mine. Have a wonderful time. Owen and I leave the house. I had to get out of there. I don't know what's going on with Roger, but I didn't want to be around him. And I didn't want him around my son. As soon as we're in the car, Owen says, "Why were you and Dad fighting?" "We weren't fighting," I say, pulling out of the driveway. "We just disagreed about something." "Was it about me?" "No, of course not," I say, smiling at Owen. "Let's not talk about your father." "I didn't do it," Owen says. "Do what?" "Take that guy's necklace. And I didn't do anything to him." "I know you didn't." I glance at Owen. "Why don't we talk about something else? Has it been busy at the bike shop?" "And I didn't get dirt all over the van. I don't know what Dad's talking about. Someone else must have done it because it wasn't me." "Maybe it was one of the volunteers. It doesn't matter. It's an old work van. It can get dirty." Owen quiets down as I continue to drive, which is good because I don't want him asking questions about Roger. I'm too upset to talk about him right now. "Mom, can I ask you something?" Owen says as we wait at a stoplight. "Go ahead." "What was Dale like?" My heart races as I pull through the intersection. Why is he asking about Dale? He hasn't done that in years, not since he was a little boy, and missed his father after they took him away. We did a lot of talking back then, as I tried to explain what happened in a way a small child would understand. I clear my throat. "What do you want to know?" "All that stuff he did. Did he remember doing it?" I glance at Owen. "I don't understand what you're asking. Why wouldn't he remember?" Owen shrugs. "Sometimes people do bad stuff and block it out." "How do you know that?" I ask, trying to remain calm. But my chest is getting tight, and I feel like I can't get a breath in. Where is this coming from? Why is Owen saying this? I read it online. I was thinking about Dale, and how he kept saying he didn't do it. I wondered if maybe he did, but he couldn't remember. I did some research and found that sometimes people block out things they don't want to remember. Dale didn't block it out. He told the police he didn't do those things because he didn't want to go to prison. A lot of people do that when they get arrested for something. They're trying to save themselves from being locked up. But what if it's true? What if he killed those people and then his mind blocked it out? Does that still make him a bad person? He took 3 lives, so yes, what he did was bad, whether he remembers doing it or not. Oh, and you know that, right? That it was bad? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if he's a bad person just because he did a bad thing. I don't like to say anyone is a bad person, but I don't know how else to describe someone who kills innocent people. But you married him. Why would you marry a bad person? I didn't know he was like that. He had this whole other side of him that I didn't know about. Maybe he had 2 personalities. I read this article online that said someone could be totally normal, but have this other version of themselves that makes them act like a different person. It said they may not even know that side is there. We're at the restaurant now, and I park the car and turn the engine off. Owen, why are you bringing this up? I turn to him. Dale did not have two personalities. He knew what he was doing when he killed those people. Then why didn't you know? How could you be married to him and not know he was like that? Because he hid it from me. Dale and I didn't talk much. We didn't have that kind of marriage. But you loved him, right? I didn't. I married him because I got pregnant. But I don't want Owen knowing that. I loved the version of him I thought he was. The side he let me see. You think I have two sides? Number. Absolutely not. Why would you even say that? Because of the stuff that's been happening. I don't remember taking that chain, but you and Dad seemed convinced that I did. And I don't remember leaving dirt all over the van. I'm sure one of the volunteers did that. Your father just assumed it was you because he didn't know who else it might be. As for the chain, maybe you found it somewhere, picked it up, and forgot you had it. Owen nods but doesn't look convinced. I don't want you thinking about this anymore, I say. And I don't want you looking up stuff online about your father. It's the past. Remember what I said when we moved here? That Dale doesn't exist. Owen turns to me. But he does. He's my dad. And I don't like that you won't even let me talk about him. Owen, we've been talking about him since we left the house. And I answered your questions the best I could. I can't explain why Dale killed those people or why I didn't know he was like that. It's something I'll never fully understand. I've had to accept that. And you need to as well. But what if it happens to me? Or what if it already has? What if I did something and can't remember? I feel like I'm about to be sick, but I'm doing everything possible to hide that from Owen. What do you think you did? I ask, noticing my voice sounds shaky. It's because I'm so worried about what he's going to say. What he might have done. I don't know. Owen looks down at the floor. I don't remember doing anything, but then, why did I have that chain? And why is that guy missing? We don't know that he's missing. And if he is, you had nothing to do with it. How do you know? What if You didn't. I open the car door. We're done talking about this. Let's go eat. We go into the restaurant and the hostess seats us at a table. The waitress arrives and we order a large pizza and 2 large sodas. I tell Owen about my day and ask him about his plans for the weekend. I'm trying not to think about our conversation in the car, but my mind keeps going back to it. Does Owen really believe Dale doesn't remember killing those people? And even more concerning, does he believe he might have done the same and can't remember? Chapter 27. Owen and I get home just before 10. After dinner, I took him to a movie. It was a superhero film, the kind Owen loves. He talked about it the whole way home, which was much better than talking about Dale. I'm hoping Owen never asks about him again, but I'm guessing he will. He seems determined to know more about him. How was the movie? Roger asks, coming down the stairs. It was great, Owen says. You should have gone with us. You would have loved it. Maybe I could take you to see it again, Roger says. He seems much calmer than he did earlier, more like the Roger I'm used to. Yeah, maybe, Owen says. Or there's another one I want to see. We can talk about it later. Why don't you go up to your room? I need to talk to your mom. Owen looks at me, almost in a protective way. Hearing Roger yell at me must have scared him. It scared me too. It's so unlike Roger to do that. Go ahead, I say to Owen, smiling at him. I'll see you in the morning. He heads upstairs and goes down to his room. I'm sorry about earlier, Roger says, remaining a few feet away from me. I was out of line. I never should have spoken to you that way. Number. You shouldn't have. I stare back at him. So why did you? I panicked. When Julia called and told me you had Darren's gold chain, I assumed she'd connect it to his disappearance. I was worried she'd think Owen was involved and that you were covering for him. None of it was true, but that's where my mind went. He steps closer to me. I know that doesn't excuse my behavior, but I at least wanted you to know what I was thinking. What did Julia say when you talked to her? We mainly talked about this rumor going around and how it needs to stop. She said you seemed very upset about it, which she understood, having been married herself. No wife wants to hear rumors that her husband is cheating. Then perhaps she should stop spending time with you. We discussed that. We're going to try to do more over email or over the phone. I'm surprised Julia agreed to that. She seemed determined to keep seeing Roger. I didn't meet with her to talk about the rumor, I say. She brought it up so we discussed it, but the real reason I went to see her was to ask about the chain. I understand that, but you know that if Darren is indeed missing, you've created a problem for Owen. Julia's going to think he's involved. You just said that wasn't true. It's not now, but it could be. When I spoke to Julia, she expressed her concerns about Darren. She said he's never gone this long without checking in with someone. His boss, his brother, the men he hangs out with at the bar. None of them have heard from him, and when they've tried calling him, he doesn't answer. She knows this for sure? She's talked to his friends? She did after. You met with her. She would have let it go and assumed Darren was with that woman, but you got her thinking that something might have happened to him. Why? I didn't say he was missing. I didn't even bring it up. She did. It was the chain. Darren never goes without it. If he'd lost it, he'd be calling around to see if anyone found it. But he hasn't, which made Julia concerned. I told her if he's trying to get that other woman back, he's going to focus on her and forget about the chain. But she still thought she should do something. Like what? Go to the police? Yes, but I talked her out of it. I told her to wait. Give Darren more time to show up. If he doesn't, you think she'll try to blame Owen? It's possible. Or someone else will. Especially if they find out Owen had Darren's chain. What did you do with it? Where is it now? I left it in the garage. I thought I'd keep it out there, and if Darren shows up, I'll give it back to him. I pause. I need to talk to you about something Owen said to me on the way to dinner. What did he say? He was doing some research online and said he thinks Dale killed those men, but can't remember. He thinks that's why Dale kept telling the police he didn't do it. Dale only said that in an attempt to avoid prison. I told Owen that, but he didn't seem to believe me. He thinks Dale might have a dual personality, and that the person who committed the murders isn't the person who came home to us every night. That's strange. Roger's brows draw together. Why would Owen even come up with an idea like that? I think it's because... I don't want to say it, but I need to. Because he thinks he might be the same way. How? I don't understand. Owen is worried he might have done something he can't remember. Something bad. Like what? Roger cautiously asks. Like harming Darren. Owen can't remember finding Darren's chain or taking it home. And he can't remember getting the van dirty. I told him maybe a volunteer did it, but... It wasn't a volunteer, Roger says. No one's been in the van but the three of us. We're the only ones who have the keys for it. Then maybe Owen had dirt on him and didn't realize it. I don't know how it happened, but I know my little boy isn't a killer. Roger walks over to the couch and sits down. Roger? I go over to him. He's staring straight ahead like he's deep in thought. "Roger, what is it? What are you thinking?" "Come sit down." I sit beside him, fearful of what he's going to say. "Just tell me. You're making me nervous." "Back when I was friends with Dale, he said something to me. Something that didn't make sense." "What did he say?" "That he'd lost several hours of time, meaning he didn't remember them. He said he got off his shift at the college and didn't get home until hours later. But he didn't remember where he went or what he did. I told him he probably drank too much and passed out, but he swore he hadn't been drinking." "Did this happen on the night of one of the murders?" "Not that I know of, which is why I never told the police. I didn't think it was relevant to the case, and honestly, I didn't believe Dale. I really thought he'd just got drunk and passed out. But what if Owen is right? What if Dale really believes he's innocent because he can't remember killing those men?" "He never told the police that. He never said he couldn't remember." "We don't know everything he said to the police. All we know is he swore he didn't do it. Maybe that's because he had no memory of it. What if he really doesn't think he did it? What if Owen is right and Dale can't remember?" "Why are we even discussing this? Dale did it. He killed those people. It doesn't matter if he remembers it or not." "It matters if Owen inherited that trait from Dale." "There is no trait," I say, angry that Roger's even considering that as a possibility. "I've never even heard of such a thing. I've heard stories of people blocking out memories of things they don't want to remember. Tragic events, abuse. Maybe this is something similar. Maybe Dale killed those men, then put it out of his mind so he could go on with his life without thinking about it." "That's ridiculous." I sit back on the couch, folding my arms over my chest. "You can't kill someone and then forget that it happened. And Dale wanted to remember. That's why he kept things from each of his victims. You're right. I wasn't thinking about that." Roger pauses. "Does Owen know that Dale kept things?" "I've never told him, but if he's been reading articles about Dale online, he would know. Then why would he create this story about Dale having no memory of the killings?" "I don't know," I say, trying to think of an explanation. Maybe he made it up so he wouldn't get into trouble. "What do you mean?" "He tells you Dale can't remember doing these things to make you think the same might be happening to him. Perhaps he thinks we'll go easy on him if claims he can't remember, tampering with someone's bike or taking someone's necklace. I doubt Owen would do that, and he admitted to tampering with Tanner's bike. He didn't say he couldn't remember. What about Darren's necklace? We still don't know why Owen took it. He swears he doesn't remember doing it, and I believe him. Kids bring things home all the time and can't remember where they got them." "I suppose that's possible." He pauses. "Nora, if we're done talking about Owen, I'd like to say something. Go ahead." He holds my hand. "I need to apologize again for how I spoke to you earlier. I never should have said those things to you." "Did you mean it? The part about how you could have chosen someone else? Someone without so much baggage?" "Honey, no. That was my anger talking. And the stress I've been feeling with everything that's been going on. I was overwhelmed and thinking for a moment that my life would have been easier if things had turned out differently." He holds my hand. "But I was crazy to think that. You and Owen are everything to me. Despite the difficulties we've been through, I wouldn't change a thing. It was terrible for me to say otherwise. Is there anything I can do to get you to forgive me? You can promise me you won't act like that again." "I can't promise I won't ever lose my temper, but I will do everything possible to not take it out on you." Then I suppose I could forgive you, I say, smiling a little. He leans over and gives me a kiss. Don't ever doubt how much I love you. I don't doubt that he loves me, but I'm starting to doubt if I know him the way I thought I did. Or maybe that's my lack of trust making me think that. Being married to a serial killer for years makes it hard to trust another man. Even Roger. Or my son. Chapter 28. The shovels are over there, I say to Heidi, pointing to them. And the trees are placed where they need to be planted. It's Saturday morning and I'm at the park, directing the volunteers. The first batch of trees arrived yesterday, and we're ready to begin planting. I don't know how to do it, Heidi says. Is there someone who can show me? I can, Roger says, appearing beside me. It's very simple. You just need to make sure the hole is dug deep enough. Heidi smiles at him. Hi, Roger. The project's really coming along. It is, he says, smiling back at her. I've been coming here almost every night after work to keep things moving. I'm hoping we can finish early so people can start using the park. He looks at me. Is Larry here yet? We need a few more men to help with the heavy lifting. No, he hasn't shown up, I say, and I kind of hope he doesn't. It's going to be awkward having him here, knowing he plans to sue us. He signed up before the whole Tanner bike incident. Amber, his wife, signed up too, but neither one of them is here. I don't think Larry is coming, Heidi says. Amber might not either. Do you know why? I ask, wondering if Amber told Heidi what Owen did and how her husband plans to sue us. I assume that's why Larry and Amber aren't coming. Heidi hesitates. I know, but I'm not supposed to say. It would be helpful to know why he's not here, Roger says. Okay, but don't tell anyone I told you this. She pauses. Larry didn't come home last night. He was fighting with Amber and took off. And he's still not home? I ask. No, and he's not answering his phone. What's really strange is the kids haven't heard from him. Usually, when those two have a fight and Larry leaves, he at least checks in with the kids. This has happened before? Roger asks. Heidi nods. It happens all the time. They fight, Larry goes to the bar, has a few drinks and comes home. But last night he didn't. Maybe he stayed with a friend, I say. Maybe. But then why isn't he answering his phone? Tanner called him this morning and Larry didn't pick up. Heidi shrugs. He's probably just hung over and sleeping it off. I'm sure he'll go home later today, but I wouldn't expect him to be volunteering this morning. Thank you for letting us know, Roger says. If you want to grab a shovel and find a spot, I'll meet you over there in a minute. As she leaves, I say to Roger, Did you know any of that about Larry and Amber? No, I always thought they got along. They certainly act like it when they're at the school. Out of all the parents, I would have thought they had one of the strongest marriages. I would have thought that too. I guess you never know. Maybe that's why Tanner is always acting out. Children with a chaotic home life tend to misbehave. I look at the volunteer sheet. If Larry and Amber aren't showing up, then this is it for helpers today. It's a smaller group than last week, but we can still get a lot done. I'm going to go get Heidi started. We work until noon, then Roger sends everyone home. The temperature is dangerously high today, and he didn't want anyone getting heat stroke. You should go home and cool off, Roger says as I gulp down some water. I'm going to stay and get everything put away. Can't you do it later, when it cools off? I can't risk someone stealing the equipment. It won't take me long to clean up. I look around at the park. It's really coming together. The trees make a huge difference. They do, but I wish they were bigger. It's going to take years before they're big enough to provide some shade. I wipe the sweat from my forehead. I need to go shower. I'm a mess. Go ahead. He gives me a kiss. I'll see you at home. As I'm driving back to the house, my thoughts go to Larry and Amber. They always seemed like the perfect couple. I had no idea they were having problems. I'm surprised I haven't heard about it before now, but I'm not really in the loop with the town gossip, especially now that I'm off for the summer. During the school year, I'm usually kept up to date as to what's going on. When I go into the house, I trip over Owen's backpack. I groan, annoyed that he keeps doing this no matter how many times I tell him not to. He gets home, drops his backpack right in the path where we walk, and Roger or I end up tripping over it. Owen's at work now, but if he wasn't, I'd be giving him yet another lecture about how his carelessness nearly caused me to fall and break a hip. Picking up the backpack, I bring it upstairs with me. I set it down outside Owen's room and notice it came unzippered. I go to zip it up and notice something inside, something red. I pull it out and see it's a red necktie. Owen doesn't own any ties, and it doesn't look like one of Roger's. Did Owen buy it? I can't imagine he'd spend his money on a tie. He never dresses up. Taking a closer look at it, I notice the fabric has a diamond pattern. It's not a very nice-looking tie. It can't be Roger's. He wouldn't wear something like this. I'll ask Owen about it when he gets home. I stuff the tie in the backpack and open the door to Owen's room. I told him I'd stop going in here, but if he finds out and gets angry at me, I'll tell him lack of privacy is his punishment for leaving his backpack out. Going into his room, I sigh when I see dirty clothes everywhere and crumpled up chip bags and empty soda bottles. Owen promised me he'd clean his room, and yet it looks worse than it did the last time I was in here. I drop the backpack on the floor next to his bed and gather up the chip crumbs and pieces of candy scattered all over his desk. Roger would scold me for cleaning up after Owen like this, but I can't have food sitting out. It'll attract bugs. I move Owen's laptop aside and see something underneath it. It's the high school yearbook from last year. There's a piece of paper sticking out of it, like Owen was using it to mark a page. I open the book to that page and see photos from an award ceremony for the football players. Looking closer, I notice one of the photos shows Tanner with his dad. Larry's got his arm around Tanner, a big grin on his face. Why would Owen mark a page about a football award ceremony? No, I whisper, staring at the picture of Larry. He's wearing a shirt and tie, a red tie, one that looks eerily similar to the one in Owen's backpack. It's not the same. It can't be. I shut the yearbook and put it back on the desk, then cover it with Owen's laptop. I'm sure it's not the same tie. Owen wouldn't have Larry's tie. He shouldn't have a tie at all. So why is there one in his backpack? I have that sick feeling again. The one I get every time Owen does something that reminds me of Dale. He was always bringing things home, things that belonged to other people, things that belonged to his victims. This isn't the same. Owen must have found the tie and decided to keep it. Maybe Owen inherited Dale's hoarding gene, which explains not only why he's bringing home things that don't belong to him, but also why he won't throw out the garbage in his room. Larry didn't come home last night. I hear Heidi's words in my head and panic. If I'd only seen the red tie, maybe I could forget it. But seeing the tie and the yearbook photo of Larry wearing one just like it, and finding out Larry is missing, it's making me think something horrible has happened. Did Owen do something to Larry? But how? When? Owen was home last night, unless he snuck out. Number. That didn't happen. I'm letting my mind make up stories that aren't true. Heidi said Larry runs off all the time. He probably got drunk and slept in his car last night. I bet by now he's back with his family, safe and sound. My phone rings, startling me. Hello? Hi, is this Nora Sortson? A woman asks. I tense up. I haven't been called that name in years. Sortson was the name I had when I was married to Dale. Who is this? I ask Wars, because only people from my old life know me by that name. It's Abigail Ritter. I'm a reporter working on a story about your husband. Or ex-husband. Why? What is this about? There's a group of people looking into your husband's case. They've hired me to do a story on it, so the case will get more media attention. I was hoping to ask you some questions. I don't understand. Who's looking into Dale's case? It's a non-profit group that re-examines cases of people believed to be wrongly convicted of a crime, with the hope that they'll be released from prison. These people want to get Dale out of prison. I walk over to Owen's bed, needing to sit down. Dale wasn't wrongly convicted, I say. There was evidence, and people who testified against him. The evidence was weak at best, and some believe it was planted. Planted? By who? She clears her throat. There are several theories, but one of them involves you. Me. These people think I planted evidence. Is this a joke? It could have been someone else. Like I said, there are several theories being considered. As for the people who testified against him, it's possible they lied during their testimony so that Mr. Sortson would be locked away. No, that's not what happened. Dale killed those men. I was at the trial. I saw photos of the victims in the ground. Mr. Sortson insists he didn't put them there. He admits to knowing those men and not getting along with them. But that doesn't mean he killed them. He said all along that he didn't do it. He only said that to avoid prison. He was lying. It's obvious he did it. You clearly haven't examined all the evidence. I have. I've met with the group assigned to his case, and I have to say I can't believe a jury found him guilty. The evidence isn't strong enough for a conviction. I was wondering if you'd be in town sometime soon so we could meet. In town? Do you mean in Oklahoma? Yes, I understand you still have family here. Is there any chance you'll be back for a visit in the next month or so? No, and I'm not agreeing to an interview. This is ridiculous. You need to tell this group to stop wasting their time. Dale is guilty. It's as simple as that. Actually, it's not. If you don't want to be interviewed, that's fine, but you should know that the investigation will continue, and you may be involved later. My decision won't change. I want nothing to do with this. You may not have a choice. If we can get enough proof to show that Mr. Sortson might be innocent, the police will want to question you. I've already talked to the police, several times. I have nothing else to say. Ms. Sortson, I don't think you're understanding what's happening here. There's an investigation going on that has people wondering if you were involved in this. I'm giving you a chance to tell your story before someone tells it for you. I really think you should consider this before saying no. This is making my head spin. I'm feeling lightheaded as I try to take in what she's saying. None of it makes sense. Dale is guilty. He's been in prison for years. I was not involved, I say in an angry tone. For anyone to even suggest that is completely ridiculous. And I am not Ms. Sortson. I'm remarried. My name is Nora Trallis. Yes, sorry, I had that in my notes. I got confused since we refer to you as Ms. Sortson in our discussions. What discussions? Why are people talking about me? Because you're part of the investigation. Yes, but why? I'm telling you, I had nothing to do with this. And yet, you married Roger Trallis. What does that have to do with anything? Mr. Sortson believes Mr. Trallis set him up, and that you might have helped him. Chapter 29. The phone drops from my hand and tumbles to the floor. "Mrs. Trallis?" I hear the reporter say. "Are you still there?" I pick up the phone, my hand trembling. "I've had enough of this. We're done here. I'm not going to listen to you accuse me and my husband of things we had nothing to do with. Dale Sortson is a sick man who would say anything to get out of prison. My husband, Roger, was a friend of Dale's, who did a lot to help him back in the day. So the fact that Dale would turn on him like this should be all the proof you need that Dale is a liar who can't be trusted. You, and whoever this group is, should be ashamed of yourselves for giving any attention to Dale's ludicrous claims." "I'm sorry you feel that way," the reporter says. "I would think as a mother, you wouldn't want your son's father locked away for life if he were innocent. But I respect your decision. If you change your mind and would like to do the interview, you can call me back at this number or the phone at my office. I'll text you the number. Goodbye, Mrs. Trallis." I look at my phone and see she ended the call. My heart's beating fast, and my palms are clammy. Bile burns my throat, and I feel like I'm going to be sick. I run out of Owen's room to the hall bathroom, making it there just in time. I push myself up from the floor and rinse out my mouth, then splash cold water on my face. Is this really happening? Are there really people out there who think Dale is innocent, and that I was somehow involved in the murders? I feel like this is some terrible nightmare, and at any moment I'll wake up. I've had more than a few nightmares in which Dale was let out of prison. He showed up at my door and bludgeoned me to death with a shovel, just like he did his victims. Dale killed those men. It wasn't someone else, and it definitely wasn't me or Roger. I can't believe this group would even consider us being involved. Who are these people? And why are they taking the side of a serial killer over two law-abiding citizens? I go downstairs to the room we use as an office and start up the computer. I haven't looked up anything about Dale in years, wanting to put that part of my life behind me. If it weren't for Owen, I could pretend those years never existed. But my son is a constant reminder of Dale, especially now that he's growing up and looking more and more like his father. When I type Dale's name into the search engine, he immediately comes up before anyone else with that name. It's because so many articles were written about him after his arrest. Most of them are from news agencies, but some are from the college he worked at, which had to do major damage control after Dale's arrest to assure parents the school was safe for their children. Despite their efforts, enrollment dropped after people learned about the murders and found out a campus employee was the killer. Non-profit group takes on case of campus janitor believed to be wrongly convicted of murdering 3 people, I say, reading the headline aloud. The article is at the top of the search results and is dated a few weeks ago. I scroll down the page and see more stories about this group. It claims to have successfully freed 11 prisoners who were wrongly accused of various crimes. Dale's case is the group's first attempt to free someone convicted of murder, which makes me think they won't succeed. I'm guessing the courts are far more willing to free someone who's been locked away on drug charges or robbery than someone who murdered 3 people. As I continue to read more of the articles, I realize this has been going on for months. It seems Dale filed an appeal last year, insisting he's innocent and asking the court to take another look at his case. Why would he do this now? He's been in prison for 10 years. Why would he wait this long to file an appeal? Is it because of this group? Did they convince him to do this? Scrolling back to the top of the search results, I read the most recent article. It includes statements from Dale saying he doesn't remember murdering those men or burying the bodies. During the trial, he said he didn't do it, but he didn't say anything about not having any memory of it. Is this why Owen was saying all that stuff about Dale not remembering what he did? Was Owen reading these articles? That had to have been it. Why else would he say that? As I continue to read, I learn that Dale now claims that on the night of each murder, he fell asleep in his car and woke up 3 hours later with no memory of killing the victims or burying their bodies in the woods. He's lying, I say to myself. Why are these people believing him? He'll say anything to get out of prison. Scrolling down the page, I see what appears to be a recent photo of Dale in his prison uniform. He looks much older than I remember. Older than his actual age. Prison has taken a toll on him, adding deep wrinkles to his forehead and bags under his eyes. I shudder as I look at him, still not believing I spent all those years living with a man who turned out to be a murderer. I never should have married him, and I wouldn't have if I hadn't gotten pregnant. As I'm reading the article, I gasp when I see Roger's name. That reporter was right. Dale's brought Roger into this, but why? In the article, Dale says Roger was a graduate student who worked in the building Dale was assigned to clean. They were both there late at night, which is how they became friends. Dale says he and Roger would sometimes sit down together and have a beer. Dale claims he never had enough to get drunk, and yet on the nights of the murders, he swears he passed out, likely from drinking, although he doesn't remember ever drinking that much while at work. If Dale really believed this, he would have said it during the trial. He would have told his lawyers. He's obviously making this up in his desperate attempt to get out of prison. The article continues with more quotes from Dale, obtained during an interview with a local reporter. Dale's now saying he believes Roger might have been involved in the murders, explaining that Roger was the last person he remembers seeing before passing out in his car during the supposed times of the murders. That doesn't prove anything. Roger was often the only person working in the building when Dale was cleaning at night. It makes sense he was the last person to see Dale. Everyone knows this. It was brought up during the trial. Roger testified that on the nights of all 3 murders, he talked to Dale and noticed he was acting strange. Roger said he seemed nervous and was very fidgety, almost like he was on drugs. Roger said he even asked Dale if he'd taken something, but Dale told him he hadn't. I can't believe Dale would bring Roger into this. Is he angry I married Roger, and this is his revenge? Or is he just looking for someone to push the blame on to make people think he's innocent? Nora? I hear Roger's voice calling from the other room. I'm in the office, I call back. Roger is going to be very upset when he finds out what Dale is saying about him. He did everything he could to help Dale, and now Dale's turning against him. I almost don't want to tell Roger this, but I need to. He appears at the door. I thought you'd be resting. I haven't even showered yet. I got sidetracked. With what? Dale, I say with a sigh. What about him? Roger asks. I need you to see something. He comes over to the desk and I show him the articles I was reading. I tell him about the reporter who called me and how she's working with a group of people who think Dale is innocent. You know why he's doing this? Roger says as he paces the floor. It's pure desperation. He needs someone to blame, so he's made up this story, targeting me as the criminal. I'm so sorry, Roger. I never thought he'd do something like this. You don't need to be sorry. This isn't your fault. Roger stops and looks at me. You haven't told anyone, have you? No, of course not. Who would I tell? Nobody here knows about Dale. They will if this story gets national attention. Who was this reporter who called you? Where is she from? Her name is Abigail. She had an Oklahoma phone number, so I assume she lives there. Roger squeezes his eyes shut, then opens them. I'll take care of this. Don't worry about it. Of course I'm going to worry. I go over to him. Roger, this could destroy the life we've built here. If people find out about this, they'll run us out of town, especially once they find out Owen is the son of a serial killer. No one will find out. Roger sets his hands on my shoulders. I'll take care of it. How? What are you going to do? I'll start by speaking with this reporter. Give me her number. I'll call her this afternoon. Are you sure that's a good idea? I say, as I text him the number. She might take what you say and put it in an article. I'll tell her our conversation is off the record. If she doesn't agree to that, I won't speak to her. Roger rubs my arm. Honey, relax. Nothing's going to happen. Dale is not getting out of prison. The evidence against him is solid. Yes, but this group that's working with him is determined to help him. Even if they can't get his conviction overturned, they're getting his story out. You saw how many articles were written about him the past few months. What if they get his story on TV and someone here sees it and... I said I'll take care of it, Roger says in a stern tone. If this woman calls you again, I want you to promise me you won't answer. Can you do that for me? Yes, I have no desire to talk to her. Good. He smiles. Why don't you go up and rest? I'm not tired. And there's something else we need to talk about. I tell him about the tie I found in Owen's backpack and the yearbook photo showing Larry wearing a similar tie. I'm sure it's not Larry's, Roger says. Red is a common color for a tie. Owen probably bought it. Why would Owen buy a tie? He never dresses up. Let's not concern ourselves with this right now. I have too many other things to deal with, starting with this issue with the reporter. What about Owen? You think I should say something to him about the tie? There's nothing to say. He's allowed to own a tie. And if you ask him about it, he'll know you were going through his things, which will make him not trust you and want to hide things from you. I suppose you're right. Roger gives me a kiss. Go clean up and try to rest. You look exhausted. I am, but I don't think I could sleep if I tried. I'm too worked up about Dale and this group that's determined to prove he's innocent. And I can't stop thinking about that tie, wondering where Owen got it, and if it's at all related to the fact that no one has heard from Larry since last night. Chapter 30. Monday morning, I'm folding laundry when my phone rings. I see the number and recognize it as belonging to that reporter, Abigail. Why is she calling me? Roger told me he spoke to her last weekend and took care of it. He didn't go into details, and I didn't ask. He's been in a bad mood since Saturday, and I didn't want to make it worse by having a discussion about Dale and the reporter. Hello, I say, answering Abigail's call. I know I promised Roger I wouldn't talk to her, but I had this strong urge to do it anyway. Is this Nora? She asks. Yes, but I'm not speaking with you. You shouldn't be calling. My husband made it clear you were not to bother us. Your husband? When Roger spoke to you last weekend, he said you agreed to stop calling. If this continues, we'll be getting our lawyer involved. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I never spoke to your husband. You spoke to him last Saturday. Actually, I didn't. I haven't spoken to him at all. Why are you lying? I say, getting angry. I'm not. I swear to you I didn't talk to him. Roger told me he did, which means one of them is lying. I'm calling because Dale has asked to speak with you, Abigail says. He knows you won't accept his calls, so he asked me to talk to you about maybe visiting the prison and... No, I am not going to see him. You can tell him I have no desire to see him or talk to him ever again. I understand why you feel that way, But hear me out. I've spoken to Dale several times now, and I really do think he has a case. After his arrest, the police convinced Dale to say things that weren't true in exchange for a lighter sentence. They were trying to close the case as fast as possible, so the public wouldn't be worried about a serial killer running loose. We also discovered the dean of the college back then was having an affair with the detective leading the investigation, and convinced him to make sure the evidence pointed to Dale, so he'd be convicted. She couldn't have Dale going free. That would have meant the killer was still out there, and enrollment at the college would have plummeted even more than it already had. Dale killed those men. It's as simple as that. Everything else you said doesn't matter. You're trying to create a new story, but the ending is the same. Dale is guilty. He needs to be in prison. You and this group need to let this go. I'm sure there are plenty of other people in prison right now that could use your help. If you just talk to Dale, you'd see he's not making this up. He really doesn't remember killing those men. And you believe him, I say with a harsh laugh. I'm sorry to tell you this, but he's conning you. Dale is an expert liar. He had me fooled for years. If he can fool his own wife, he can definitely fool a reporter. If you refuse to speak to him, then I'll pass along the message he gave me to give you. Actually, he had several. I don't want to hear it. I don't care what Dale has to say. And you shouldn't be. He wants Owen to know that he loves him, Abigail says, cutting me off. And that he misses him. I'm not sure how I feel about that. My mind is telling me it's a trick, Dale's attempt to get my sympathy. But my heart wants to believe it. Dale was a good father to Owen. He was a far better father than he was a husband. He'd play ball with Owen, take him to the park, watch sports with him. Owen loved his dad. When I told him Dale had been taken away, Owen cried and begged me to get his father back. He was too young to understand what was going on. Owen hates his father, I say, but I know it's not true. Owen only knows the Dale who took him to the park and out for ice cream. He'd never admit it, but I know Owen still holds a place in his heart for his dad. At least the version of him he knew. My son doesn't want to hear from Dale ever again. Dale assumed that was the case, but he still wanted to say how much he misses Owen and wishes he'd been able to see him grow up. Her words are making me choke up, but I can't let myself get emotional about this. That's what Dale wants, and I will not let him manipulate me that way. I clear my throat. If Dale wanted to see Owen grow up, he shouldn't have killed those men. He also had a message for you, about Roger. He believes Roger is dangerous and said you and your son need to get away from him as soon as possible. Of course Dale would say that. He's jealous and probably angry that his friend ended up with his wife. How are you not seeing what's happening here? What I see is a wife who's convinced herself her husband couldn't harm anyone, to the point she's unable to even consider this might be true. I know my husband, and he is not dangerous. You thought the same thing about Dale. She makes a good point, but the scenarios aren't even close to being the same. Roger and Dale are nothing alike. Dale didn't get along with people. He was easily angered. He hated when someone looked down on him or picked on him. Most people could get over it, but Dale reacted like a child. He wanted to punish them, which he did by taking the lives of those men. In comparison, Roger is rational and mature and able to deal with conflict in a calm, patient, respectful manner. He's a high school principal. Do you have any idea what that's like? Roger has to deal with a football coach that bullies him, parents that are constantly making demands, students getting into fights. It's a very stressful job, yet he keeps his cool and is one of the best principals the school has ever had, And he's a revered member of the community. He got the town to approve a project to turn an abandoned lot into a park. Anyone can be a killer, Abigail says. Even the people you least expect. I'm not listening to this. Dale is a liar. He's manipulated you and this group he's been working with into believing something that isn't true. Hopefully, you'll see that before you waste more of your time. I'm done talking about this. Don't ever call me again. I end the call and take a deep breath, trying to calm down. I'm not usually that direct or forceful, but I couldn't take another second of her telling me that Roger was the dangerous one instead of Dale. My phone rings, and I assume it's Abigail again. I told you to stop calling me. Honey, it's me, Roger says. Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else. Who? I almost say the reporter, but then stop myself. Why did Roger lie about calling her? I'm certain he told me he did. I didn't imagine it. He said he called her, and took care of it. Why would he tell me that if he didn't actually do it? Nora, are you still there? Yes, it was a sales call. A man wanting to do our lawn work. And you were going to talk to him like that? Roger asks, sounding surprised. I was a bit harsh, wasn't I say, laughing it off. I didn't mean to be, but he was very pushy and kept insisting I needed his services. I hung up on him and thought he was calling back. Anyway, I'm glad it was you calling, and not him. I'm sorry he upset you. Next time, just hang up. I will. So, how's your day going? Slow. I have a meeting later with a vendor to talk about the new football uniforms Wade insists we need. He must have forgotten to cancel the meeting before he left on his trip. You still haven't heard from him? No, but I'm sure he's fine. He's probably laughing at me for being concerned about him and leaving him so many messages. It shows you're a good person who cares about people, even those who aren't nice to you. If Abigail knew Roger, she'd realize there's no way he would ever harm anyone. I've never met a man as caring and compassionate as Roger. He's not only that way with me, but with everyone in town, which is why people love him. Since my morning was slow, Roger says, I stopped by the park on my way to work and noticed the van wasn't there. You didn't happen to take it, did you? Number. Why would I take it? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. But if it wasn't you, it had to be Owen. Did he say anything about needing it this morning? No, nothing. I could call him and ask why he took it. That's not necessary. The brakes seem to be working okay now, so if Owen wants to use the van, I'm fine with it. But I'd prefer that he told us. I'll talk to him when he gets home. I need to get going. I just wanted to ask about the van. I'll see you tonight. Yes. Have a good day. I go to the laundry room and get the washing machine going. I glance out the window above the machine and see the door to the shed swinging open and closed. Going out to the backyard, I notice the wind has picked up. I'm guessing that's what caused the shed door to unlatch. As I go to close it, I notice something's in the way. A shovel. It must have fallen over when the door swung open. I pick it up and see it's covered in mud. Owen must have been using it. Roger is always telling him to clean the lawn tools before putting them back, but he never does. When was Owen doing yard work? I look around. Nothing seems to be dug up. I tap the shovel on the ground, trying to get the clumps of dirt off, and notice specks of red scattered up and down the pole. I drop the shovel, my heart pounding. It's not the same. It's not. So why does it look so similar? During Dale's trial, I saw images of the shovel he used to kill the 3 men. It was very similar to the one I'm looking at now, except ours has a black handle. The one Dale used had a green handle, and it was splattered with blood. Lots of it. big splotches, along with smaller dots of red. "It's not blood," I whisper, backing away from the shovel. "It's something else." I try to think of what that might be. Maybe it's red paint. Roger talked about painting the shed red. I bet he bought the paint, opened it in the shed, and some of it splattered out. That's what I'd like to believe, but I have a feeling that's not what happened. I stare down at the shovel, comparing it to the one I saw at the trial. The similarities are frightening. The clumps of dirt on the shovel's base, the red splatters on the pole. I'm sure the red isn't what I think it is. It can't be. Because if it is, it means my son has become his father. Or there's another option. One that involves Roger. But that would mean Dale's story about Roger might actually be true. Chapter 31. "Hey, Mom," Owen says, coming into the house a little after 5. "Owen, wait," I say as he heads upstairs. "I need to talk to you." "About what?" "Come sit down," I tell him. He walks over and sits in the chair across from me. "Am I in trouble?" "No, I just have some questions." I've had all day to think about that shovel, and I've decided it had to have been Owen who used it. If it were Roger, he wouldn't have carelessly left it in the shed for someone to find. He would have hidden it somewhere or gotten rid of it, assuming he committed a crime, which I know he would never do. I don't want to think Owen would either, but after what I've seen the past few weeks, I've come to accept it's possible he did something horrible. More than once. The details of Dale's case are online. Owen could have read about how his father killed those men and buried them in the ground, and decided to do the same. I can't imagine Owen doing that, but I can't be ignorant of the fact that it's possible. He's the child of a murderer. What if Dale's desire to kill was passed down to our son? "What do you want to know?" Owen asks. "Did you use the van this morning?" "Number. Why would I use the van?" "I don't know. That's why I'm asking." "Your dad stopped at the park on his way to work and said the van wasn't there." "I didn't take it." He leans back in the chair, his foot tapping the floor. "I got breakfast and then went to work." "Owen, your father and I aren't mad at you. It's fine if you take the van. You just need to tell us." "I didn't take it," Owen says, getting angry. "Why won't you believe me?" "Honey, we both know the van didn't just drive itself off the lot. Someone took it. If it wasn't me and wasn't your father, it had to be you." He sighs and shakes his head. "I didn't take it, but if saying I did will end this, then fine. It was me. Was that it? Are we done?" "No." I pause, trying to decide if I should bring this up. Roger told me I shouldn't, but it's been on my mind since I found it, and I need an answer, or I won't be able to stop thinking about it. "Where did you get the tie?" "What tie?" "The one in your backpack." "I don't have a tie in my backpack." "Owen, I saw it. Last Saturday I got home and almost tripped on your backpack because you left it in the middle of the floor again. I picked it up and brought it up to your room and noticed it had come unzipped. I went to zip it, and that's when I noticed the tie." "Mom, I don't have a tie. And why are you touching my stuff? You could have just moved the backpack out of the way. You didn't need to bring it upstairs." He scowls at me. "You better not have gone in my room." "I did, but only long enough to put the backpack in there. Owen, I saw the tie. There's no use lying about it. Just tell me where you got it." He throws his hands up. "For the millionth time, I don't have a freaking tie. I don't know what you're talking about." "Okay, then prove it. Let's go up to your room right now and see if it's there." "It's not. I took my backpack to work today. There wasn't a tie in it." "Then you must have taken it out and put it somewhere." This is so stupid. Why would I have a tie? I don't wear ties. Maybe it's Dad's. Your father's tie wouldn't be in your backpack, and it was a red tie with a diamond pattern. Your father doesn't have one like that. Owen shrugs. I don't know what to tell you, I promise you. I don't have a tie. Can we at least look for it? Fine, whatever. He gets up. Anything to end this. We go upstairs and into his room. He walks over to a pile of dirty clothes and starts tossing them in the air. T-shirt, T-shirt, another T-shirt, boxers, socks, T-shirt. Owen, I don't need a description of everything. Just tell me if you see the tie. As he searches through the piles of clothes, I look in his closet. The tie isn't there. Where's your backpack? I ask. I left it downstairs, but I'm telling you there's no tie in there. He stops searching and looks at me. Why do you care so much about a stupid tie? I hesitate, not sure I should tell him, but I feel like I have to. The tie that was in your backpack looked very similar to a tie Tanner's father has. You think I stole it? Owen says, raising his voice. Why would I steal a stupid tie? I don't know. Maybe because you were angry at Larry. You were very upset when he came up to us at the restaurant. Because he was threatening to sue us. Why wouldn't I be upset? Tanner does all this stuff to me and gets away with it. And I do one little thing, and his dad gets his lawyers involved. That's not fair. So you didn't take his tie? I confirm. No. Still unsure if he's telling the truth, I go over to Owen's dresser and open the drawers. You're not going to find anything, he says. Then what's this? I ask, pulling a red tie from the bottom drawer. Chapter 32. Owen's eyes widen, his expression one of utter shock. Mom, I swear I didn't put that there. I don't even know where that came from. I turn to Owen, holding up the tie. I want to believe you, but then, how do I explain this? I don't know, but I swear I didn't take it. Do you think maybe you did, but you can't remember? He chews on his lip, his eyes darting around. He does that when he's anxious or confused. I walk up to him and gently rub his arm. Honey, it's okay if you can't remember. We'll figure this out. I'll take you to a doctor, or a psychiatrist, or some other specialist. I'll do whatever it takes to make you better. His eyes meet up with mine. You think I'm just like him, don't you? You read the articles online about Dale, about how he can't remember killing those people. I consider lying to him, but decide it's best to be honest. Yes, but it's not true. Dale knows what he did. He's only saying he doesn't remember because he thinks it'll help his case. I grip Owen's hand. I don't think you're like Dale, and I don't want to hear you say that ever again. You're lying, Owen says, looking sad and hurt. You've always thought I'd turn out like him. It's why you're so protective of me, why you're always watching everything I do, wanting to know where I am every second of the day, why you assume the worst when you find something you can't explain, like that tie. Owen yanks his hand from mine and steps back. You think I killed him? What? What are you talking about? Tanner's dad. You think I killed him? Number Owen. That's crazy. Of course you didn't kill him. You'd never kill anyone. You're a nice boy. You've never even hit someone. Mom, stop lying, Owen yells. Just admit it. Admit you think I killed him. Stop it, I yell back. Stop saying you killed someone. Larry's not dead. I don't know why you're saying these things. Mom, Larry's missing. There's posters up all over town. My heart's racing and I feel like my throat's closing up. I keep seeing that shovel in my head and the splatters of red all over it. What posters? I say. I didn't see any posters. They put them up today. They even put one up at the bike shop. I heard my boss talking to Tanner's mom, and she said Larry's been gone since last Friday night. She said he went to a bar and never came home. I swallow and feel a burn in my throat. I'm sure there's an explanation. Larry and his wife have been fighting a lot. Larry probably took off to get some time to himself. Then why isn't he answering his phone? His mom said Tanner and his sister both called their dad, and he didn't answer. And Larry's truck was found outside of town with nobody in it. That doesn't prove anything, I say, although it does seem suspicious. Everything Owen is saying makes me think Larry really is missing. Maybe someone picked him up. Maybe a woman. Maybe he's having an affair. He'd still answer a call from his kids, or at least text them so they don't worry. Yes, well, I'm sure he'll show up, I say, not sounding the least bit confident that he will. My phone rings. I take it out and see Darcy's name on the screen. Why is Darcy calling? I'm sure she knows we're no longer friends, given how she and her daughter have treated my son. I decline the call and focus back on Owen. Let's not talk about Larry. Let's talk about you. He shrugs. I have nothing to say. I've already told you I didn't take the tie. He walks to the door. I can't deal with this right now. I'm leaving. Owen, wait! I call after him, but he's already running down the stairs. I hear the front door open and close. I look out the window and see Owen taking off on his bike. Still holding the tie, I consider throwing it out. If it really is Larry's tie, and now he's missing, or dead, I need to get rid of it. My phone rings. It's Darcy calling again. I'd like to ignore her, but she's called twice in a row, which makes me curious what she wants. Not sure what to do with the tie, I toss it back in the drawer and go out to the hall. Hello, I say, answering the call. Nora, it's Darcy. Did you hear the news about Larry? What about him? I ask, fearing he's been found dead. He's missing. The police have searched all over town and can't find him. I'm sorry to hear that, I say, wondering why she's telling me this. Amber's just sick about it. She's never gone this long without hearing from him. And the poor kids. Tanner keeps calling his dad's phone, but it goes straight to voicemail. Zoe spent all weekend at Tanner's house trying to convince him everything will be fine. But we're all starting to think something might have happened to him. That's very concerning, but I'm a little confused why you're telling me. You were on my call list. Amber asked all her friends to make calls to people in town, asking if they saw or heard anything that might lead to finding out where Larry is or what happened to him. The police say the longer someone is missing, the less likely they are to be alive. Yes, well, I haven't seen or heard anything, so... What about Owen? She says. What about him? Does he know what might have happened to Larry? I feel my anger rising, knowing she's not asking, but accusing Owen of somehow being involved in Larry's disappearance. I admit I have my own suspicions about that, but it's because of the tie. Darcy doesn't know about that. She's accusing Owen based on her misguided judgments about him. Why would Owen know anything? I ask, challenging her to say what she thinks instead of hinting at it. Nora, come on. Everyone knows how much Owen hates Tanner. You don't think it's possible Owen might have... No, I don't. And I can't believe you would. You've known Owen since he was a child. Have you ever seen him harm anyone? No, but those drawings he did are just drawings. They don't mean anything. I'm sick of people making Owen the enemy. What about Tanner? He gets into fights, bullies people, vandalizes property. And yet he's the good kid, and Owen's the bad one. I honestly can't believe you think that way, Darcy. I never said Tanner was a saint, but I don't think Owen is either. You know what they say? It's always the quiet ones. They're the ones you have to look out for the most. They seem like the type that'd never do anything, and then one day, for no apparent reason, they set a house on fire or stab someone. You're saying Owen is going to commit arson or stab someone? I huff. I'm not listening to this. I'm hanging up now. Nora, wait. I need to tell you something. I sigh. What is it? Last Saturday night, I was driving home from my sister's house on that road that goes by the new park, and I saw a car pulled over and a guy walking in the road. I drove past him and realized it was Owen. He was heading to the back of his car. He opened the trunk and then, I don't know what happened. I kept driving. When was this? A little after 10. Why would Owen be parked on the side of the road that late? Maybe it wasn't him, but Darcy knows Owen well enough to tell if it was him, and she knows what kind of car he drives. Why are you telling me this? I ask. Well, don't you think it's odd for him to just be parked there? He was probably having car trouble. Then he would have had the hood open, not the trunk. What are you trying to say, Darcy? That you should keep a closer eye on Owen and maybe ask him what he was doing out there. I know you think he's perfect, but sometimes you need to take the mom lenses off and see your child for the person he really is. I'm not saying Owen did anything, but I can't think of a good reason why he'd be out there by himself at that time of night. I'd be saying that even if it was my own child. I'd want to know what he was doing. Are you done making accusations about my son? I say in a sharp tone. Nora, I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm genuinely concerned. There is something off with Owen, and it's getting worse. He needs help. From a psychologist. I need to go. Goodbye, Darcy. I end the call and notice my hand is shaking. I'm letting Darcy's words get to me. Why am I listening to her? She probably made the whole thing up so she can convince the town that Owen did something to Larry. I bet he's not even missing. He's probably off with some woman. Going downstairs, I look out the window and see Owen's car in the driveway. I should look in the trunk, just to prove there's nothing in there. I'm sure there's not, but Darcy has my mind imagining what Owen might be hiding in his trunk. I see an image of a body and scold myself for even letting my thoughts go there. Owen is not Dale. I've said that to myself hundreds, if not thousands, of times over the years, and yet a tiny part of me still doesn't believe it. I'm just going to do it. What's the harm in looking in his trunk? I'm sure I won't find anything, and once I see that I'm right, I can forget about it and move on. I go to the kitchen and open the drawer where I keep the extra set of keys for Owen's car. They're not there. Did Owen take them? Did he not want Roger and me to have them? Because he didn't want us getting into his car? Or his trunk? Now I'm getting worried. I go outside to the driveway and walk over to Owen's car. Peering through the side windows, I see empty candy wrappers and soda bottles. There's nothing that looks suspicious. But really, what did I think I was going to find? A bloody knife on the floor? I'm sure Owen locked the door, but I try it anyway. To my surprise, it opens. I lean down and push the lever for the trunk. It pops open, and I race around to the back of the car. I'm relieved to see the trunk is empty, or mostly empty. Owen's red hoodie is in there and the rag he uses to wipe down his bike. I pick up the hoodie and dirt flies out. His hoodie is covered in it. Looking in the trunk, I see more dirt. I grab the rag and shake it out, stopping when I notice the spots on it. Red splotches, bigger than what I saw on the shovel. I want to believe it's paint, but I know it's not. It's blood. I toss the rag back in the trunk and slam it shut, looking around to make sure no one's watching me. My body's trembling, and my lungs are struggling to take in air. The dirt. The blood. Oh, Owen. What have you done? Chapter 33. Hi, honey, Roger says, coming home from work. I'm sitting on the couch, still in shock as I think about what Owen might have done. I hope it's not true. My worst nightmare is for Owen to repeat what Dale did. I ran from my past, moved to a different town, started a new life. And now I fear the past is repeating itself with Owen. Honey, what's wrong? Roger says in a concerned tone as he sits down beside me. Why aren't you saying anything? I slowly turn to look at him. I think Owen did something. Something bad. What are you talking about? When's the last time you were in the shed? Probably a couple of weeks ago. Why? I was out there today, in the shed. I swallow. And I found a shovel. Okay, Roger says, seeming confused. What about it? It had dirt on it, and blood. Blood. Are you sure it wasn't something else? No. I grip his arm. Roger, I really think it was blood. And then I looked in Owen's trunk and there was a rag in there that also had blood on it, or I think that's what it was. And his trunk had dirt all over it, like he'd had the shovel in there. And then Darcy called and said she saw Owen on the side of the road Saturday night and... Okay, slow down, Roger says, putting his hand on my shoulder. Take a breath. I try to take one, but my chest is so tight I can only get a tiny sip of air. Are you saying Owen did something with the shovel? Roger cautiously asks. I nod, holding back tears. I think he used it to hurt someone. Maybe even kill someone. Nora, you know he wouldn't do that. There has to be another explanation. Have you talked to him? No, he took off on his bike. But even if I asked him, he wouldn't tell me the truth. He won't even tell me the truth about the tie. He said he didn't have it. And then I looked in his dresser, and there it was. He claims he doesn't know how he got it, which is obviously a lie. Roger, what are we going to do? What if Owen is the reason Larry is missing? He nods. I saw the signs today. They're all over town. People even posted them at the school. Do you think it's true? Do you think Larry's really missing? Number, I think he ran off with a woman. If he was having marital problems, I think it's possible he met a woman at a bar and decided to go away with her for a few days. He has a wife and 2 children who are worried sick about him. He wouldn't just abandon his family like that, especially his kids. He seems like a very devoted father. Just look how involved he is with Tanner and the team. What are you saying? That you think something happened to him? I think he's dead. I look down, then back up at Roger. And I think Owen... I stop, unable to say it. You think Owen killed him? Roger says, his brows furrowed, the wrinkles in his forehead deepening. Tears stream down my face as I slowly nod. Nora, you can't actually believe that. I didn't think I could, but seeing that shovel in the shed, and the dirt in Owen's trunk, and that tie in his room that looks exactly like the one Larry wore in that yearbook picture, I don't know how I could not think that he did something. Roger sighs and leans back on the couch. I don't know what to say. You think I'm a horrible mother, I say, sniffling. A good mother would never think something like this about her son. Nora, I do not think you're a horrible mother. I think you're a concerned mother, and I agree that everything you described seems suspicious. You do? I look at Roger, relieved that he's supporting me, but also worried that he thinks Owen might have done something to Larry. I thought he'd try to convince me it wasn't true. Where's the shovel? he says. I want to look at it. I left it in the shed. I get up. Let's go out there and I'll show it to you. Roger stands up and takes me in his arms. We'll figure this out. And whatever happens, we'll get through it together, just like we did before. But I can't go through that again. It was bad enough with Dale, but it'll be even worse with Owen. I can't watch my son being taken away in handcuffs, sentenced to a life in prison. Have you seen Owen's car keys? I ask Roger as we go out back. The spare set? Number Y. I looked for them and couldn't find them. They weren't in the drawer, which makes me think he didn't want us having access to his car, specifically the trunk. We reach the shed and Roger opens the door. The shovel is leaned up against the wall. Roger brings it outside so he can get a better look at it. What do you think? I ask as he inspects the red on the pole. Is it blood? That's what I'd guess. I don't know what else it could be. I think I'm going to be sick. Nora, try to stay calm. Maybe Owen used this to hit an animal. Owen loves animals. He wouldn't do that. I know. I'm just trying to find an explanation that isn't what we're thinking. Roger's phone rings and he takes it from his pocket. It's Julia. I need to answer this. Roger, we're in the middle of talking about our son. Can't Julia wait? She said she'd call me if she heard from Darren. I think that'd be good information to know right now. I'd almost forgotten about Darren. I think that was intentional. My mind can't handle thinking Owen might have done harm to, not just Larry, but also Darren. Yes, fine. I tell him. Answer it. Julia, hi, Roger says, setting the shovel against the shed. Are you calling about Darren? He listens, then nods. Yes, I agree. That doesn't sound good. He listens again, his gaze moving to me. Of course. We'll let you know if we hear anything. He ends the call. What did she say? I ask. Darren's missing. He hasn't checked in with his boss or any of his friends. The police contacted the woman he'd been seeing and she told them she hadn't heard from him in months. They called Darren's father, his brother. Neither of them has heard from Darren. What about his truck? Owen said it was found outside of town with nobody in it. Is that true? I don't know. Julia didn't mention it. Roger picks up the shovel. I hate to say this, but when I see this, I think of the trial. That's the first thing I thought of too when I saw it. Those images of the shovel with the dirt and the blood. I shudder. Roger, what are we going to do? We can't prove Owen did anything, but it doesn't look good. No, it doesn't. I keep telling myself he wouldn't harm anyone, but seeing this shovel is making that harder to believe. Roger puts the shovel back in the shed and shuts the door. Don't let anyone in there. I won't. But what do we do with the shovel? Should we get rid of it? Let me think about it. He nods toward the house. Let's go inside. We go back in the house to the kitchen. I open the drawer and look for Owen's spare keys, thinking maybe I just didn't see them before. But they're not there. What time will he be home? Roger asks. I don't know. He didn't say. When he's home, we need to talk to him. We need to ask him about the shovel and what you saw in his trunk. We can't keep making excuses for him. Roger rubs his jaw. I didn't want to believe it, Nora. But I think you're right. I think Owen has done something to Larry, and maybe to Darren too. I already asked him about Larry. He denied doing anything. He got very upset with me, and then took off on his bike. If he did something, I don't think he'd tell us. We can't help him if he doesn't tell us the truth. We need to make that clear to him. What do you mean by help him? You think we should contact a lawyer? Number. It's too soon for that. and hiring a lawyer implies guilt. I meant help him by making sure he doesn't do something stupid, like talk to the police if they show up at our door. He's still just a kid. He doesn't know how the law works, or how his words can be used against him. I race up to Roger. Tell me he didn't do this. I can't watch my little boy go to prison. Honey, I'd love to tell you Owen didn't do anything, but I can't. I don't want to say something that may not be true. He takes my hand. Speaking of that, I wasn't being truthful when I told you I spoke with that reporter. What do you mean? I ask, glad he's finally admitting he lied about that. I was going to call her, but then decided not to. I thought about it and realized it's probably not wise to speak to her without a lawyer present. If Dale is really trying to somehow involve me in what he did, I shouldn't be talking to anyone about this without legal representation. Why didn't you just tell me that, instead of lying to me? Because I told you I would talk to her on Saturday, and I didn't want to tell you I hadn't followed through. I don't like disappointing you, and I didn't want you worrying about it. So I said it was done and taken care of. But the truth is, I need more time to figure out how to handle this. Roger, you could have told me. I would have understood. Yes, well, now you know. I should confess something as well. I pause. The reporter called me earlier, and I answered the call. I know I told you I wouldn't talk to her, but I wanted to know why she was calling. And? What did she say? She told me more of Dale's made-up story about how he doesn't remember killing those men. He's saying you were involved, and that you're dangerous. Roger sighs. It's good I didn't talk to her. I definitely need a lawyer if Dale is making accusations like that. He's convinced Abigail, the reporter, that his story is true. A judge isn't going to believe him. It's the classic case of a desperate man who will say anything to get his freedom back. Yes, but what's concerning is that it sounds like there might have been some corruption going on with Dale's case. If that's true, there's a chance they could overturn his conviction. What corruption? Roger asks. With the police? With the dean of the college. She was apparently having an affair with the detective leading the investigation. She convinced him to make the evidence point to Dale so she could tell students and their parents the killer was caught and the campus was safe. How does the reporter know this? I'm not sure. She didn't go into details. They can't prove that's what happened. They'd need to convince the detective to testify that he purposely deceived the court. He's not going to do that. We hear the front door open and loud footsteps stomping across the floor. Owen's home, I say to Roger, my heart racing, my throat going dry. Let's go talk to him. We go into the living room and see Owen looking at his phone. He's wearing headphones and his head is bobbing to whatever music he's listening to. His baggy, faded jeans hang on his skinny frame, and he's got on the green bike store t-shirt he wore to work. He looks so young and innocent. He still looks like my sweet little boy. I don't want to know what he's done. I want this all to be some kind of big misunderstanding. But I can't let myself live in that fantasy. I have to know the truth about my son. Chapter 34. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Owen says as Roger and I walk over to him. Roger motions for Owen to take his headphones out. When he does, Roger says, Your mother and I want to talk to you. Again? He rolls his eyes. Why? What did I do now? We'd like to know that ourselves, Roger says. That's why we need to talk. Let's go sit down, I say. I don't want to sit down. Owen folds his arms over his chest. Just tell me what I did so we can get this over with. Darren is missing, Roger says. Did you know that? Number. Why would I? I don't keep track of him. That's 2 people missing, I say. Darren and Larry. It's 3, Owen says. Coach Sanders is missing too. Roger and I look at each other, then back at Owen. How do you know he's missing? Roger asks. Zoe told me. She said someone found out he never made it to that place where he goes fishing. Nobody's heard from him since he left town, and he's not answering his phone. So the police are saying he's missing? Roger asks. I guess. That's what Zoe said. You're talking to Zoe again? I ask. Not a lot. Just now and then. But don't tell her, Mom. She doesn't want us talking. Going back to the reason we wanted to speak with you, Roger says. We'd like you to tell us about the shovel. What shovel? Owen says. The one in the shed, I say. It's covered in dirt and what appears to be. I clear my throat. Blood. I don't know what you're talking about, Owen says. I haven't been in the shed for weeks. Owen, we need you to be honest here, Roger says. We can't help you if you don't tell us the truth. The truth about what? I didn't touch the stupid shovel. You know how much I hate yard work. That's why I didn't sign up to volunteer for the park project. We don't think you used the shovel for yard work, I say, my heart breaking as I say the words that are basically accusing my own son of murder. We think you used it to hurt someone. Owen huffs. You think I killed a guy with a shovel and then left it in the shed? You really think I'm that stupid? Not stupid, but careless. Roger says. It's understandable that you'd panic after doing something like that and not be thinking straight. That's not what happened. I didn't hit a guy with a shovel. Then what did you do? I ask. Nothing. He throws his hands up. Why won't you believe me? I didn't do anything. Owen, I looked in the trunk of your car, I say. There was a rag with blood on it and dirt everywhere, just like the kind on the shovel. And Zoe's mother called and said she saw you last Saturday night, parked on the side of the road. Yeah, because I thought I had a flat tire. I was going to change it, but then realized it was just low on air. I kind of believe him, but that's probably because I want to. It's much easier to make excuses for his behavior than to accept what actually happened. What about Larry's tie? Roger says. Your mother said it was in your room. I don't know how it got there. I didn't take it. Owen, it didn't just magically appear in your room, I say. Yeah, I get that. But it wasn't me. I already told you that. Just like I told you. I didn't take that guy's stupid necklace. Then how did it get in our house? Roger says. Owen shrugs. How should I know? Ask Mom. She's the one who found it. What about the lighter? Roger asks. What lighter? I found a lighter under your bed, I say to Owen. It's not mine. No, it's not, Roger says. It belongs to Coach Sanders. Your mother found it the week Coach Sanders was supposed to leave on his trip. Yeah? So what are you saying? Owen looks back and forth between Roger and me. You think I killed him and took his lighter. Roger and I don't answer. We don't need to. Owen already knows what we're thinking. You really think I'd do that? Owen says with a harsh laugh. You think I'd kill a guy and do it the exact same way my dad did? He hasn't called Dale his dad in years. He always uses his name. Owen, we just want to know the truth, I say. I told you the truth. I didn't do it. And if I did, I wouldn't be stupid enough to do it just like Dad did. I might as well give you a giant sign saying I did it. He paces the floor, then stops. If you think I killed all these guys that are missing, show me the bodies. Where are they? And how did I get them in my car? That Derek guy is huge. You've taken the van twice without telling us, Roger says. And you left it covered in dirt. Tell me where all that dirt came from." "I don't know, Dad," he says sarcastically. "Maybe from all the shovels you keep in there for the volunteers." "Owen, this is serious. And I gave you a serious answer." Roger's lips purse and the wrinkles in his forehead deepen. He is losing his patience with Owen, but doing his best to remain calm. "Explain why you have personal items that belong to 3 men who are missing." He shrugs. "I can't. I don't know how they got there. I swear to you I didn't take them." Roger glances at me. "Owen, go to your room. I need to talk to your mother." "You guys always said I wasn't like him, but now you're saying I am. I knew you saw me that way. I don't know why I even bothered trying to defend myself. You guys made up your mind about me a long time ago." "Owen, no," I say, rushing up to him. "That's not true." "Forget it, Mom. It's too late. I already know what you think of me." He storms off. "Honey, wait." "Let him go," Roger says, pulling me back. "He's angry. He needs time to cool off." I go to the couch and sit down. I think we were wrong. I don't think he did anything. "Nora, the evidence is there. Owen is denying it because he doesn't want to get in trouble." "No." I shake my head. I know my son, and seeing how he reacted just now, he didn't do anything. Roger comes over and sits beside me. "Honey, you're seeing what you want to see. I know it's difficult to think of Owen being like Dale, but we can't blind ourselves to what's right in front of us. We don't know what happened. Maybe those men are still alive. Then where are they? Why hasn't anyone heard from them? Okay, so maybe they're dead, but that doesn't mean Owen did it," I say, desperate for it not to be true. "Nora, be honest. You really don't think he's connected to this? Think about everything that's happened. The things you found in Owen's room. The shovel and the... Yes, I know it doesn't look good." I stand up and feel a wave of nausea come over me. I need to go lay down. I'm not feeling well. Roger gets up. "Maybe you should eat something. Would you like me to make dinner?" "I'm not hungry, but go ahead and make something for yourself." He kisses my cheek. "I'll come up and check on you later." As I go upstairs, Roger heads to the kitchen. I don't know how he can eat at a time like this. We just discussed the possibility that our son might have killed a man, or more than one. Roger's focus should be on what we're going to do, not what he's going to have for dinner. If those men are dead, I don't think Owen is to blame, which is a complete change from what I thought earlier today. When I saw that shovel, I really did think Owen had murdered Larry. But seeing his face when we asked him about it, hearing the tone of his voice, I think he was telling the truth. It's possible I'm wrong and seeing what I want to believe rather than reality. That's what happened with Dale. After his arrest, when he told me he didn't do it, I believed him. I didn't get any sense that he was lying. I was wrong, of course. But it's because I didn't want to think my husband would do such a thing. Maybe the same thing is happening now. I'm letting my love for Owen and my desire to believe he's innocent cloud my judgment. I'm just going to hope those men are found. That would put an end to this nightmare. But I have a feeling that's not going to happen. Chapter 35. If that reporter calls again, don't answer, Roger says, putting his coffee mug in the sink. Yes, I know, I say, as he comes over to give me a kiss. Thank you for breakfast. It was wonderful. You're welcome, I say, still amazed he's able to eat at a time like this. I haven't eaten anything since lunch yesterday. I'll see you tonight. Roger goes out to his car while I put away the dishes. I leave the skillet out to make something for Owen, but I doubt he'll want to eat. I'm sure he's still upset about our talk yesterday. Just as I'm thinking that, I hear him coming down the stairs. Owen. I hurry to the living room, thinking he'll try to race out of the house to avoid me, but then see he's still in his pajamas. Is Dad here? Owen asks. No, he just left. Why? I need to talk to you. Go ahead. You have to promise you won't tell Dad this. My chest tightens, and that nauseous feeling takes over again. What is Owen about to tell me? And why doesn't he want Roger to know? If Owen killed someone, I can't keep that from Roger. I can't promise you that without knowing what it is, I say. It involves Dad, Owen says. I don't want him knowing I told you this, even if you don't believe me. Honey, you're not making sense. What is this about? Just promise me you won't tell him. I can't do that. He's part of this family. We don't keep things from each other. Fine, Owen mutters. Just forget it. I knew you'd take his side. He heads back upstairs. Owen, wait. I don't want to agree to this, but I really want to know what Owen was going to tell me. I won't say anything to your father. I promise. He comes back down the stairs and walks over to me. I think Dad's the one who put that stuff in my room. What stuff? The lighter, and the tie that was in my backpack. I think Dad put them there so you'd think I did it. Owen, that's crazy. You know your father wouldn't do that. I didn't before, but I do now. Why? I ask, wondering if Owen is trying to put the blame on Roger because he's still angry at him from our conversation yesterday. I talked to Zoe last night. I told her how you guys were saying all this stuff about me, saying I stole stuff and hid it in my room. Owen, we never said you stole anything, and you shouldn't be talking to Zoe about this. Why? She's the only one who believes me. She doesn't think I took that stuff. What's going on with you two? I thought you and Zoe weren't friends anymore. We made up. Zoe never wanted to ditch me. She only did it because her mom made her. She told Zoe she had to get new friends. That's why she's been hanging out with those girls from school. But she said she feels fake around them. She can only be herself around me. What about Tanner? Is she still seeing him? Number. He dumped her when she wouldn't go all the way with him. Her mom doesn't know, so don't say anything. I won't, but I think Zoe needs to be honest with her mother and tell her how she feels. She can't. Her mom wants Zoe to be popular, and she thinks I'm the reason she's not. We decided we'll keep our friendship a secret, and Zoe will try to get along with her new friends to keep her mom happy. Owen puts the word friends in air quotes. It shouldn't have to be that way. I'm sure her mother would understand if... No. Mom, I'm telling you, this is how it has to be. Just stay out of it, okay? I'm disappointed Darcy is being this way, but glad Zoe and Owen are friends again. I just wish they didn't have to hide it. So what does this have to do with your father? Zoe came over a few weeks ago to apologize and tell me she wanted us to be friends again. She thought I was home, so she let herself into the house. She went upstairs to my room and saw Dad in there. He was putting something under my bed. I pause a moment. That can't be right. Mom, she wouldn't lie about that. I didn't say she lied. I'm saying she doesn't know what she saw. Your dad probably dropped something and it rolled under your bed. He was just reaching down to get it. But why would he be in my room when he knew neither of us were home? When did this happen? It was the week Coach was supposed to leave on his trip. I remember because Dad made some comment about how he was looking forward to him being gone. What did Zoe say to Roger? I ask. When she saw him in your room? Nothing. She just turned around and left. And she didn't tell you she came over? She said she came over, but she didn't tell me about Dad. She didn't think it mattered until last night, when I told her you guys found all that stuff and claimed that I stole it. Owen, you shouldn't have told her that. Those items belong to the men who are missing. Zoe could tell someone, like her mother. I didn't tell her who the stuff belonged to. I just said you found a lighter under my bed, and that's when she told me about Dad. But she didn't see him put the lighter there. No, but why else would he be in my room, reaching under my bed? And then that same week, you just happened to find the lighter. I don't know, Mom, but that seems like too much of a coincidence. Honey, your father would never do that. He has no reason to. It's ridiculous to even think he would do that. Not if he'd done it before. Owen looks down, then back up at me. I think Dad killed those people. The ones at the college. Owen, how could you say such a thing? You know it was Dale. There was a trial. He was convicted. Yeah, and there's people who believe he didn't do it, I think. I agree with them. I think Dad set Dale up to take the blame for the murders, and now he's doing it again with me. That's a horrible thing to say about your father. He's a wonderful man who's done a lot for us. I can't believe you'd think he'd do something so awful. I'm disappointed in you, Owen. If you didn't take the lighter and the other things, then just say that. Don't turn the blame on your father. Mom, I'm not making this up. Zoe saw him in my room. And what about the tie? You really think I'd leave it in my backpack and then put the backpack where I know you'd find it? That doesn't even make sense. Same with the chain. If I was trying to hide it from you, I wouldn't put it in the laundry. Mom, think about it. If I did something bad, I'd hide the evidence, not make it easy to find. Owen's a smart kid, but he can also be careless and forgetful, which is why I didn't think it was odd he left the chain in the dryer or the tie in his backpack. But what he said is right. If he'd done something to those men, he'd be more careful. He'd get rid of the evidence, not leave it out for me to find. I gotta get ready for work, Owen says, checking the time on his phone. I just wanted you to know what Zoe said. I promise you, Mom, I didn't take that stuff, and I didn't hurt those men. I nod. Go ahead and get ready. I don't want you to be late. He goes up to his room while I remain downstairs, confused and unsure what to do with this information. Zoe didn't actually see Roger put the lighter under Owen's bed, but what else could he have been doing? There must be an explanation other than the one Owen came up with. Roger loves Owen. He's raised him as though he were his own son. He wouldn't try to make it look like Owen was guilty of something he didn't do. My phone rings and I see it's Heidi calling. Hello, I answer. Nora, it's Heidi. I tried Roger's phone, but he didn't pick up, so I'm calling you. A lot of us have been talking, and we think we should cancel the volunteer work this weekend. With everything that's going on, it doesn't seem appropriate to continue on as if nothing's happened. I'm sure you agree. I'm not sure what you mean, I say, although I can guess. Haven't you heard? Amber's husband is missing. So is Coach Sanders. And some other guy I don't know, but his ex-wife knows Roger. They worked on the park project together. Oh yes, I did hear that. But are we sure they're actually missing? I believe Coach Sanders is away on a fishing trip. Nobody can find him. Same with Larry and that other guy. The police think the cases might be related, which is really scary if you think about it. We might have a serial killer walking around and not even know it. I'm sure that's not the case, I say with a nervous laugh. This town is very safe. That's why Roger and I moved here, years ago. It used to be safe, it's not now. Not until we catch who did this. I feel bad for Amber and the kids. I keep telling her to stay positive, but I think she's losing hope. If Larry was okay, he would have called her by now or called one of the kids. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know I'm not planning to volunteer this weekend. Most of the other parents feel the same way. I understand. Maybe it's best if we cancel this weekend. I'll talk to Roger. Bye, Heidi. I end the call as Owen comes running down the stairs, dressed for work. I'm leaving, he says. You don't want breakfast? I'm not hungry. Why are you in such a rush? You don't work this early. I need to do something before I go to the bike shop. He walks to the door, then turns back. What are you going to do about Dad? I haven't decided, but I really don't think your father hid those items in the house. Then how did they get here? I didn't do it. Owen, are you sure? Because if you did, you can tell me. I won't get mad. Mom, I swear, I didn't do it. He comes over to me. Don't tell Dad what I told you. If he finds out we know, he might do something to us. Honey, your father would never hurt us. You know that. I don't. Not anymore. Be careful, Mom. He looks into my eyes as he says it, then turns and walks out the door. My phone chimes with a text alert. It's from that reporter. I told Roger I'd block her number, but I didn't. The text reads, "Do you recognize this?" There's an image under the message. I click on it and see it's a picture of a silver pocket knife with a scroll design on it. It looks just like the one Roger had. His father gave it to him as a high school graduation gift. Roger was devastated when he lost it. Over the years, I've searched for a replacement, but I could never find one with that same scroll design. Where did you get that? I text back. I see the dots on the screen as she types a reply. We had an investigator return to the woods where the bodies were found. This was buried in the dirt. I gasp and almost drop the phone. Roger's knife should not have been there unless Dale stole it and then lost it when he was burying the bodies. But why would Dale take it? My phone rings. It's the reporter. I shouldn't answer, but I find myself doing it anyway. This is Nora, I say. Hey, it's Abigail. Do you recognize that knife? No, I lie, not wanting to get Roger in trouble. Not that he would. Finding his knife in the woods doesn't prove anything. And yet I'm getting very concerned something might be going on with Roger. Something I never imagined could be true. We believe it belonged to your husband, your current husband. If it did, I don't recall seeing it. I feel a sudden wave of nausea. I have to go. Please stop calling me. I end the call and run to the bathroom. Get sick, then lean back against the wall, feeling cold and shaky. That was definitely Roger's pocket knife, at the place where the bodies were buried. Does that mean Dale was telling the truth? Is an innocent man locked away? If so, then the real murderer is free, and he's been living with me and my son for the past 10 years. Chapter 36. Is Roger here? I say to Doreen as she sits at her desk. I need to talk to him. He's on a call, she says, chomping on her gum. You want to wait? Sure. I sit across from her on the hard plastic chair that's typically reserved for students who are waiting to see the principal. You hear about them murders? Doreen asks as she types on her computer. What murders? I ask in a calm, even tone, trying to hide the fact that I'm a nervous wreck. She stops typing and looks over at me. Coach Sanders, Larry, and that other guy, the construction worker. They were murdered? I clear my throat, which suddenly feels dry and scratchy. I heard they were missing. She shrugs. They are, but everyone thinks they're dead. Darn shame for Larry's kids. They really looked up to him. It sounds like Amber and Larry were headed for divorce, but I'm sure she's still shook up about it. As for Coach Sanders, I never liked him, but a lot of people did because he won us games. She's talking so casually about this, as if people are murdered here every day. But that's Doreen. Nothing seems to surprise her. I probably shouldn't tell you this, Doreen says, but if I were his mother, I'd want to know. Know what? I ask, my heart racing. People think your kid did it. She chomps away on her gum, staring at me, waiting for my response. That's ridiculous, I scoff. Owen would never harm anyone. He won't even kill a spider. I'm just saying what I heard. Someone said he was stalking that construction guy, and someone else saw him on the football field before Coach went missing. And Tanner said Owen was saying all kinds of bad stuff about Larry. I think he even threatened him. Owen did not threaten Larry. People are saying he did. I'm not surprised everyone's pointing the finger at Owen. I knew if there was ever a serious crime committed in this town, people would blame Owen before anyone else. It's horrible that people are saying that, I tell Doreen, and even worse if they believe it. I'm not surprised. They always say it's the quiet ones you gotta watch for, and that kid of yours is quiet as a mouse. I'm furious she's talking about Owen this way, and not just her, but the whole town. It breaks my heart to know so many people think such terrible things about my son, just because he's different from other kids. The door to Roger's office swings open and he comes out, stopping when he sees me. Nora! He smiles. What a surprise. I didn't know you were coming by. I didn't either, I say, which is true. I was sitting at home, not sure what to do, when my gut told me to come see Roger. Part of me wondered if he'd actually be here, or if he lied about going to work. I was in the area and decided to stop. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. He motions me to his office. Come on in. I go in there and he shuts the door. Doreen was telling me the town thinks Larry, Wade, and Darren are dead, I say, and that they were murdered. Yes, she told me when I came in this morning. Did she also tell you they think Owen did it? Roger sighs. Yes. I was going to tell you that when I got home tonight. I don't think there's much we can do. We can't force people to change their mind. This isn't the time to talk about Owen, but I find it concerning that Roger is so quick to dismiss any efforts to clear Owen's name. Oh, I talked to Heidi, I say. Roger's brows draw together. That's it? We're moving on from Owen? I thought you'd want to talk about it. You don't even seem upset. I'm very upset, but I'm not surprised. The people in this town have always judged Owen unfairly. But like you said, telling them Owen is innocent wouldn't change anything. They'd still blame him for this. We can talk about it later. He glances at his door. I don't want to risk Doreen overhearing us. So what were you saying about Heidi? She's not going to volunteer this weekend. She said the other parents don't plan to either. They don't feel it's appropriate given what's going on. Roger nods. I agree. We're far enough ahead that we can easily skip a week. Maybe if I have time, I'll go there myself on Saturday and plant some more trees. Honey, I need to excuse myself to use the restroom. That's where I was headed when I saw you were here. Oh yes, go ahead. He hurries out of his office, and I get up and close the door. The bathroom is just down the hall, so I need to hurry up. I go behind Roger's desk and look for anything that might tell me that Owen is right. I'm not sure what I expect to find, but if Roger was hiding something, he's more likely to hide it here than at home. I open each of the drawers and find basic office supplies. Notepads, pens, staples, school forms, rubber bands. I'm about to give up when I feel something at the back of the bottom drawer. It's a set of keys. Owen's car keys. Roger told me he didn't know where they were. Did he forget he had them? Or was he lying? Did he take the keys so he could plant evidence in Owen's car? I can't believe I'm even considering that, but if Owen is telling the truth, then someone is setting him up, and I'm worried that someone is Roger. I'm worried Roger might have done the same thing to Dale. What if Roger drugged Dale so he couldn't remember anything, then killed those men himself, buried their bodies in the woods, and made it look like Dale did it? Roger would never do something that evil, that diabolical. Would he? I hear Roger coming back and quickly shut the drawer. "Why's the door shut?" he asks, coming into the office. "I was on the phone." I hold it up and notice my hand is shaking. I need to calm down. Act normal. "I didn't want Doreen hearing." "Who are you talking to?" Roger asks, walking over to me. He's probably wondering why I'm standing behind his desk. "The dentist," I say. "I have an appointment next week. They just wanted to remind me." He smiles. "What's wrong?" "What do you mean?" "You seem nervous." I laugh. "Because I remembered I have to go to the dentist. You know how nervous I get before an appointment. If it's not until next week, I think you can relax." "Yes, you're right." I check the time. "Well, I should get going. I've taken up enough of your time." "I'm glad you stopped by. You brightened an otherwise dull morning." He gives me a kiss. "I'll see you tonight." "Bye." I leave his office and smile at Doreen. "Nice seeing you, Doreen." "Yeah, see ya," she mutters, not looking up from her computer. On my drive home, I decide to stop at the park. I want to look in the van and see if there's anything in there. Any evidence that would show Roger was involved in the disappearance of those men. He hated all three of them, but would he kill them? When I get to the park, I panic when I see Owen's car. Why is Owen here? What is he doing? I park my car and look around the lot. I don't see him. Maybe he's in the van. Walking over there, I hear someone grunting. I go around the side of the van and my heart nearly stops. Owen is there, holding a shovel. He's dug up one of the trees and a lot of the dirt, leaving a huge hole in the ground. I'm instantly brought back to the trial, seeing the pictures of the victims in the ground, the shovel used to put them there. "Mom," Owen says as I walk closer. "What are you doing here?" I look in the hole and see a body. It's Coach Sanders. Number, please no, it can't be. But it is. I'm seeing it with my own eyes. The past is repeating itself, with Owen instead of Dale. Owen lied to me. He killed those men. It wasn't Roger. It was Owen. Chapter 37. "Mom, I didn't do it," Owen says in a frantic tone as I stare at the body of Coach Sanders. "It was Dad, I swear. I was thinking about Dale and how he buried the bodies, and I had this idea that maybe Dad buried the bodies too and put them here, under one of the new trees. So I came here and dug up the first tree he planted, and I was right. Dad buried him under a tree so no one would ever find him." "Owen, stop it." I take a step back, suddenly fearful of my son. "Stop blaming your father for this. You killed Coach Sanders, and now you're—" "I didn't do it!" Owen screams. "Why do you keep taking his side over mine? I've never hurt anyone. I've never even been in a fight. When Tanner shoved me, I could have hit him, but I didn't. So how could I kill someone?" He looks devastated that I don't believe him, and I start to doubt myself. What if he's telling the truth? Owen is right. I should be taking his side. He's my son, my only child. I love him more than anything, even Roger. But it's hard to believe what Owen is telling me when he's standing over a dead body. "Honey, I want to believe you," I say. "I really do, but what I'm seeing right now is very disturbing." Then think about everything else. All the stuff I said earlier about how I would have hidden the evidence. Mom, you know I wouldn't leave that stuff out for you to find. It's just like when you found those things from the guys Dale killed. Even if he wasn't that smart, I don't think he'd leave that stuff in his drawer, where he knew you'd find it. I think Dad did it, to make it look like Dale killed those guys. Didn't you say Dad was coming to our house all the time back then? He was, I say, remembering how I used to invite Roger over for dinner. I liked that Dale had a friend like Roger, so I encouraged their friendship by having Roger over a lot. If he'd wanted to hide something in our house, he could have easily done it. There were 3 items found in Dale's drawer, 1 from each of his victims. There were 3 victims then, and 3 now. Roger's lucky number is 3, and he was born on the 3rd of March, the 3rd month of the year. Mom, how could you think I did this? Owen points to the body. It's not even possible. Look how big he is. There's no way I could pick up someone his size and put him in there. Owen makes a good point. He's a tall kid, but very skinny, and not very muscular. I can't imagine he'd have the strength to lift a man Coach's size. He'd need help. He couldn't do it on his own. But Roger could. He lifts weights and keeps himself in shape. It'd be a challenge for him to lift a dead body, but I have no doubt he could do it. And he could definitely drag a body. I don't think Owen could. I'm having a hard time breathing, as I realize Roger might have orchestrated this whole thing. Did he really set up our son, the one he claims to love, to cover up murders he committed himself? I can't even wrap my head around that. It's beyond evil. How could Roger do something that horrible and act as if he's done nothing wrong? What was Roger's plan? Let Owen go to prison, while Roger just goes on with his life? Mom, you gotta believe me, Owen says. You can't let Dad blame me for this. I promise you. I didn't do it. I look at my son, at the hurt in his eyes, thinking his mother is choosing her husband over her child. Guilt consumes me as I think about the past few weeks and how I didn't believe Owen or trust him. I know my son, and I know he wouldn't do this. So why did I believe he did? I know it wasn't you, I say, going over to him and giving him a hug. I'm so sorry I didn't believe you. I know why you didn't, he mutters. I'm weird and a loner and people don't like me and... Owen, stop it. I pull back to look at him. You are not weird. You're brave, because you choose to be yourself instead of like everyone else. And who cares if you're a loner? I would be too if people treated me the way they treat you. And if they don't like you, that's their problem, not yours. I don't want to hear you ever put yourself down like that again. He nods, then looks at his watch. Mom, we gotta decide what to do. Honey, I don't know what to do. I'm in shock. I need some time to process this. We don't have time. What do you mean? I texted Dad. I told him to meet me here. Owen, no! I grab his arm. Please say you didn't. I wanted him to admit what he did. I thought if he came here and saw that I found Coach's body, he'd confess. Owen, I wish you hadn't done that. But at least he's at work. He won't show up here. Owen gets his phone out and shows me the text. He said he's on his way. Chapter 38. Roger. My family is very important to me. More important than anything else. Nora and Owen are my greatest blessings. They've given me the life I always dreamed of. The one I didn't think I could have. Growing up, I was raised by my father, a man who beat me, ridiculed me, and occasionally locked me in a cage because he thought it was funny. He told me I was stupid and that no one liked me. He said I was weak and couldn't stand up for myself. His abuse was endless, and didn't stop until I finally went to college. I don't remember my mother. She died when I was 2 from a fall down the stairs. I'm sure my father pushed her. He told me she was a horrible woman and that he hated her. Everyone believes my father is a kind and generous man, including Nora. I didn't bother trying to tell her the truth because she'd never believe me. Nobody would. My father's convinced people he's a good man, a hard worker, and a model citizen, as evidenced by his years of volunteer work. When I was a child, my father did an excellent job hiding his dirty little secret. People assumed he was a wonderful father because he raised such a wonderful son. I was polite, did as I was told, and never caused problems. But that wasn't due to good parenting. I acted that way because I was fearful of what my father would do if I misbehaved. As awful as my father was, I learned from him. I learned how to hide my own dirty little secret and come across as a smart, articulate, well-mannered man that people would never suspect could be capable of murder. I never wanted to be the person that does these horrible things. If I could, I'd make it all go away. That voice in my head telling me to kill people. The intense urge to slam a shovel against their head. It takes a great deal of effort to restrain myself, to fight off that voice and those urges. But I did it for years. My first killing spree was in graduate school, back when I knew Dale. I killed 3 men, all men who reminded me of my father. They bullied me, threatened me, or made fun of me, and one of them did all 3. I didn't plan to kill them, but they set me off. They triggered the voices and the urges I'd been trying so hard to suppress. After the first kill, I had to figure out how to dispose of the body. But more importantly, I had to make sure the murder was in no way connected to me. I needed someone to take the fall, so I picked Dale, who was stupid enough to trust me and believe whatever I said. It was easier than I thought, and became easier each time I did it. Near the end of his shift, I'd slip Dale a pill in his bottle of soda. He'd get in his car to go home, pass out, and wake up the next morning thinking he fell asleep. That's why he doesn't remember the murders, because he never committed them. I did. I was nervous after the first one, worried Dale might figure out what I'd done, but he had no idea. The other 2 murders went just as smoothly, with Dale not suspecting a thing. After the 3rd murder, I felt much better, much more relaxed, and that voice in my head quieted down. I have this thing about the number 3. Something felt off about only killing one of the men, or 2. It had to be 3. The rest of the story is rather boring. I planted the evidence to make it look like Dale committed the murders, which led to his arrest, and then the trial. I was a key witness in the trial. I told the jury how Dale seemed off before each murder, how he was nervous and agitated, almost unhinged. I told them how Dale had complained to me about those men, saying how much he hated them. That was actually true, and he wasn't alone. Nobody liked those men, which is why I didn't feel an ounce of guilt when I killed them. In my mind, I did the world a favor. I really haven't thought about that time of my life until recently, when the voices in my head became stronger and the urge to kill became almost unbearable. I began fantasizing about killing Coach Sanders, a man who's bullied and belittled me since the day I was made principal. Then I fantasized about killing Larry, who's like a high school bully who never grew up. He'd make fun of me for being smart and wanting to focus on academics rather than sports. He'd say those things in front of the other parents and in front of my students, discrediting my authority and making me look like a fool. And then there was Darren. He was also a bully, but he left me alone until I started spending time with Julia. Despite what he or anyone says, I'm not having an affair with her. I just like her. We get along well, and she's more sophisticated than Nora, which I find appealing. Eventually, the voices telling me to kill those men won out, and I did it. I killed them, and then I buried them under 3 newly planted trees in the park, the one I created for this very purpose. But no one will ever know that. Instead, they think I'm a hero for convincing the town to turn a crumbling, abandoned lot into a park for all to enjoy. It was a brilliant idea. I had a place to hide the bodies, and my selfless desire to improve the town adds to the public facade I've created of the esteemed high school principal and active member of the community. The downside is that someone had to take the blame. You can't have 3 men go missing from a small town and not have people demanding to know who's responsible. I feel terrible having to pin this on Owen, but honestly, everyone would have assumed it was him anyway. The poor kid isn't normal, at least not in the way society would define normal. He's quiet and keeps to himself and has no interest in the typical teen social activities, like football games or school dances. When I see him at school, his head is down, and he's mumbling to himself. People stare at him and tease him and sometimes push him around. I was the same way in high school. People avoided me. I didn't have friends. It wasn't until college, when I was finally free from my father, that I decided to create a new image for myself. That's when I became the version of Roger I am today. Owen's not capable of that. He didn't grow up with a father that was one way at home and the opposite in public. He doesn't know how to change himself to appeal to people. I've tried to get him to be more social, or even just get a job where he works with the public, but he wouldn't do it. I blame Nora for that. She's always been extremely protective of him, and it's hindered his development. And having to keep Dale, and what he did, a secret made things even worse for Owen. Nora wouldn't let him out of her sight when he was younger, fearing he might tell someone. There's really no hope for Owen. His life will continue to be difficult. Nora doesn't understand that. She thinks everything will change when he goes to college, but it won't. He'll still be the strange, socially inept kid who will be targeted by bullies, except he'll no longer have his mother around to protect him. I didn't want this to happen, but part of me knew it would. I knew I'd kill again, and I knew I'd need Owen to take the blame. That's why I talked him into going to college close by instead of in another state. But that won't be happening now. Owen won't be attending college. It's odd to say this, but I think Owen will do better in prison than out in the world. Or maybe I'm telling myself that to relieve the guilt I feel for doing this to my son. I do feel bad about it, and I feel bad for Nora. She'll hate seeing Owen dragged off to prison, but I'll be there to comfort her, just like I was when it happened to Dale. He never should have been with her. She's much better off with me. So was Owen. Until now. I think it's time. Waiting will only make this harder. I'm sorry, Owen, but this has to be done. I crack open my office door, check to make sure Doreen's at her desk, then get out my phone. Yes, this is Roger, I say, loud enough for Doreen to hear. Owen. I believe he's at work. Why do you ask? I pause. You saw him, what? My phone dings with a text. It's from Owen and reads, I'm at the park. You need to see what I found under a tree. Can you meet me here? Is this a joke? What did he find? He couldn't possibly have found the bodies. He'd have to dig them up, but how would he even know to do that? This has just become much more complicated. If Owen found the bodies, he might call the police. I need to go see him right now. I'm on my way, I text back. If Owen knows I did this, he won't be going to prison, because he'll be dead. Chapter 39. Nora. Mom, what do we do? Owen asks. Give me a minute. I walk away from Owen and the hole in the ground that I still can't believe is the grave of Coach Sanders. This is more than I can handle. I thought what I went through with Dale was bad, but this is so much worse. Roger killed at least one man, maybe more, and is putting the blame on our son. I won't let him get away with this. I'll make sure he's arrested, charged, and locked away. But first, I want him to admit it. I want him to look me in the eye and tell me he set up our son to take the fall for him. I want Roger to admit he'd rather see Owen go to prison than take responsibility for what he's done. I need to go hide my car, I say to Owen. Then I'll tell you what we're going to do. After I move my car, I only get partly through telling Owen the plan when I hear a car in the distance. Mom, that might be him, Owen says. What do I do? Just stay there and do as I said. I'll take it from there. He nods, and I run over to the van and get inside, ducking down so Roger won't see me. His car pulls up and I hear him getting out. Owen, what's going on? I found something, Owen says. I don't know what it means. There's silence, and then Roger says, Let's not play games here, Owen. You're a smart kid. You know what's going on? You haven't told anyone, have you? No, but we should probably tell Mom. Do you really think your mother wants to know about this? Why do you do it? Owen asks. You should already know the answer to that. You know what it's like to be bullied and pushed around, to have people say things about you that aren't true. Don't you ever wish you could get rid of those people, get them out of your life, teach them a lesson? I guess, but I wouldn't kill them. Owen, you don't have to pretend with me. It's just us here. I know you feel that urge. Every time Tana makes fun of you, puts you down, makes up rumors about you that aren't true. You feel it. Feel what? The urge to get back at him, to finally take control. The urge to kill him. Number, I want to hit him, not kill him. You're lying, but that's okay. I denied it too when I was your age. It wasn't until I was in college that I realized my denial was just making the urge stronger. I had to act on it, or it would never quiet down. You killed those guys at the college, didn't you? Owen says. It wasn't Dale. Maybe I did, but why does it matter? Someone is serving time for their deaths, which is all the public wants. They want to feel safe, and in order to feel safe, they need to blame someone and have that person locked away. But he didn't do it. It's not fair he's stuck in prison for something he didn't do. Dale wasn't a good man, Owen. I know he's your father, but he cheated on your mother. More than once. He lied to her, hid money from her, gambled, drank too much. My point is, he wasn't the man she thought he was, and he had no interest in improving himself. He was what some would call a drain on society, whereas I'm a contributing member. As a high school principal, I'm guiding and influencing the next generation. I go out of my way to help the community. Like with this park. If people had to choose, they'd much rather see Dale in prison than me. What about his son? Should he go to prison too? I don't know what you mean. I wasn't... Don't lie to me. I know what you were doing. The lighter, the tie, the gold chain, the shovel, the dirt in my trunk. You did it. All of it. You were setting me up so I'd go to prison instead of you. Just like you did with Dale. It gets eerily quiet. I panic, thinking Roger did something to Owen. I'm about to get out of the van, but stop when I hear Roger's voice again. I'm sorry, Owen, he says. I truly am. I didn't want it to come to this. I tried, desperately, to stop myself, to restrain the urge to do something. But after years of holding it inside, suppressing it, while people like Coach Sanders belittled me, bossed me around, ignored my attempts to get along with him. I snapped. I couldn't take it anymore. And then I had to keep going. It had to be 3. It only stops after 3. What stops? Owen asks. The urges. The voices. They don't stop until I get to 3. So it's over now. You're not going to kill any more people. It's hard to say. It's possible it could happen again, years from now, if someone triggers me. But as of now, I'm feeling better. More like myself again. But you still need to blame someone. It's not just me. It's everyone. You can't have 3 men disappear from a small town and not have people panicking and demanding answers. I'm sure you realize you're the person everyone suspects did this. They're already saying it, and there's nothing your mother or I could do that would change their minds. You could tell them you did it. And why would I do that? I offer something to the world. I provide value. You don't, and you never will. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. How do you know? You don't know what I'll be doing when I'm older. Do you really believe your contributions going forward will be more valuable than mine? In 10 years, you'll probably be living in a studio apartment, hiding behind a computer screen, working some kind of tech job, and spending your nights playing video games. And you'll repeat that day after day, contributing nothing to your community or society in general. I tried to motivate you to do more, to want to achieve more, but unfortunately, you're like your father. You're content, living a meaningless, selfish life. So again, if people had to choose who should go to prison, they'd choose you. I want to kill Roger for saying these things about Owen, and for admitting his plan all along was to have Owen pay the price for crimes he himself committed. Is this why Roger wanted to marry me? So he could blame my son if he ever felt the need to kill again? He's the son of a serial killer, Roger would tell the police. He couldn't help himself. It's genetic. And he has the personality for it. The loner kid that always gets picked on until one day he snaps and loses control. That's exactly what Roger would say. He'd use a convincing tone and put on a somber face and pretend to be the caring father when he's really a psychotic sociopath. How did I not see this? All these years I thought Roger was the perfect husband, the perfect father, my dream man. How could I be so blind, so stupid? Dad, what are you doing? Owen says with fear in his voice. I'm sorry, Owen, but I can't trust you to keep this between us. There was never supposed to be a 4th, but you've given me no choice. 4th? He's going to kill Owen! I jump out of the van and see Roger heading toward Owen. Roger, stop! He whips back. Nora, where'd you come from? I was in the van. I heard everything you said. About Dale. About Owen. Roger smiles. Honey, you misunderstood. I was simply explaining... Forget it, Roger. I'm done believing your lies. I walk over to him. Owen remains behind him but takes a step back. I really thought you loved me. I thought we were a family. We are a family, Roger says. You and Owen are everything to me. I can't believe he's still lying. Is he delusional? Is there a part of him that believes we'll just go on like normal after this? You were going to send Owen to prison, I say, for crimes you committed. Nora, you don't understand. I do. I finally do. And I'm seeing you for the man you really are. You're a murderer, Roger, a serial killer. If I hadn't been here, you would have killed Owen. He'd be dead right now. Fine. Roger throws his hands up. You caught me. I killed those men and buried them here at the park. Go ahead and tell on me. But who's going to believe you? Owen's a freak, and I'm a pillar of society, the town hero. No one will ever believe I did it. I glance at Owen and see him slowly bending down to pick up the shovel. "I'll tell them anyway," I say. "I'll talk to that reporter and tell her what you did to Dale. I'll do whatever it takes to have you locked away." "You wouldn't dare," he sneers. "You really think I'd choose you over my son?" "I'll kill you," Roger growls. "I'll kill you both." Roger lunges at me. I step back and Owen whacks Roger in the head with the shovel. Roger's body drops to the ground. "Owen!" I gasp, watching blood pool around Roger's head. "What have you done?" "Mom, I had—" Owen drops the shovel and races over to me. "He was going to kill us. He said so. You heard him." "I know, but—" I take a breath, my body trembling. "You killed him. Roger's dead. This wasn't supposed to happen." "What are we going to do?" He looks past the trees at the road. "Someone could drive by. They might see us. We have to do something." "We'll call the police. We'll tell them what happened." I get out my phone to call, but then change my mind. "What's wrong?" Owen asks. "Why aren't you calling?" "They won't believe me." I look at Owen. "They'll say you killed your father because he found out about the murders. They'll blame all the murders on you." I grip Owen's arm. "I know you didn't kill those men, but I can't count on the police or the people in this town to believe me. I can't risk having them arrest you and lock you up in prison like they did with Dale." "So what are you saying?" I look around, my gaze landing on a tree a few feet away. It's a flowering crabapple tree I planted last Saturday. I point to it. "Dig that tree up, and then dig a very large hole. Make it deep. Can you do that?" "Yeah," Owen says, going to get the shovel. "What about Coach Sanders?" "I'll cover him up. Owen, we need to hurry. Go dig up the tree." He races over to it and gets to work, while I run over to the van and get a shovel. I hurry back to the pile of dirt and start tossing it over Coach Sanders, trying not to look at him as I do. I know the right thing would be to go to the police, to tell them what happened and hope everything works out as it should. But I'm not that naive. I know the police wouldn't believe me. They'd say I made it up. They'd say I'm a mother trying to protect her son. The boy, people say, is odd and a loner. Everyone always suspected he was dangerous, and these crimes would be proof of that. They'd demand Owen be locked away for life. I can't allow that to happen. I won't even risk it. Owen will not end up like Dale, serving time for crimes he didn't commit. I want Owen to have a normal life, a good life, one that's far away from here. Chapter 40. Fall of Owen's freshman year. Owen. "Hey, Mom," I say, answering her call as I leave the science building. "Hi, honey. How's your day going?" "Good. I just got out of biology. My next class isn't for an hour, so I'm going back to my room." "Do you have plans for tonight?" she asks, hoping the answer is yes since it's Friday, and she wants me to go out and be social. "I might do something with Matt," I say, referring to my one and only friend. I told my mom I have other friends, but they're really just people I talk to in class. College is better than high school, but it still has the usual cliques, bullies and jocks. For the most part, people are nice to me here, but there are some that aren't. "What are you and Matt going to do?" Mom asks. "We might go get a burger at a sports bar near campus. There's this girl that works there that Matt likes. He's trying to get a date with her, but there's no way she'll say yes. She's way out of his league." "What about you? Are there any girls there you'd like to date?" "I don't know. Maybe," I say, knowing it's what she wants to hear. "What's new there? You doing anything this weekend?" "I think I'll relax and watch some movies. I had a busy week at school. I'm tired and want to stay home." My mom lives in Massachusetts. just outside of Boston. After what happened last year, she wanted to move far away from Texas to a big city where she could blend in and people wouldn't gossip about her like they did in our small town. She lives in an apartment and works at an elementary school that's close enough that she can walk to it. She seems really happy in her new life, but I know she misses me. I'm living in New Jersey and going to a college that's big, but not too big. I really like my classes, and it's nice to finally be out on my own. I love my mom, but she kind of smothered me my whole life. I like having the freedom to do what I want. I should get going, I say. I'm almost at my dorm. Okay, honey, Mom says. Have fun tonight. I end the call and my phone rings again. It's Matt calling. Hey, Matt, what's up? We still going out tonight? Yeah, but I think I should let you know you're not getting that girl, I say, joking with him. She's way too hot for you. Shut up, jerk, he says with a laugh. Just wait. I bet she gives me her number. Doubt it, but I guess we'll find out. Want to go there at 7? Sure. See you then. Matt's a good friend. He's quiet like me and stays in his room a lot. He doesn't like the usual college stuff like parties and football games. I don't either, which is another reason we're friends. He struggles in his classes because he smokes a lot of weed and occasionally drinks too much. It affects his memory. One time he couldn't even remember we'd gone out the night before. If something ever happened, something like what Roger did, Matt's the kind of friend I need. He's very trusting. He believes whatever I tell him. And he doesn't have any family other than his foster parents. But they don't talk to him anymore. If he ever got arrested for something, no one would care. Roger taught me it's good to have friends like Matt. Dale was that type of friend for Roger, and it worked out well for him. Until I killed him. He's still buried at that park, along with Coach Sanders, Larry, and Darren. They're all buried under trees, which I think is kind of funny. Every day, families go there to enjoy the park, having no idea 4 dead bodies are under the ground. The mystery around their disappearance hasn't been solved and probably never will be. Most people assume they're dead, but without the bodies, no one can say for sure. It was such an unusual case that the national news sent a reporter to the town last summer to interview people. I watched the story online and thought it was lame. It was just a bunch of people crying and saying how much they miss the dead guys and still have hope they'll show up one day. Are people really that stupid? It's been over a year. They're gone. Mom made up this story that Roger never came home from work. The day I killed him, we left his car on the side of the road and made a hole in the back tire so people would think he stopped to fix a flat. Mom told the cops she thinks someone came by to help, but instead either killed him or kidnapped him. Mom and I had to pretend to be really upset, which was hard since I hated him after finding out he was setting me up to go to prison. I'm also mad he took my dad from me. Although, after all these years, Dale seems like a stranger. Dale's still in prison. They rejected his appeal. The group that was trying to get Dale free was hoping to prove Roger was the real murderer. But Roger was gone, so the police couldn't question him, and he couldn't be charged with anything. Mom and I could have told them Roger admitted to the murders, but we didn't have evidence to prove it, so Mom said they probably wouldn't have listened to us. They might even say we were lying to get Dale out of prison, which Mom said could get us in trouble. So we kept quiet, and that group gave up on his case, which means Dale will be in prison forever. But the way I see it, it's his own fault for being stupid enough to get involved with Roger. I could say the same thing about my mom, but I never would. I don't want her to feel bad for making a dumb decision. And Roger was actually an okay dad until he started killing again. He taught me a lot, and he kept me from getting beat up at school. I've thought about it, and I think I'm more like Roger than Dale. I guess because Roger raised me, and I only knew Dale for a few years, most of which I can't remember. "Hey," a guy says as he slams into my shoulder. "Watch where you're going." I look back and see Austin, this jerk from my English class. He reminds me of Tanner. Austin doesn't play football, but he has the attitude of a football player, at least the ones I went to school with. Austin is obnoxious and loud, and thinks he's better than everyone. He's constantly making fun of me. I don't even know why. It's like he just decided one day that I'm the one he's going to pick on. "I didn't run into you," I mutter as I continue walking. "What was that?" Austin says, coming in front of me. "Did you say something?" "Leave me alone," I say, my pulse going faster. "You're so pathetic, Owen. You remind me of this guy I went to high school with. He was skinny like you and wore those stupid superhero t-shirts." He points to the one I'm wearing. "He never talked, didn't have friends, couldn't stand up for himself." Austin laughs. "I made his life hell. It was hilarious how scared he was of me. I miss messing with him, but now I have you." He smirks at me, then finally walks away. What is his problem? I didn't do anything. Just because I look like some guy from his high school, Austin's going to keep torturing me? It's only October. I'm not putting up with this for the rest of the year. Continuing through campus, I reach my dorm and go past it to the parking lot. I go over to my car, pop open the trunk, and smile when I see it. I reach in and grip the handle and instantly feel more powerful, just like I did when I killed Roger. I felt so much power that day. Power like I'd never felt. That was the day it started. Before that, I never felt the urge. When Roger told me he had urges, I didn't know what he meant. But after I felt that shovel slam into Roger's skull, it triggered something in me, and I had the urge to do it again. But I haven't. I've been able to suppress the urge. Until now. Now it's stronger than I've ever felt. It's Austin's fault for telling me he was going to make my life hell. I'm not letting him do it. He's not ruining my freshman year. I take my hand off the shovel and close the trunk. I'm already imagining it. How it will happen. How I'll feel. A huge smile takes over my face. See you tonight, Austin. The end.